Good afternoon, everyone. It is 1:30, and I would like to call this meeting to order and start that at this time I would like to acknowledge that we meet on the traditional land of Dc2 territory and acknowledge the diverse indigenous peoples whose ancestors' footsteps have marked this territory for centuries, such as Cree, Dene, Saulteaux, Blackfoot, Nkotatsu, as well as Métis and Inuit, and now settlers from around the world. I will do a roll call, and I'll start with Councillor Wright.
Sorry, I'm here.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Knack.
Good afternoon.
Thank you, Councillor Principe.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Paquette.
Tunse, good afternoon.
Councillor Tang.
Hi, everyone.
Councillor Hamilton.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Rutherford.
Hi, everyone.
Councillor Salvador.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Cartmel.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Rice.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Jans.
Good afternoon.
So everyone is here, and I will ask a council member to move the adoption of the agenda. Councillor
move.
Hamilton. Go ahead, Councillor Hamilton.
Thank you. I'll move that the February 8th, 2022 City Council public hearing meeting agenda be adopted with the following changes. The additions of 3.11, Charter Bylaw 19935 to allow for medium rise multi-unit housing Westmount, and that was carried over from the last public hearing.
Second.
Second by Councillor Paquette. Please vote on the adoption of the agenda.
Mr. Mayor, I'll have to vote verbally for the next 15 or so I'm a yes.
Thank you, Councillor Knack.
I'm a yes. Councillor Rice.
Thank you, Councillor Rice.
I'm a yes as well, Jans.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. And we have 13 votes.
Thank you. Please display the votes. That is carried. So the agenda will carry on us till 9:30 p.m. and I would suggest that we would not be extending the day beyond 9:30 p.m. today, keeping in mind that our staff members have been working really hard behind the scenes leading up to many meetings, and they have commitments that along with many other members of the public as well. So I just want to make sure that everyone understands that we will not be, at least my desire will not be to extend the order of the day beyond 9:30 p.m. tonight. Okay, any protocol items? Seeing none, and now I will explain the process for the public hearing. The clerk will call out the bylaws to be dealt with. I will call out the names of the people registered to speak to each bylaw. Next, council members will select the bylaws they wish to discuss and vote on any bylaws that have not been selected for discussion. Council will then deal with each of the bylaws that were selected for discussion and debate. For each item, administration will first provide an overview of the bylaw. Members of the public who have registered to speak will then be invited to make their presentations. Those in favor will speak first in panels, followed by those opposed in panels. Each person will have 5 minutes to make comments. The clerk will run the official timer in council chamber. The timer lights on the podiums will be green for the first 4 minutes, then turn yellow when there is 1 minute remaining, and flash red when the 5 minutes are up. If you're participating virtually, you may wish to use a timer of your own. When you have finished your presentation, please remain available as council may have questions for you. After comments from the public, council may ask questions of city administration. After all questions of administration have concluded, I will ask council if they wish to ask any further questions to those who presented in the response to new information that may have arisen during the public hearing. Thereafter, council may close the public hearing and debate the bylaw. If you're participating virtually, please remember to mute your microphone when you are not speaking. If you are experiencing any technical difficulties, please reach out to the office of the city clerk using the contact information provided in your confirmation of registration or at city.clerk@edmonton.ca. If you're here with us in person, when it's your turn to speak, please come down to the podium to present. Please remember that the temporary mandatory face coverings bylaw 19408 is in effect. We ask that you keep your masks on at all times, including while making your remarks to City Council. You will notice that members of council and administration may take off their masks while they're behind plexiglass barriers, which we are not, other than myself today. Rest of the council members are participating virtually because of protocol precautions that we are taking. And we appreciate your understanding and participation in keeping everyone safe. In the event of an emergency, please follow the clerk's directions to evacuate. City staff will direct you to your muster point. Item 3.11, which carries on from the last council meeting, was postponed from the January 25th, 2022 City Council public hearing. It will be the first item we will deal with today after the call for persons to speak. We have heard from all those speakers registered in favor, but we do have 4 new registrations in opposition. We will begin by hearing from the new speakers in opposition, which have been added to the second panel, then move to questions. After all speakers on the panel have been heard, I will call for questions of speakers. After all panels have been heard for the bylaw, council will then ask questions of administration. I hope that makes the process clear. Madam Clerk, may you please call the bylaws?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Is there anyone to speak to item 3.1, Charter Bylaw 19946, text amendment to the zoning bylaw, section 997, special area Blatchford, appendix 2, environmental overlay?
That is 3.1, right?
Correct.
We have Elise Shillington to answer questions only and Tom Lumsden to answer questions only in favor.
Hi, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Thank you. And we have no one opposed.
Is there anyone to speak to item 3.2, Charter Bylaw 19939, to rezone land in the Chappelle neighborhood?
We have Mike Vivian to answer questions only. Mike, you there?
Yes, good afternoon.
And we have Peter Classes to answer questions only. Peter, you there?
Good afternoon.
Thank you. And we have no one opposed.
Is there anyone to speak to item 3.3, Charter Bylaw 19947, to allow for single detached housing, Rosenthal?
We don't have anyone in favor, and we have no one opposed.
Is there anyone to speak to item 3.4, Charter Bylaw 19943, to rezone land in the Matson neighborhood?
We have Bladen Dibben to answer questions only. Bladen, you there?
Hello, good afternoon.
And we have Alex Petrosky to answer questions only. Alex, you there? And we have Susan Keating to answer questions only. Susan, are you there?
Yes, hello, I'm here. Thank you.
And we have no one opposed.
Is there anyone to speak to item 3.5, Charter Bylaw 19940, to allow for industrial businesses that are compatible with nearby residential uses, Ritchie?
We have Brett Laurie to answer questions only. Brett, you there?
Yes, hello, I am.
And we have no one opposed.
Is there anyone to speak to item 3.6, Charter Bylaw 19945, to rezone land in the Calgary Trail North neighborhood?
We have Gavin Hodiak to answer questions only. Gavin, are you there?
Yes, I am.
And we have no one opposed.
Is there anyone to speak to item 3.7, Charter Bylaw 19944, to allow for small-scale infill development, Sherwood?
We have no one in favor, and we have no one in opposition.
Is there anyone to speak to item 3.8, Charter Bylaw 19942, to allow for low-rise multi-unit housing, King Edward Park?
We have Marcelo Figueroa from Green Space Alliance. For Marcelo, are you here to answer questions or make present?
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor. If there's no one in opposition, I'll change to just questions only.
We have no one in opposition, and please change Marcelo to questions only.
Noted, thank you. Is there anyone to speak to item 3.9, Charter Bylaw 19934, to allow for 11 multi-unit dwellings in the form of row housing, Westmount?
We have Yolanda Liu. Yolanda, you there?
Good afternoon.
And we have Yodi Wako to answer questions only. You there, Jody?
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor. Yes, I am.
And Elise Shillington to answer questions only. Elise?
Yes, good afternoon.
And Paul Faraday to answer questions only. Paul, you there?
Yes, sir.
And Kathleen Oberg to answer questions only. Kathleen, you there?
Yes, good afternoon.
And we Chris Fedina to answer questions only. Chris, you there?
Yes, good afternoon.
And we have a number of speakers in opposition, so I will read their names and ask if they're here. Eugene Jones, are you there, Eugene?
We've received notice that Eugene may be joining a little bit later.
Later on, no worries. Sheila Pratt, Sheila, you there?
We've also received notice that Sheila may be joining a little bit later.
Later on. And Sylvia Post? Sylvia Post?
The same, she may be joining a little bit later.
Okay, and Frank Calder. Frank, are you there? Are you there, Frank? Maybe joining us a little later on. Okay.
I'm here. I am here.
Oh, you, Frank, you're there? Thank you.
I am here, yep.
And Netta Phillett. Netta, are you there?
She may also be joining a little bit later.
Okay. Michelle Reeves. Michelle, you there?
Same for Michelle.
Same at the same time, probably. Doug Canham. Doug, probably joining us later on.
I did see someone with that name on the meet, but it is possible that they may be joining in a few minutes.
Okay. And Heather Bissay. Heather, probably same time. Okay. And Amal El Kidar. Amal. Okay. And Adam Percy. Adam, probably joining us. I'm glad they're organized. They know what time their item is going to be here, which is good, instead of wasting time. Good, right on. And Willie Vilmanovich, you're there. Willie is here. Okay, thank you for joining us.
Is there anyone to speak to item 3.10, Charter Bylaw 19930, to allow for low-rise multi-unit housing development, Jasper Park?
We have Tony Mahay in favor. Tony, to make presentation or questions only? Tony, are you there?
I believe they'll be joining in person. I'm just not certain if they're
Okay,
here. at the
no
moment.
worries. And we have a number of people, members of the public, who are in opposition to this item, and I will call their names. Chris Kraipradimo. Chris Kraipradimo. Chris, you there? maybe he'll join us later. Leela Ma, Leela, are you there? And Don Cuchiliama. Don, are you there?
Here in person.
John is here in person. Okay. Robin Graham. Robin, are you there? Okay, no problem. So she'll join us when she is here. Carol Egan Sihar.
I am here.
Carol, are you there?
I'm in remote.
Okay. And Brad Harris. Brad, are you there? Okay, he'll join us a little later on. Okay. Amy Egan Sihar Harris. A little later on. Okay. Brian Kvasnitsa. Brian, you're here? Thank you.
Is there anyone to speak to item 3.11, Charter Bylaw 19935, to allow for medium-rise multi-unit housing Westmount? And as a reminder, this item was postponed from the last public hearing and is time-specific as the first item of business.
Yeah, so this item will be dealt at 1:30, first item, sorry. And we have a number of speakers. In favor, Chelsea Jersak,
Yes, I'm here.
Jeff Booth, to answer questions only.
Yes, I'm here.
Armando Hernandez, to answer questions only.
Yes, I'm here. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Matthew Boonstra. Corey, Matthew, are you there? Corey Redikop.
Yes, I'm here.
Thank you. And we have a number of members of the public in opposition. A number of them had made presentations only, but I'll read the names. Terry Wickham. Terry, you there? Later, okay. Derek Monderman. Derek, you there?
I'm good Thursday or Friday.
Sorry, I'm Terry Wickham. I'm here.
I see you there. Thank you, Terry. Brianne Edgar.
Yeah, I'm here.
Thank you, Brianne. Kerry Bullard.
Present.
Thank you, Kerry. Chris Stolte.
Present, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Susan Kolbowicz. Susan, are you there? Roland Lyons.
Yes, good afternoon.
Miranda Haschel. Miranda, are you there? Wayne Travis?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, thank you, Miranda. Wayne Travis? Wayne Travis, Wayne? James Spur? James, you're here? Thank you. In the chamber hall. Sarah Shopland? Sarah, are you there? Robert Ledelier? Robert? Kathleen Thurber?
Yes, I'm here.
Thank you, Kathleen. Brian Kuele? Brian? Carla Cauldron?
Yes, I'm here.
Thank you, Carla. Jacqueline Gipsy?
I'm here, thank you.
Thank you. Douglas Duke? Douglas, you're there. Thank you. He's in the chamber hall here. Paul Morgan? Paul, you there? Lindsay Monderman?
Yes, I'm here.
Thank you, Lindsay. Peter Markowski?
Present, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Peter. And Carl Yukiwiski?
Good afternoon.
Thank you, Carol. And then we have 4 members, new members of the public who are joining us, and I'll call their names. Dwayne Groom?
Yes, I'm here, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Dwayne. Kathleen E. Hatton Lake. L. Hatton Lake. Kathleen L. Hatton Lake.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Kathleen. Trissa Genj. Trissa is in the Chamber Hall. And Karen Sherlock. Karen?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, so we will hear from Dwayne, Kathleen, Teresa, and Karen. And Teresa, if you could come down to the podium, please, and you'll be the third person to speak. So, and I'll go to Dwayne Grom. Dwayne, go ahead.
Apologies, may we select bylaws for debate?
Oh, yes, of course. All right, so those were all the members in opposition and in favor. Now I will go to council members to select bylaws for debate. Councillor Hamilton.
Thank you. I'd like to select 3.10, the Jasper Place item, and I'll defer to the other councillors to select items in their ward.
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton. Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you. I'll select items 3.9 and 3.11.
3.9, 3.11. Okay, seeing none, so those items have been selected. So, Madam Clerk, what would be the next that we move on the bylaws that have not been selected for debate?
Yes, someone can move the omnibus of bylaws.
Councillor Cartmill.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. I will move closure of the public hearing on items 3.1 to 3.8, inclusive.
Seconded by
Second.
Councillor Tang. Please vote on the closure of the bylaw on these bylaws.
And we're just waiting for Councillor Rutherford's vote. We have 13 votes.
Please display the votes. That is carried.
Mayor Sohi, I will move first reading of item 3.1 to 3.8, inclusive.
Thank you.
Second.
Councillor, seconded by Councillor Tang. Please vote on these bylaws. First reading.
I'm just waiting. Oh, we have 13 votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
I will move second reading of items 3.1 to 3.8.
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Tang. Vote for the second reading on these bylaws, please.
We have 13 votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
Mayor Sohi, I will move consideration of third reading of items 3.1 to 3.8, inclusive.
Second.
Thank you. Second by Councillor Tang. Consideration for third reading of these bylaws, please. Vote.
We have 13 votes.
That is, display the vote. That is carried. Thank you.
Mayor Sohi, I will move third and final reading of Charter Bylaw 19946, Charter Bylaw 19939, Charter Bylaw 19947, Charter Bylaw 19943, Charter Bylaw 19940, Charter Bylaw 19945, Charter Bylaw 19944, and Charter Bylaw 19942.
Second.
And seconded by Councillor Tang. Please vote on the final reading of these bylaws.
And we have 13 votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Okay. Now we Okay, that is good. Thank you, everyone. And now we will go to our first item on the agenda, which is the item 3.11, Charter Bylaw 19935 to allow the medium-rise multi-unit housing in Westmount. And we have 4 new speakers, so I'll go to Dwayne Groom first. Dwayne?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and City Council and my fellow neighbors. My name is Dwayne Groom, and my wife and I, married 25 years, live right next door to the property. I'm a business owner and have been a realtor for 25 years. So a couple of weeks ago, I decided to get on the meeting and just observe. I moved into the neighborhood just last August, so I wasn't quite sure what to expect. So I got on, and that was a long one. It was 9 hours, and I hung in there. And by the time we were done at 10:30, I really felt prompted to talk a little bit more about what it's been like since I moved here. So I have 3 categories that I believe this property affects. First is my personal life, or my wife and I. And the second category is the neighborhood and the neighbors. And there's wonderful neighbors here I've met. And of course, how it will affect the city of Edmonton and its citizens. So on a personal level, the shadows, of course, are going to be a big factor all year round for me. If you can probably see the sunlight coming in, right there is where the property is. So the 6-story will take that all the way up from a personal level. We also have already some traffic issues. But the biggest thing for me personally and my wife would be that the underground parking entrance is right next to my driveway and my garage in the back alley. So that would be an issue or a concern. I've also felt concerned after hearing everybody and thinking about it a bit more, because I'm new to the area. The visitor parking, how's that going to work is a concern for that, especially for the size. Also the retail traffic and parking. And I also know that our house value might well drop because of all the concerns I mentioned. There's also, right along the property line on my side of the property, are a number of 100-year-old trees. None of them would ever get sunlight at all with the 6-story building because it'd be right up against it pretty well. The next category I mentioned was the neighbors. Now, I just moved in a while ago, and the neighbors were so friendly. I mean, I can't say enough. I met Carrie, I met Carla, I met Brian, I met Paul, I met Irene, David, and that's just to name a few. And so there's a culture here. They're mostly homeowners, and they've lived here for decades and decades. Went out and my walks were done one time, and I do them pretty quick, so I was surprised that somebody beat me to it. And there are some other concerns in the neighborhood. There's traffic concerns already. I believe there should be speed bumps in the main streets for sure, because these people drive so fast down here. I have my little granddaughter come over, and we just go out to shovel the walks or cut the grass. And if I turn my head for 1 second, who knows what could happen. And it's going to get 3 times worse with the other stuff, with this building. And I believe it'll affect the values of, and this is from my experience, of the market value of the neighborhood for the single family dwellings. I know that because my team does several market evaluations every week, and we know what affects properties. As for the city of Edmonton, I believe it's going to make it a lot more unsafe in the area. It's already congested already. Stony Plain Road is a busy road. You've got plans for it with the LRT going past. It's very busy. Car accidents from the alley would be a major concern if I was on council for the mayor or Mr. Mayor. The alley, we had some construction down the alley since we moved in, and construction on the main street. To have it like that permanently would be just something I wouldn't be able to or wouldn't want. Also, we have, there's already service trucks and garbage trucks, and as you know, there's tight alleys. You saw photos last meeting. So in closing, I just wanted to say that my wife and I are definitely against the R8 6-story rental property. We wouldn't want to see a lot more rental properties in the area. We would support, though, a 3-story walk-up apartment condo or townhouse condos with home ownership. Thank you very much for my time.
Thank you so much, Mr. Groom. Now we'll go to Kathleen L. Hatton Lake. Is that at L. Hatton Lake? Are you there?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead.
I do have a presentation, and I'm not sure if Madam Clerk can explain if I'd be able to manipulate that while I am speaking.
We can put it up for you, and you can just let us know which slides you'd like us to present and when you'd like them moved.
Thank you.
We're
So
just
if
getting
we
them
want
up
to
for
start,
you.
then can we start on slide 7? And sorry, I'm just going to get my timer going because I can't see yours. So thank you. And thank you, Council. I'm here on behalf as counsel for Mr. James Spur to speak to this rezoning application. Key that I want to start with is that it is not that residents oppose density on this site. It is about the scale of density and the scale of the change to the neighborhood that's coming. I have 3 things I want to speak to. First, that this proposed rezoning is not compatible with the neighboring uses. Second, that the rezoning is inconsistent with city policy. And third, that it's premature to rezone before the city goes through the district planning process. So in the respect of the first one.
Respectfully, Mr. Mayor, I have an objection to this. I just want to voice a concern that Mr. Spur has already spoken according to our notes, and therefore someone speaking on his behalf is not permitted, as I understand. And I'm sorry to interrupt the speaker, but I didn't understand that before we proved it, and I'm looking for some clarification from the clerk.
Yeah, no, thank you, Councillor Hamilton. So, Madam Clerk, can you please verify that?
We weren't aware that the speaker was speaking on behalf of someone else. We don't have an authorization form.
And that person has been already spoken?
My apologies, I registered yesterday. In terms of that, I have spoken before where I have spoken on behalf of someone and the individual has spoken as well, if the City Council is ruling otherwise.
So if the individual has already spoken, my understanding is that then you cannot speak on behalf of that individual again. I apologize for that, for not pre-screening that question for you earlier on. So I apologize. So Madam Clerk, I seek your direction. So,
Mr. Mayor, if it pleases council, the speaker could speak on behalf of herself as well. It doesn't necessarily need to speak on behalf of a landowner.
and are you prepared to speak on your behalf? Ms. Hatton, are you prepared to speak on your behalf?
As that poses an interesting question, Mr. Mayor, so I think I certainly can speak on my own personal behalf in this regard, as someone who lives close to this, but I do note that I have been retained by Mr. Spurs in this way. So
Then I'm
if
sorry,
I'm allowed to proceed
I would have
on
to
a
rule
personal
out.
behalf.
Then I have to rule out that you cannot speak on behalf of someone who has already spoken. I apologize for that.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Yep. And we'll go to our next speaker. Teresa, is it Genji? Genji? Okay, go ahead, Teresa. Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
Hello.
Yeah.
I'm Teresa Ginge. It is my understanding that the City of Edmonton has an overarching city plan which covers issues such as transit-oriented development. However, this plan and its timelines are not definitive. This is evidenced by the recent deferment of the LRT expansion to the city's northwest. I trust that this indicates reasonable flexibility on the city's part regarding LRT and the nature of the transit-oriented corridor. I have assumed that presently there is no district plan for Westmount, that the mature neighborhood overlay plan of 2009 still applies. I would like to address 3 pertinent items from that plan to illustrate the misfit of this proposed application and to show why it should be rejected. Quote number 1, infill development should respect the mass and scale of adjacent development and the character and attributes of the existing landscape. If this structure proceeds, it will be the largest and highest building in a 4-block 4-block span along Stony Plain Road. The Westmount area has a diversity of older homes. Recently, we have seen multiple infill homes blended in. The infrastructure is old and requires constant repair. I question whether the infrastructure in our area is capable of absorbing the increased density associated with a large apartment. Neighborhoods such as ours are adapting to population densification as outlined in the mature neighborhood overlay plan, with infill homes, garden suites, and garage suites. Our population density is presently 2.4 times the city average. There is a tipping point at which adaptation to densification becomes detrimental. The 6-story building at this site would be the tipping point. Quote number 2, residential infill development should respect the role of lanes, not only as a primary vehicular access route, but as a factor in maintaining the livability of neighborhoods. The back lane on 128th to 129th Street is the proposed access for the 6-story housing building. Our back lane is presently a narrow bi-directional passageway, but due to size, only one-way traffic is possible. Markedly increased traffic in this laneway will cause havoc. I do not feel the proposal for a 6-story residential building accessing the alley of 128 129th Street meets the criteria of the policies and guidelines for infill housing. Quote number 3, the planning and design of residential infill projects in mature neighborhoods should contribute to a more environmentally sustainable city. We have invested in solar panels in an attempt to produce enough power to minimize our environmental footprint. A 23-meter building at the extreme south end of the block will cast a significant shadow, decreasing the energy production of solar panels. Power provided by solar panels on an average home has the same carbon offset as 300 trees. In California, there are solar access laws which can limit building heights. This is an issue to consider. Solar panels are important in mitigating climate change. Approval of this rezoning application would set a precarious precedent. If this request is approved, it is difficult to conceive how any application for R8 zoning could be rejected in any residential area within the transit corridor. The rezoning to R8 would expose a flawed system which allows developers free rein and hobbles the ability of community residents to have a voice in the future of their neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your presentation. And now we will go to Karen Sherlock.
Hello, I don't have a timer, but it looks like we've got one here, so that's great. Thank you. I thank you for the time to express my opinions. I wasn't planning to address this hearing, but I did attend the previous one and had some points to make. So my name is Karen Sherlock. My family and I live close to 124th Street and Stony Plain Road, so that's about 8 blocks east of the property in this rezoning application. We've lived here for 22 years, much before it was trendy. Today, I don't want to speak about the development specifically because you've heard from my neighbors closer to that property who are much more knowledgeable about the details. I do echo some of their concerns about traffic, height, safety, and the appropriateness of this particular building in this space. Today, I'd like to speak about the R8 rezoning, which is, I believe, what this hearing is about, and the broader plan for the LRT corridor from 124th Street to 142nd. It seems to me this section of Stony Plain Road has tremendous potential, and I'd like reassurances, I suppose, or some indication that this potential is recognized. I'm not sure that's appropriate for this particular hearing, but I don't know where else to express it. I see this as a rare opportunity along a well-traveled major corridor of the city to put some of the city's stated goals into action. A green and sustainable city, appropriate, accessible housing for all citizens, vibrant, walkable neighborhoods with character, truly a model of development. After the January 25th hearing, I drove down Stony Plain, as I do often, but in this case, I actually looked specifically between 124th Street and 142nd Street to see where there was opportunity for development. In those 18 blocks, I saw anywhere from 8 to 12 or more lots that look like they'll be up for redevelopment right beside the LRT line, possibly more. I couldn't find an exact number. I couldn't find any design plans, even the design video that shows kind of an ideal image of what's planned is missing for that section for this section, 124th to 142nd Street. But considering the potential of this corridor, I'd like to think that the city has a well-considered vision or is developing one that makes the most of this opportunity. If there is a plan, it seems like residents and the Community League are not aware of it. And without a plan, I worry that we'll see a hodgepodge of development along this route. I'm concerned that residents will be asked to deal with ad hoc, one-off development and zoning applications without context or up-to-date information. Given the number of empty lots along this route, I foresee many hearings like this one, where residents who are unpaid non-experts have to spend hours scrambling for information. It's unpleasant and it's unnecessarily adversarial. And I think it wastes the time of developers who put a lot into, developing their drawings and their plans, and it wastes the time of residents and city council. I'd love to support a plan along this route that offers developers a range of zoning options without impeding their ability to make a profit. And this is close to my heart, ensure a variety of housing options, including affordable, low income and seniors housing. I've been disappointed so far. The infill that has happened has contributed to the opposite. We now have $900,000 skinnies where once you could buy a home for half that price. And maybe we could even introduce, incentives for green building practices. I'd love it. In my opinion, it's premature to make a one-off zoning decision today that could affect future development along Stony Plain Road, especially when there doesn't seem to be a clear idea of what that future looks like. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Sherlock, for your presentation. Now we will go to the members of the second panel who spoke last, and the three members who spoke today, and administration can ask questions to those panel members. And I'll ask administration to sign up and click on to ask questions if there are any. And I see that Councillor Stevenson is on the list.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Sohi. I thought I'd just take a moment to summarize what I'd heard thus far, and then just provide an opportunity for speakers who spoke 2 weeks ago to if there's anything else that they wanted to add or reiterate. So I think, overall what I've heard is that there is general support for the vision of city plan.
Councillor Stevenson, quickly, if you could, will be helpful if you be able to direct your questions to a specific member, right? That'll be easier.
Oh, sure.
Thank you. Yeah.
I don't have all the names in front of me, I'm afraid. So I will look to see who I can see on my screen and ask the questions there. But just, so overall support of the vision. So this is just me asking if you can confirm what I've heard in terms of they're definitely feeling like there's a lack of certainty in terms of how different policies relate to each other and what the overall advice is, and also just some concerns about this rezoning proceeding in advance of district planning. I definitely believe I heard some concerns over the quality of life in terms of the impact on surrounding neighbors, the shadowing, and also overlook and privacy. And then parking and traffic, just in terms of the right in, right out arrangement. And shortcutting as well through the neighborhood and some of those traffic concerns. Also decrease in property value and the affordability of housing too. So my question for speakers, maybe from, I can see Paul Morgan, Carrie Woolard, and Terry Wickham on my screen as speakers that spoke at the last public hearing. Is there anything further you wanted to add to these comments?
Yeah, so what I'll do, and I'll stop your clock here, Councillor Stevenson, you don't lose time. And I'll read the names of the members of the second panel, so you can direct, or council members can direct their questions to them. So in the second panel, we had Robert Leder, Kathleen Thurber, Brian Coyle, Carla Calderon, Jacqueline Gibbsy, Douglas Duke, Paul Morgan, Lindsay Monderman, Peter Markowski, Carol Juskiewski, and then the three members today.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And you know, my understanding with panels as well was that we did have the capacity to ask sort of the panel at large. Maybe clerks could provide a clarification for me on that understanding.
Apologies, Councillor Stevenson, just clarifying that I'm understanding the question. Last public hearing, we heard from a panel in favor and then a panel opposed. And after each of those panels, council had the opportunity to ask those folks questions. So now we are on we have now completed the second panel. We've heard from all those speakers, so now we are able to ask the second panel questions. However, upon clarifying questions, you may ask anyone in any panel a question.
Yeah, I think the question from Councillor Stevenson, can she just have an open question to anyone to answer? Anyone on the panel?
I think it would be up to Mr. Mayor, to your pleasure, because the bylaw allows for councillor to question any speaker of the panel during their allotted time for questions.
Yeah.
And so I think it would be up to yourself if
So
you
I
would
would
allow
suggest from a time management point of view that we direct our questions to specific speakers that we have questions to.
Excuse me,
Okay,
Madam
and
Clerk,
I'll
may I
start your
respond?
timer at 3 minutes. Sorry, Councillor Stevenson. I know I ate up two of your minutes. So go ahead.
Mr. Mayor, we're trying to just ask a question here. James.
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank
Go ahead,
you.
James.
May I respond to any of those questions?
Yes, please. And I'm sorry, your name, sir?
My name is James Spur. Thank you.
No, sorry, sir. You already spoken in the first panel. You cannot be here again for the second panel. You have already been given the opportunity to answer questions as a member of panel 1, which has been already concluded. I'm so sorry. This is the process.
Multitude of presenters that was broken up just for time reasons. Are we not allowed to speak?
No, the way the process works, sir, is that if you were part of the panel first, which we already dealt with the other day, and you were asked questions, you cannot be asked questions again because you're not part of the second panel.
And actually, I think I was part of the second panel, wasn't I? I was the second presenter.
James Spur. Madam Clerk.
From the minutes that I have, it does look like Mr. Spur was in the first panel. However, under the opportunity to ask clarifying questions, he would be able to answer.
Yeah, you'll be able to do so later on, not at this time.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Okay, now that is clear. Sorry about that. This is quite a complicated process. And we're new to this process as well because we never heard people in panel. So, okay, Councillor Stevenson, go ahead.
Well, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm just struggling as my questions were around confirming the themes that I heard from multiple speakers. I don't know that I have a targeted question for specific speakers. Maybe I could speak to Karen, Ms. Sherlock, I know you'd spoken about the opportunity for incentives as well. You know, I do know that the R8 zone provides some incentives in terms of providing some of the larger family units, but you also mentioned potential incentives around green building. Just curious if you want to elaborate on that. Ms. Sherlock is there? Okay, not to worry. I don't want to use up too much time. I apologize. The structure of my questions were based on being able to ask the panel at large, but I'll yield the rest of my time. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Stevens. I see Ms. Sherlock is there, but she's on mute.
I'm sorry, I am here. I'm trying to, I'm so sorry. I thought you were dealing with the other speakers. My apologies.
No, thank you. Yeah, I just wanted to talk a little bit more about maybe some of the incentives that you'd like to see incorporated. You know, I do know that the R8 zone provides incentives for larger units, so 3 bedrooms and up. And you had mentioned green buildings as well. Just wondering if you could maybe speak to that a bit more.
Well, I'm not an expert on green buildings, and I'm really not an expert on city planning at all. But to me, we have the whole length of, I say we, as in the city and residents and developers have the whole length of 124th to 142nd. There seem to be a number of spots that could be developed. And instead of having tall buildings, to me, I'd almost rather see lower buildings and more of them, of different varieties. And the green aspect, I don't know what's involved. Like, I wouldn't want to put, I suppose, too heavy a load on developers to have to come up with that on their own. And so when I spoke of incentives, it was this idea that how do we support that every step of the way? Like, could we have a whole corridor where that was the focus? This is going to be a model, you know, community of what the city's aiming for. And how would the city and its bylaws and residents, how could we support that in some way? So it was no more specific than that, really. Something I would love to see.
Yeah, no, that's helpful. And I think something for us to take forward too is we're looking at some of our other regulatory reviews. So thank you. I'll stop there. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Wright.
Hi, thank you. I was just wondering if Robert Lederer was on. He was in the second panel from our previous public hearing.
Mr. Lederer is away out of the country presently.
Okay, I just had some notes in regards to his comments about transit-oriented development, and I was just hoping maybe he could expand on that a bit.
Perhaps I might, as an alternative. It's James Spur speaking. Thank you.
I'm sorry, James. Again.
So that would be, I'm sorry, Mr. Spur, but perhaps when we come back for the round for additional information, then I could ask you then at that time.
Okay. Thank you,
all right,
Councillor.
thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. Councillor Tang.
I just have one question for, I think it was Mr. Groom.
Yeah.
I just want to pick up on something you had mentioned around, so your professional background is in real estate, and you had mentioned the concern around this development might cause the lowering of, the property prices. Wondering if you can just elaborate on that. I had understood that, the price of the real estate is determined by a variety of factors.
Well, one main factor is sales in the area, of course. So immediately it may not appear to change it, but when realtors take buyers out to neighborhoods, they'll show them a few properties and they will notice things. They might notice the big building with the shadow and say, well, I don't know if I want to live near that shadow, or they may see the traffic and then they might want to go to another neighborhood. And when sales start to go down, then prices go down. And it may take a few months for that to show, but that's the general idea. If a buyer, it's only worth what a buyer is willing to pay, of course. So.
And your concern is that this particular building would affect essentially the whole street, if not the whole neighborhood.
Yeah, and I think that if somebody's worried about like traffic or congestion or accidents, then they may say maybe we should live in another neighborhood.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. Thank you, Councillor Tang. And that is it for council members to question of the panel members. And now we will go to admin for questions, Madam Clerk, right?
Yes.
And once we are done with admin, then council members may have questions on new information to the panel 1, which we heard the other day, and the panel 2, which we heard today. So that'll be your opportunity, Mr. Spur, to answer some of those questions if council members have those questions to you later on. And sorry,
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
apologize for the process. Okay, council members, questions to admin. Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I neglected in my last time to thank all the speakers for joining us, not only at the last public hearing, but again today. Really value your time and appreciate you coming. So I wanted to pick up with administration, maybe just starting with city plan and wondering if I'm definitely hearing and really understand the concern around the lack of certainty and some of the overlapping plans and at times sort of disagreeing plans that are in effect right now. I'm wondering if you could speak to city plan implementation as we go forward. What is the plan for some of those other documents like residential infill guidelines and the TOD guidelines?
Councillor Stevenson, I'll start out and then perhaps someone from the team could add. Really, with the city plan implementation, we've got to look at our entire architecture of our planning system and ask which policy documents and which guidelines are helping achieve the vision as outlined in city plan and which ones perhaps are not. And we know that some of them actually are counter to the direction in city plan. And so the teams right now in the department are doing the heavy lifting associated with that work. And I have a lot of empathy for and compassion for Edmontonians as we're working through that process, because we are working through a process of change, of changing our systems, changing our policies at the same time as our city is undergoing change. And so these are the types of conversations that we expect to continue to have with Edmontonians at public hearing as we work on things like district planning and zoning bylaw renewal, as well as renewal of some of our other policies and frameworks.
Great, thank you. And what I take from that too is that city plan is sort of that highest order policy. So it's the one that we look to most directly for direction.
That's correct, Councillor Stevenson.
Okay, thank you for that.
Councillor Stevenson, sorry, if I may add, just in terms of this site specifically, this isn't one of those cases where we do have conflicting information coming from a variety of plans. Really, with the guidance in place, we would be looking directly to city plan for this one.
Great, yeah, and I think I know there is some uncertainty around the exact distance from the stations that maybe led to a different interpretation of the TOD guidelines, but I think overall, hearing that clarity that city plan is sort of what we look to first, and that there will be some work to provide that clarity in the rest of the policy hierarchy to provide the clarity for communities that are rightly, are seeing that lack of certainty or seeing the tension there. I also just want to touch on district planning as well. So my understanding of district planning is that the intent isn't necessarily to revisit or amend city plan, but rather to just take a more finer grained look. So if I'm understanding correctly, it wouldn't necessarily, district planning wouldn't lead to a change in a designation of a primary corridor. What's highlighted as a primary corridor in city plan would remain a primary corridor, but it might provide some of that further detail. I think city plan talks to, mid to high rise development 1 to 2 blocks into the neighborhood, and that district planning might set those parameters in terms of the 1 to 2 blocks. Is that a fair interpretation?
That is a very fair interpretation, Councillor Stevenson.
Okay, so even though district planning, the process will get us to a finer grained application of city plan, sort of the fundamental site context that this is on a primary corridor, we wouldn't anticipate that to change.
No, we absolutely would not anticipate that to change. District planning is intended to be a finer grained planning tool from the city plan. So it's a more detailed articulation of the city plan.
Okay. Thank you. And I think I can maybe get through in my last minute, but just want to talk really quickly. There was some confusion that I heard in terms of the expectations around the alley upgrade. Hearing that there's maybe some miscommunication around if it's being widened, some of the physical constraints to that. I was just wondering if I could get a bit of clarity on that.
Typically, Councillor Stevenson, that's dealt with at the development permit stage. I can certainly hand you over to Mr. Said for more information on that.
Yes, Councillor, the alley is a standard 6-meter wide alley. In this case, this was assessed back in 2019, and it was termed as in fair condition. The next assessment is slated for 2024, but as mentioned here, that with development, there is an opportunity to look for upgrades to the alley, and that will be determined at the development permit stage.
Okay, so there's not a requirement from transportation to increase the width for functionality, but just an opportunity to advance that repavement of the alley.
That's correct.
Thank you. Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Wright.
Thank you very much. I'm just going back to, I think it was the second panel that we had last time around, and I don't recall who it was, but I remember a woman making a comment that we have no idea what R8 is going to become. And so I guess I'm just wondering, Ms. McCabe, so with this rezoning that the bylaw rezoning that's being looked at, and I think the report's coming back in April to council, is that right? The end of April?
I'm sorry, Councillor Wright, which report are you referring to?
The bylaw rezoning renewal.
Oh, the zoning bylaw renewal. Yes, the zoning, an update on the zoning bylaw renewal will be coming forward to Urban Planning Committee in about April. That's correct.
Okay, and that's on track?
It's on track in terms of that we'll have a report for sure forward in the springtime to Urban Planning Committee pending agenda review committee.
Okay, and so I'm just wondering what happens to the existing zoning? What's in place, is that then grandfathered, or does it then become whatever the new rezoning is described as?
So, Councillor, thanks for the question. As we go forward with the zoning bylaw renewal, the new zones will have comparables to the old ones, and that is how we'll translate the zones moving forward. So it may not have the same number as the R8, it may be called something else, but it will be similarly compatible to the R8 in terms of size and height. So that's 6-story range.
Okay, so 6-story range, could it become a 7 or 8-story under the new R8? And I know the report's not coming out for a while, but is that something that's being considered?
There's looking at a variety of options, but generally the intention of the new zoning bylaw is not to upzone or increase the development rights and height through this comparable exercise.
Okay. But Councillor, what I would say is that's something for council to weigh in on and to provide direction to administration as we work through that important part of the zoning bylaw renewal in terms of how do we implement the new zoning bylaw. So the report that's coming forward in April will be what's in the zoning bylaw renewal, what direction do we need from Urban Planning Committee on that. It'll be a check-in in terms of the technical aspects of what we're writing. And then there's going to be check-ins on terms of how do we implement the zoning bylaw and what does that change look like for Edmontonians.
Okay, all right, okay, so something to consider then at that time. And then I guess I did just have a question on, so as we look to this corridor and the LRT that's going to be running through there, will there be an assessment done as to what would be sort of a transit-oriented development in that area?
There has been, and perhaps the team could speak to that.
Okay.
Councillor Wright, I think in this instance, what we're really looking for is the city plan has accounted for the train going down this route, and that was part of the decision to include it as a primary corridor. which is looking for about 150 people and or jobs per hectare. Currently, we're sitting at, in terms of Westmount's density, at about 64 people per hectare. So there is certainly some room for some additional density based on the incoming train.
Okay, perfect. Thank you very much for your answers.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. Councillor Principe?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My answer or my question was just answered, so thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Principe. Councillor Knack?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And a few questions, and I might end up partially repeating Councillor Stevenson. My apologies, because my sound cut out when she was asking this question. So, but I think she was asking about, independent of the district plan, it would be, this corridor is a corridor that we would be identifying for higher forms of density, correct?
That's correct.
The district planning part, in my mind, and correct me if I'm wrong, would be more along the lines of how far in do you go? So the city plan set an idea of the primary corridor being from 1 to 3 blocks. The district plan might provide that more nuanced version, but in any case, you'd probably be looking at about 1 block in regardless. Is that where your thinking is on that?
That's correct, Councillor Knack, as well as some other additional details, but I would say it's meant to be a finer grained plan than the city plan, and it takes its direction from the city plan.
Where things are different, because we do have some of these older documents. So even back previously, before city plan, higher forms of density were always recommended along corridors, where there's probably some debate from our older plans to our newer is whether it was 4 or 6. Is that a correct statement? So 4 stories on an arterial road has been something that's been going on since even before the residential infill guidelines. That's been a pretty standard practice, correct?
That's correct.
Yes.
Is it fair to say that maybe within those plans, the infill guidelines, things like that, we didn't necessarily contemplate 6 versus 4? That hadn't been part of that conversation, I would say, when that plan was first created, or as much?
I think that's a fair assessment, but perhaps Mr. Pollock could weigh in on that, just to make sure I'm correct.
Yeah, thank you, Stephanie and Councillor. So the difference between that 4 and 6 story conversation, I think you've been alluding it to, between the residential infill guidelines and TOD guidelines, and that tension between the old growth estates plan, and then subsequent to all that, the new city plan. Looking at those previous policies and guidelines, the residential infill guidelines would have looked for a minimum of 4 stories at this lot on a corridor, arterial. There would have been some gray area in terms of TOD guidelines because it is directly now on a train line after the rigs were approved. And then with the new city plan, we're looking at a minimum of a mid-rise to high-rise along primary corridors. So that minimum is being met here at 6 stories.
So normally, and again, why this is different, and I want to go through some of that nuance, is that maybe on, because I think like other spots maybe further west, you might normally be looking for even higher forms of built form along a corridor like that. The reason this one might be a bit different is that I think from about 124th to 142nd, I mean, I think about the Glenora station was designed to be a neighborhood station, which reflected a different approach. So maybe not the same type of high rise we see on 142nd Street, but you would still allow for higher forms around that station along that corridor. So this is why, you know, if they had come forward with a proposal for a high rise, I don't know what your recommendation would have been, but it might have been different, recognizing we've looked at that stretch in a slightly different way than maybe the LRT along the rest of the route. Is that fair?
That is fair, yeah, and just to reiterate, around those intersections, you know, 124th and Stony Plain Road, that's the intersection of 2 primary corridors now, as identified in the city planning. We expect higher density there, over 6 stories, definitely probably into that high-rise area. And looking at it logically and transitioning that out through the corridor, you would see that step down as you go along, and you kind of hit the valleys in between the 2 peaks of the stations. So you'd see a lower form or that minimum form along the primary corridor, which is that 6-story outlined in the city plan.
So from a planning perspective, your thinking is that, again, 124th, 142nd, they're going to be that highest form of density. Most likely that would make the most sense around those. And then this is meant to scale down as you go from those areas in between the corridors. So that's why you've recommended this or offered support for this application. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. I'm pretty much out of time. I think I'll have to stop there. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. Councillor Rutherford.
So thank you so much, Mr. Mayor. I took a lot of notes over the last two hearings, and one of the things that's kind of still outstanding for me, so I wanted to ask administration around, was some of the traffic concerns that have been brought up by the public, including how they turning left and that there will no longer be a right in and right out. Can you speak to what assessments have been done on traffic and what impacts this will have? I know that the alley again has already been asked by Councillor Stevenson, but yeah, that was a concern that I heard many themes from many speakers.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. In addition to the land use study, of course, that we are looking at the transportation. We do consider that a right in, right out will actually help to deal with this situation, but I offer Mr. Saeed for further information on that.
So, Councillor Rutherford, just to be just clarity on the question here, two parts of your question, as I understand, the current situation, how is the traffic operating today? And then a post LRT situation where there will be changes to the intersection, correct? Okay. As far as the current situation is concerned, and how the zoning and the proposed development affects the travel patterns or traffic in this area, we have looked at that. There is nothing unique about having this development in or any fundamental change that it will bring to the travel patterns. We did hear that there are some shortcutting concerns between 107 corridor and Stony Plain. And one of the things that is being looked at is the Westmount Street Lab project that initiated just last year. So those are the kind of things that we typically would rely on. Those are the tools that going forward we will be relying on in such areas where we would like to see higher densities, but at the same time would like to manage the traffic in a better manner. As far as with LRT, yes, the 128th Street will change from all directional to right in, right out. It will affect the travel patterns. And my understanding is that there is going to be more work done once the LRT is open to look at what the changes are around those travel patterns. And again, looking at our toolbox, which tools are necessary and adequately used in certain situations to mitigate those issues.
But there's no, so if I'm understanding correctly, we kind of know that there will likely be some impacts to traffic patterns, but we don't have a plan at this point to mitigate those. And so we're going to be, in my understanding, that it'll be a little bit more reactive than proactive.
Maybe I'll term that as more evidence-based approach because when we start forecasting the different travel patterns, we can look into the modeling and rely on that to a certain extent, but the ground reality could be a bit different. That's how I see it. Rather than be reactive, we can go and look at what the changes are and where the pinch points are, and then take care of those through certain mitigation measures.
Okay,
Councillor
so
Rutherford, it's Adam Lachlan here. I think to your question, it's a both and. There are measures that have been implemented as part of the LRT design that support anticipated traffic adjustments along Stony Plain Road. but the and part of that is the adjustments that happen locally within neighborhood that would need to be addressed in a neighborhood by neighborhood basis. And Mr. Saeed mentioned the street labs approach, but there is a bit of planning that or design that incorporates anticipated traffic changes, but then looking at it post implementation.
Yeah, and I guess if we already know those issues and we're hearing those concerns from citizens, when we're talking specifically about this zoning change, are there any concerns from administration on this increased traffic and population density from this specific zoning and
No,
build?
Councillor.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor, we have no concerns, and that was our recommendation for support of the application. We looked at that.
Okay.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Councillor Rice, you're next.
Thank you, Ms. Mayor. I have 3 questions. The first question is regarding the scale change. So specifically, I noticed the height of building and then changed from like 8 points to like 27. And so that is almost like from 8.9 meters and to 23 meters is almost just 3 times increased. Is there any limitation for the scale change, and in our rezoning criteria can limit this change, or we can just can change to many times, like 5 times, 6 times higher?
Thank you for your question, Councillor Rice. This is certainly something that we've thought about before, and recent changes that were brought forward on December 7th with the R8 zone actually included increasing the distance from the setback, as well as including a step back at the 4-story height. And that was to increase its compatibility with low density development.
I think for me to ask this question, I do want to get clarification to address a concern and from residents regarding the lack of translation and from the proposed high density build form. So I thank you for your answer to that question. So the second question is related to traffic and the safety concern. Do we have, yes, I heard from Councillor Rutherford's question, we have reactive approach. And I understanding, and for the Western Line LRT, we still have the years to go, and it's not in just a few years. And then between now and this rezoning project, do we actually have the solution to address the concern? And from our residents, there's so many concerns I heard. And then regarding this existing narrow roads.
For any existing traffic operations issues in the area, even with a small increase in density, we work with our colleagues over in traffic operations, and they look at things like a street lab, which I know Westmount already has one in, and we'll continue to look at for those types of opportunities in the neighborhood as they are warranted. But I would say that building LRT is a proactive approach to traffic management in our city as a whole. It does allow for more people to be able to get around in a more efficient way. And so there are, I acknowledge it's going to be pain points while that's being built and while our city's under transition. But when that opportunity is available for the people who will live in this development and for the people of the neighborhood, it offers them a very convenient way to be able to get around the city.
Councillor Rice, can I add specifically for this site, additional analysis was done and it did consider transportation beyond the LRT. This is in a great location when it comes to other active transportation modes as well as frequent bus routes. So there's more than one option prior to the LRT arriving, as well as its proximity to downtown.
Okay, thank you. So the third question is about insufficient parking. And then because the concern, what I heard, is talking about the commercial use for this building. And if we have that purpose already planned, and how we provide the solution for this insufficient parking concern.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. I think, again, this is, I'd like to refer to the open option parking, which Council has endorsed. This is a situation where, again, we have really great connectivity when it comes to having alternate modes to get to that spot. In addition, limited parking on site, there can be parking programs that could be put in place if this becomes problematic, so that people can, so if it becomes problematic, those issues can be addressed in a timely manner.
Okay, thank you for your answer.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Councillor Salvador, can you take the chair, please?
Yes, I have the chair.
Yeah, so Ms. McCabe, we heard this from Mr. Wickham about the lack of involvement and lack of notice to the neighborhood. Particularly, he lives only 4 houses away from this site. You know, we're at a time when we are trying to encourage more infill. We are trying to encourage communities to embrace infill and embrace change. But we still don't give enough notice or don't get enough involvement so they actually understand the value of the change, even though change can be anxious. I just want to get a sense from you, like, why are we not getting communities more involved in that discussion on this, particularly in a broader sense, but also specifically on this side?
Yeah, perhaps I'll start on a broader sense, Your Worship, and speak to the fact that we work with communities and with development, with the developers in our city in order to get engagement, and we've got an engagement process that's followed. And really, we also work on from the city plan in terms of the engagement of the city plan overall, and we look at the type of city that Edmontonians said that they want to create in the city plan. And we use both of those engagement inputs into our decision or into our recommendations that we bring to you. And perhaps someone could speak specifically to the engagement for this site, what was done.
Yeah, like those are very important values that we talk about at a very broader level, at a city level. But when it comes to actually living those values and the impact of those values on immediate neighbors, that's I just want to get understand. So if somebody could answer that question. Another question I have, so I'll throw this out to so you can answer those questions in my last 3 minutes. I went for a drive there. I actually went to see the site on Thursday. And the alley is absolutely, it's a regular size back alley, but now that's going to be the access point for this site. And turning right in, right out onto Stony Plain Road with LRT, and same with 128th Street. So it does pose some challenges around movement of vehicular traffic. That's another question I have. And the third question is that there's a house on the east side of the lot that is very close to the site, and how much setback is going to be of this new building to that house on the east, because it's going to have a significant impact on shadowing, particularly on that particular house.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, for those questions. Perhaps I'll take a shot at the first one, then I can have someone else jump in. There has been signage on the site since early July 5th. We did also send out advance notice on June 22nd, which included the residents within that 60-meter radius as well as the community league. We only received 8 responses at that time, which didn't really trigger the need for an Engaged Edmonton website or any additional community meetings. It wasn't until the end of November, once the deadline for beginning council reports had already begun, that we started to see increased attention from the community. So there wasn't significant opportunity to reach out beyond what we normally would do. And because this was a standard zone, there wasn't a lot of input that could be changed in terms of the comments regarding the style of the building, any of the articulation. Those are all outside of the realm of the standard zone. So I would say that this would be a fairly typical response in terms of the kind of engagement we would see on a site like this, unless we had earlier responses from the citizens. And then for question 2 with the alley width, I do believe Mr. Saeed is here.
Yes, Mayor. So in terms of the access of alley to Stony Plain Road with LRT in place, that intersection will be right in, right out only. So in essence, it reduces the number of decision points. So when it is an all directional access, you are making left turns in different directions, and the driver expectations and the number of decisions that driver is making are more than just a right and right out what happens. And I would just add that this, in terms of the alley width and the type of alley, we are at this time not sure if the commercial component will go there, will be part of this development. But should that happen, there will also be an opportunity to look for an alley upgrades that are to commercial standard, which is basically making an alley a paved alley for the entire 6 meter right of way.
Okay. Thank you.
Just a point of question, Mr. Mayor. Did you mean the house to the north or the house to the east?
House to the east, but I'm absolutely out of time. And
I'm sorry.
I want to set the example of using my time not properly. So or maybe I'll come back to later on, or maybe I'll ask that question offline. And I'll go to,
Mr. Mayor.
Sorry, Councillor Salvador, I'll move the second round.
Great. Second.
I'm a yes.
We haven't sent the vote out yet, just waiting for the.
Yeah, so I moved the second round, Councillor Salvador. You're on mute.
Apologies, please vote.
I'm a yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. We have 13 votes.
Please display the vote. That is carried. And Mr. Mayor, I will pass the chair back to you.
Thank you, Councillor. Okay. I'll look at the list. I think Councillor Stevenson was first one. Sorry, just hold on, Councillor Stevenson.
Just very quickly, Mr. Mayor, just based on your last comments there, I would encourage that if you do have questions, that you ask them out in the public hearing.
Okay, that's a good point. Maybe I'll go to second round. Thank you for that. Okay. Councillor Stevenson.
Sorry, would Councillor Paquette, is he on, are you on first round?
I am.
Okay. Councillor Paquette.
All right, thank you. I just, maybe, Mr. McCabe, you can pass this on if you want to, but I just think we need to address maybe a misconception. We heard from the panel last time that there was some consternation, and this is building on Mayor Sohi's comments and questions. There was some consternation about the radius of engagement from the city versus the radius of engagement from the developer, and the idea that perhaps the city was contracting or leaning on the developer to do those communications. And to my mind, it was the developer kind of going above and beyond, but it gave the impression that the city was not engaging fully. So I'm just wondering if you could comment on that.
That's a correct assessment that the developer has gone above and beyond, and I believe Ms. Petron will add to that.
Councillor Paquette, they are independent of each other but complementary to how information is shared with the community. So the City of Edmonton does our engagement, as Ms. Huizinga had spoke to earlier, and the developer or the consultant also went and did their own consultation. But the intent is to establish relationships and trust in terms of the changes that are happening in the community and share information with what's happening.
Okay, so did we contract that out in any way?
We did not.
We did not.
Okay. And we fulfilled our obligations for sure, as detailed in our bylaws. But I just have a concern that residents may think that we didn't, and so I'm just wondering if we could speak to that as well.
We did meet the obligations that we are obligated to do in terms of notifying the public, both through the zoning bylaw requirements in terms of the advance notice that we send when we receive an application, as well as the notice that's provided to surrounding property owners to notify of the public hearing, the meeting here today.
Okay, and just to follow up on that, you can see how maybe it sounds like residents feel like maybe we should be engaging in a larger radius. And I can imagine there might be some difficulties with that, but there might also be some benefits to that. So I'm just wondering maybe a response to that as well.
Yeah, Councillor Paquette, I think that's a wider conversation that if council wishes to have with administration through the zoning bylaw renewal through public notification processes. One thing I would say is that through the process of engagement, we've got to be able to create public trust. And if it is a standard zone, there's a certain level of development rights associated with that standard zone. And so if you're in a situation where it's a standard zone, there's only so much that the city can engage on with the community. Not to say that we shouldn't do engagement, but I think we should be open and honest about what is open for engagement in that process.
Yeah, and I think that's a great point. That will definitely go a long way toward building that public confidence in the process, which we need, because frankly, the public may not always agree, or sections of the public may not always agree with what other parts of the public think is a good idea. For example, the city plan, majority of Edmontonians, massive engagement over many, many years, agree with the goals of the city plan. And then people in communities may not agree with how it affects their particular community. So to build those relationships is really important. So, okay, thank you very much for that.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. Councillor Stevenson.
Yeah, thank you. And just building on Councillor Paquette's comments, I do think that's a really great point, just in terms of just wanting to be sure that as part of the district planning process that there will be that clarity in terms of, what can be engaged on and what can't, just to manage the expectations and build that trust. Is that the case?
We have been working through that in the district planning in terms of what's in scope and out of scope for that body of work. And through the zoning bylaw renewal, we are working on notification processes for zoning bylaw or for anything that's being rezoned.
Great. Well, I did just want to quickly circle back to the questions, and I appreciate my colleagues touching on the questions around the traffic and alleyway as well. Mr. Saeed, I just want to go back. I do really take your point that forecasting can only take us so far, and that it's really about being able to adapt to the actual conditions that we see on the ground, which can be more evidence-based. And you mentioned having different tools to deal with that. I guess I just wanted a bit of clarity, and actually maybe Mr. Laughlin can speak to it, just in terms of what opportunities or processes there might be to revisit some of the right in, right out configuration along the LRT line. If that does come up as a constraint, just if there are opportunities to address that in the future.
Well, in terms of the LRT and the operations and consideration of different movements at intersections, I would say that at this point it's set. The design has been finalized, construction is underway, and again, it would be a significant change in traffic patterns that would necessitate a revisit of that. So I would say the current plan is pretty solid in terms of accommodating what we anticipate those traffic movements to be, but obviously cities change, traffic patterns change, movements change, and so something that we would constantly monitor. But the work that goes into confirming the intersection configuration and layout is significant. It's a significant effort to pattern where the traffic will go and the associated adjustments at the various intersections.
Okay, and so recognizing, so the intersection modeling that was done, was that based on current conditions or sort of anticipated future traffic volumes?
Anticipated future traffic volumes, for sure.
Okay, so would have considered developments like this along the corridor when those decisions were made.
That's correct.
Okay, that's a good clarification. Mr. Said, I'm just wondering too if you could speak to some of the other tools that might be in our toolbox. As has been mentioned, there is the Street Lab, the Vision Zero Street Labs, which I think have sort of been somewhat successful, but looking to expand and strengthen those opportunities. Just a confirmation that is there, that monitoring would be ongoing and opportunities for intervention would be available.
Yes, for sure. One thing that comes to mind is enhancing and providing better opportunities to use alternative modes of transport. For instance, wherever we see gaps and opportunities, we should be looking at that through the bike plan work that is happening, through other initiatives like looking at the missing sidewalks and so on and so forth. So there is that list of a number of things that can be done, and also looking the issues from safety perspective to see where we can do some minor tweaks, whether it is even to signal timings or adding a pedestrian crosswalk. So I think it's a suite of a number of things that can be done that should be very much targeted and focused to individual situations.
Okay, that's great. So if I'm understanding correctly, the advanced work has been done to model out the potential impacts, to model out the future scenario of having the LRT there. And the analysis has suggested that there's no reason to anticipate any challenges. But if that doesn't bear out, if there are some pinch points or concerns, that we do have some other tools to address those moving forward.
That's a great summary, Councillor.
Okay, great. And maybe just finally related to Mr. Mayor Sohi's comments, will we have an opportunity through district planning and city plan moving forward to do just a bit more of that storytelling around how our city is changing and growing?
I think those are some of the future conversations we're going to have with Urban Planning Committee and Council as we bring those reports forward and get some direction from Council on how to have those important conversations with Edmontonians.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. I guess I have to need answer to my question in public. Councillor Salvador, on the last one, if you could take the chair, please.
Yes, I have the chair.
Yeah, so you're right, actually. Their house is on the north side. My direction was pretty wrong, so I need to get an answer on because the house is pretty close to the edge of this development. So want to get a sense on shadowing, also as well as the setback for of the new building to that particular house on the north side of this building, proposed building.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah.
I think that in this case, the existing house is quite close. However, that's one of the reasons why I think it's at 1.2. I think that's one of the reasons why when we updated the R8 in December of last year, we increased the setback of the new building to be 3 meters away from the existing property line. We understand that there are going to be initial impacts with these kinds of changes, and city plan is really about having those trade-off discussions. We bring these forward and provide the information. However, given the eventual transition of this corridor, there will always be some impacts on the ground. With regards to the sun shadowing, it was provided as part of this application to demonstrate the impacts. It was based on the maximum built form and minimum setbacks under the R8 zone. And many residential properties in this area have east-west facing dwellings that only get morning or evening sunlight, not both. It's anticipated that the shadow impacts on the lot in the west are most notable during the morning hours and shadows to the north, obviously midday. So there will be some impacts to that, but again, it's all part of that discussion of trade-offs. And I would question the building directly to the north would also be impacted by a lesser density building as well.
No. Thank you for that answer. There is absolutely an impact, and there's absolutely a trade-off. I think that's the value-based discussion that we need to have. So thank you for that, and I will take the chair back.
Yes.
All right. I see no more questions to administration. And now our part of the next process is going to be that now that we have concluded questions to the administration, I will ask council members if they wish to ask any further questions to those who presented in the response to new information that may have arisen during the public hearing. That means that any questions or new information to people in favor of the application and members of the public who are in opposition to the application, and both panel members will be able to respond. So if you could direct your questions to individuals on the panels and individuals on the either in opposition or in favor, and I will go to Councillor Stevenson.
And sorry, I'm just adjusting to the new process, but I do believe Mr. Spur had, I believe there was something you wanted to bring forward.
Thank you very much, if I may, Councillor Stevenson. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. So first of all, to work backwards, with regards to notification, we all agree this is a very large step over and above the RF1 and the sense of trust that's a part of it. However, when I read in the bylaw under section 24 that where the development officer of the proposed rezoning is likely to affect owners beyond that 60 meters, the development officer must notify owners of land at such a distance and direction from the site that, in the opinion, may be experiencing any impact attributable to this development. So to me, that trust is there, is that we should be notifying people when we're going so far above and beyond what was the existing piece of property. The other part of the trust is city plan is going to be wonderful and it will set a direction for what we're going forward. However, the district plan, from what I understand, will be informing the city plan and looking at the minimum districts or the 15 districts to create that granular level stuff, which also includes phasing of the city plan. And when we start talking about the first and second and third phase, we're nowhere near getting to these big things. So when the member of the public goes to look at what applies today, and I go to look at the residential infill guidelines, it says it's a large-scale infill. We should be placing higher density, which this qualifies as, closer to transit service. A mid-rise apartment building should locate in areas adjacent to LRT, be over 1 hectare in size. That's more than 5 times larger than this property. And it should also be isolated away from the small-scale residential development. So when the public looks to trust in the process, these are the policies that appear to be in place right now. I recognize the city plan is coming up, but I also recognize that the district plan also goes for expanding and recognizing the unique histories of some of the areas that are there and recognizing that not all the lengths of the corridor are the same, including this particular area that we have here. It also talks a lot about providing safety and retrofitting of street layouts to facilitate intensification because we don't have the infrastructure there to support these sort of buildings right now. And also, we can meet the city plan targets, are very close to them, working within the mature neighborhood overlay, because also in the city plan or the district plan, it's also talking about providing safe streets and encouraging small-scale infill and accommodate increased residential that are close to mass transit. So when we the public hear about trust in the process and what should be enacted right now while we're in between stuff, right now, as far as I understand, the residential infill guidelines are what govern this. We've received little notification, and when I go look at what our elected officials should be looking at, councillors will comply with all the applicable laws and council-approved policies. So to me, we've stepped beyond some of those criteria, and therefore a lack of clarity and a lack of trust that it creates. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Spur. I believe I may have also seen Mr. Groom and Ms. Monderman may have wanted to speak earlier. Did you have anything further you wanted to add? I just recognize we've just got a minute left in my time, so just...
Yeah, there was 2 things I didn't think I had a place to say anything, but alley upgrades, I didn't know what that meant. I didn't know if it meant to widen it someday. I don't think you can because the garages are so close to it. And for R8, I think they can increase the units. If they can't increase the number of floors, they could still increase the units, I think, but just a comment on my part.
Thank you. And Ms. Monderman, was there anything you had to add? No. Okay, well, thank you. I'll yield the rest of my time. Oh, or Karen, Ms. Sherlock, sorry.
That's fine, Karen is fine. Just a quick question. I'm wondering where I can find this information, because I think part of my surprise and those that of my neighbors is that I can't find this information anywhere that you're talking about. You know, you're giving information about it's already in R8. Well, anything I see says it was an R1, and the other lots nearby are DC2. And so where can I find this plan that you're all working from? I think that would help me, because I can take a look then, and I won't be so surprised at what gets thrown out ad hoc.
A great comment just around some of the clarity in communication we can provide, but that's my time. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Stevenson, and I'm pretty sure administration will definitely provide that information to you, Ms. Sherlock. Thank you. All right, seeing no more questions from council members, we are ready to move the closing of the bylaw, Madam Clerk. So anyone move that we close the bylaw?
The closure of the public hearing.
Public hearing, sorry.
I'll move closure of the public hearing on Charter Bylaw 19935.
Moved by Councillor Stevenson. Seconded.
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Knack. That the public hearing on Bylaw 19935 be closed. Please vote.
Just waiting for Councillor Cartmell's vote. But we have 13 votes.
Please display the votes. That is carried.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll move first reading of item 311.
Second.
Moved by Councillor Stevenson, second by Councillor Knack. Please vote, we vote on first reading before we speak, right?
You speak before voting on first reading, when first reading
Before voting on first reading? So, okay, we have council members willing to speak on this bylaw, and I will go to Councillor Knack.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. These are tough conversations, and of course the reason they're tough is because we're talking about a substantial change for folks who live in mature communities. I live in a mature community as well, just over by the Jasper Place Library, and any type of change, no matter what it is going to be quite challenging. And so I'm thinking about a few things when I think about this application, because it's maybe easy to say, yeah, our city plan says we should do this, so let's just approve it. But I think we need to discuss that in a little more detail. And so I'll share a few thoughts for me, as to why I will support this. So over the years, and long before I was on council, city councils have been approving higher forms of density along arterial roads. That has been a common practice in place for, again, go back to the 70s. You can see a lot of 1970 styles walk-up apartments along the edge of almost every community. And a lot of that was actually ingrained into different planning documents over the years. Something like the residential infill guidelines talks about that as well. And a lot of that was informed by feedback from community members over the years, that desire to say, if we're going to do higher density, it should be along the edges of the community. That's the place where we should focus that effort. And so in my mind, this is something that over the years, if this had been a 4-story, this would have been in line with every single planning document we have, an RA7. Where this is different now is that this is probably a little outside of what the infill guidelines originally expected. And the city plan might be the document that supersedes that, but it's still nevertheless one that a lot of folks will look to that plan, as I have over the years, and rely on that when trying to help inform what information they're going to share. Last term, I spent about 3 years voting against every corner lot row housing development that wasn't adjacent to a school or a park site, not because I didn't support row housing across from school or park sites. I actually really did, and I think that's what the city needed, but it's because we didn't have a broader guiding document. And the broader guiding document, the city plan, was not in place until December 2020. And so I would vote against a lot of those because I felt that we needed to sort of hold firm to those plans. But when I voted for the city plan last term, the idea needed to be changing how we're developing as a city and allowing for a little bit more than what we had done in the past. And so really, in my mind, I'm comparing this RA8 to what I would have, I think, accepted and what would have likely been accepted for decades, which is a 4-story building. And there is a real impact to those immediately adjacent. We cannot ignore that. That is hard. When we made changes recently as this council, part of why I requested or why I supported changing the setback requirements for RA7 and RA8 is to recognize that tension that exists in the interim. Because in 50 years' time, this is going to look very, very different. But in the meantime, we're talking about a larger building up against a single family home. And in the future, that likely won't be a single family home. But I think the larger setbacks help offset some of the very real impact that will be experienced by the immediately adjacent neighbors. And that's one of the reasons I feel I can support this. And then more broadly, the other piece is that when the LRT plan was approved here, this entire corridor was acknowledged to be an area where we were going to see much higher forms of density. But at the same point, and to a point that was raised earlier today, not all lengths of the corridor are the same. And in fact, that is reflected in the LRT plan for the Valley Line West. It recognizes that different areas will see higher forms of high-rise density, whereas other spots might see mid-rise style density. And it's because of those planning documents and that need, and we've talked about it for years, and I probably won't spend time now because I'm running low on time, about why as a city we need to provide more housing choices in our mature neighborhoods and why we can't continue to go further and further and further out. But I think we have good policy guidance in place. I think the recent change to the RA8 zone is reasonable, and so I would encourage council members to support this. Thank you.
Sorry, thank you, Councillor Knack. Before I go to Councillor Stevenson, Councillor Salvador, can you take the chair, please?
Yes, I have the chair.
Thank you. I want to thank all the members of the public who have participated in this discussion and shared your views over the 2 days, a couple of weeks ago and today. Really value and appreciate your time and absolutely understand the concerns that you have identified on about traffic volumes, traffic safety, and issues around the back alley access and shadowing and more density in your neighborhood. And I want to build on what Councillor Knack was saying earlier on, that we have this ambitious plan that we put together, talking to hundreds and hundreds of Edmontonians, that talk about having 50% of our new growth occur within existing communities, mature neighborhoods, instead of occurring on the outskirts, or that we control urban sprawl. And I think that choice also brings new people into the neighborhood, young families into the neighborhood, kids to the neighborhood, that make your community sustainable when it comes to schooling, when it comes to building a new park, when it comes to, add more excitement into the neighborhood. It is also a sustainable way. We talk about building more environmentally sustainable, climate resilient communities. If you want to do that, then we need to embrace change. And I understand the change does bring anxiety, and I hear that, absolutely hear that. And I understand that change is not easy to embrace sometimes when you see the real impact on your lives. And those impacts are real. Absolutely, I get it. But this is the path that our city is going on. And this is the path that we want you to be part of. So I acknowledge the sacrifices that we are asking you to make. I acknowledge the inconvenience that you will be facing because of these changes. And you would have to adjust to these new realities. But this is something that we have to do for the good of the city, for the good of the community, for good of the long-term sustainability of our city in every aspect, from building more environmentally better, sustainable community, but also building more efficient city when it comes to our resources that we have to spend on providing services and other amenities. So I hear you. I feel your concerns, and I appreciate that the sacrifices that we are asking you to make. And thank you for that, because you're helping build that better place for all of us to live in. You're helping build a better city for all of us. And I hope that as we move forward on this, we get better in communicating those values to Edmontonians, and that we not only that hundreds of people that got involved, we're still a city of 1 million people. So we need to think about thousands of people that were not involved and that they're not as engaged on that new vision. How we engage them on that new vision, that they embrace that new vision. And so with that, I will be supporting this, and I'll take the chair back.
I'll return the chair.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador, and I'll go to Councillor Rice next.
Thank you, Ms. Mayor. I'm going not support this. The reason I would like to bring to share everybody is about, I do have a concern, what type of message our city want to give to our Edmontonians. Yes, we have city's needs, we have city's goals, we have the city plan for the long goals. And I think everybody, and it includes all the panels, oppose this project and understand our city's goals. And however, on the other hand, we have our neighborhood needs. And just for 3 months be new councillor, and every time and during public hearing, I feel very struggling and challenged, because I heard like our Edmontonians, our people, and take their time out from their work, and then come to speak their concern, come to get their message, want their voice to be heard at City Hall. And when we make this type of suggestion. So I think it's not about the accept change or not accept change. It's about what type of message our city want to give to our Edmontonians. It's only focused on our goal and without to considering the solution to address the concern we already have, we already heard, or is just say, thank you for your understanding. This is the direction we want to move on. I think city's direction should be everybody's direction, and is not only the direction on the paper, on the planning. And from that perspective, I think, and all the people's efforts and voice deserve to be heard. And we need to find the better solution, move forward to balance the city's needs and our neighborhood's needs. And because our city is composed of every neighborhood. In every neighborhood, we try to put some rezoning project in to have this type of concerns. And we heard how many concerns, similar concern, traffic, and similar concern, safety, and why we just ignore those concerns. And then for this reason, I'm going to vote no and for this. And thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. And I will go to Councillor Stevenson to close.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you to everyone again who participated today and our previous public hearing as well. You know, I think Councillor Knack and Mayor Sohi touched on so many of the comments that I wanted to speak to, but it is a really great question in terms of the voices that we hear, and I think we do always need to come back to city plan being a representation of our collective vision of how we want the future of our city to be. And that's considering the voices not only of those who live here now, but those who will live here in the future who don't yet have a voice, people who don't yet live here, who also have a vision of what they want our city to be. So really want to reiterate that point that this is really difficult. This is gonna have an impact on surrounding neighbors. And that impact is real and undeniable. But it's not for no reason. And for me, what I see is that opportunity to bring more people, more new neighbors into this great part of our community. I really am committed to the city plan vision and feel that this application is directly in line with that. And so I will be supporting the bylaw. But these discussions have really highlighted the additional work we have to do around city plan. I've heard very clearly that we need greater consistency and greater clarity about our hierarchy of plans and how those relate to each other. There's also just that importance of providing the clarity to neighbors about what that looks like. So again, in the policy framework, but also just in terms of providing really tangible examples of what incremental change looks like in our neighborhood, what people can expect to see happen in their communities over time. So those are really important conversations and ongoing conversations that we need to be having as a community. I think there'll be great opportunity in our conversations ahead that we as council can really guide that and ensure that work is happening. Everyone, you know, it's fair for people to want to understand what the change that's happening in their community, and there's a lot more that we can all do together to make sure that that's happening. So yeah, I think I will close there, being mindful that we're now a minute over our time. Again, I'm really grateful to everyone for participating, and I encourage all my council colleagues to support this bylaw.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. So, Madam Clerk, I have a process question that as a mover of the bylaw, Councillor Stevenson has closed the, by speaking last. So, Councillor Paquette is next is line to speak. Can he speak?
I believe Councillor Stevenson has closed, so no more.
Yeah, sorry,
speaking
Councillor
would be
Paquette.
appropriate.
My apologies. The item has been closed. Yeah. Okay, please vote.
We have 13 votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Councillor Stevenson.
I will move second reading of item 311.
Second.
Second by Councillor Knack. Please vote on the second reading.
Just looking for Councillor Jones's vote. We have 13 votes.
Please display the votes. That is carried.
I'll move consideration of third reading for item 311.
Second.
Consideration for third reading moved by Councillor Stevenson, second by Councillor Knack. This is for consideration only. Please vote.
We have 13 votes.
Please display the votes. Consideration is given. Councillor Stevenson.
I'll move third and final reading of Charter Bylaw 19935.
Second.
Second by Councillor Knack. Please vote on the third and final reading.
We have 13 votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Thank you. So we will take a break, and We'll be back in 15 minutes. And Councillor Salvador, if you could please resume the chair when we come back. I have a half an hour call, so I'll be back around 4:30.
Will do. Just give folks a chance to get settled and back to their seats. So we'll start with a roll call of members of council. So I'm going to go to Councillor Wright.
I'm here, Madam Deputy Mayor.
Councillor Knack.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Councillor Principe.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Stevenson.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Paquette.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Tang. We'll come back to Councillor Tang. And Mayor Sohi has stepped away temporarily. Councillor Hamilton.
Present.
Councillor Rutherford.
Here.
I am here. Councillor Cartmel.
Here.
Councillor Rice.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Jans. Councillor Tang, we'll go back to you. Are you with us? Okay, and Councillor Jans, I'll check in with you once more. Okay, hopefully Councillor Tang and Councillor Jans will be back with us shortly. All right, and now we're going to be moving on to item 3.9, which was brought forward by Councillor Stevenson. And it looks like we have a number of folks who are registered to speak. So we're going to go first to those in favor. And we have Yolanda Liu. Ms. Liu, are you with us?
Yes, I am. Apologies, Councillor Salvador. Just checking in if you wanted administration's presentation.
Yes, please. That would be fantastic. I appreciate that.
Thank you. Good afternoon. This application is to rezone a site in Westmount from RF3 Small Scale Infill Development Zone to DC2 Site-Specific Development Provisions. The proposed DC2 would allow for the development of 11 units of multi-unit housing within 2 buildings on 3 existing irregularly shaped parcels. Next slide, please. The site is located at the north end of Wadhurst Road in a smaller area of Westmount called Grode Estate. The area is composed primarily of single detached houses, and the site itself contains 3 single detached houses. It is surrounded by roadways on all sides. Next slide, please. The site is a good location for an increase in density. It is located minutes away from the future 124th Street LRT stop. It has excellent access to existing frequent transit service and a well-connected bike path network. It is directly adjacent to the commercial strip and local employment node that is 124th Street. The site itself is surrounded by alleys on 3 sides and is separated from the properties to the west by Wadhurst Road, which helps to mitigate the impacts of the development on the existing and surrounding uses. Next slide, please. The images on this slide show a bird's eye view to compare the site configuration of the existing and proposed zones. You can see the proposed DC2 in the upper right corner. The main difference here is the adjustment to setbacks. The setbacks respond to the shape and size of the site by narrowing along alleys, expanding in the front yards, and this allows for the efficient use of the land. Next slide, please. This slide shows elevations of the proposed building design with a 5-unit townhouse on the northern portion, that's the top image, and a 6-unit townhouse building on the southern portion, the bottom image. The height of the proposed townhomes is 11.75 meters, or roughly 3.5 stories. This is an increase over the 8.9 meters, or roughly 2.5 stories allowed in the RF3 zone. The increase in height enables ground level garages that are accessed from the alley. As the application is for a direct control provision, a community amenity contribution of roughly $22,000 is required. Through the course of public engagement, we heard that the community places a large value on mature trees, and the developer has chosen the contribution will be 4 boulevard trees in enhanced soil cells. The total value of this contribution would be double what is required at approximately $48,000. Next slide, please. Being a DC2 proposal, the applicant completed a pre-application notice to the community. The city conducted advance notice and an engaged Edmonton page. Following this, the applicant hosted a virtual engagement session. Several responses were received from the community. Some supported the development, but the majority were opposed. The comments received in support identified this as a good location for increased density and that the building form would help add variety to the area. The main comments in opposition stated concerns with the scale of the development, the loss of mature trees, and the possible implications on traffic and parking. Next slide, please. Under the city plan, this site is located where the primary corridors of 124th Street and Stony Plain meet. A primary corridor can be 3 to 5 blocks wide and is intended to become a more dense, walkable area supporting both transit and local businesses. And this is achieved through built form of mid and high-rise buildings. The proposed townhome built form is a smaller scale building than what is expected for city plan in this location. However, it balances the increasing housing density and diversity. It balances increasing housing density and diversity while responding to the context of the site being surrounded by single detached housing. Part of realizing the city plan includes seeing change in neighborhoods as they grow to make room for more people. The proposed townhouses represent this policy in action. Next slide, please. Administration is in support of this application. It provides the opportunity for increased housing diversity in the Westmount neighborhood. It promotes redevelopment minutes away from a future LRT stop. And it provides a sensitive transition between the higher intensity development on 124th Street and the lower density housing to the west. This concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that presentation. I really appreciate it. Now we will go over to our speakers who are in favor. And again, I'm just going to confirm that Yolanda Liu is with us.
Yes, I am here.
Fantastic. Over to you. You have 5 minutes.
I do have a presentation that I sent over yesterday. Is it possible to bring it up?
Looks like it is up and ready to go.
Okay, perfect. Thank you very much, Councillor Salvador. Okay, good afternoon, members of council. My name is Yolanda Liu from Stantec, and I'm here today on behalf of Cantiro to rezone an area in the Westmount neighborhood from RF3 to DC2. Also with me are a team of technical experts and the developers. They are available to answer any questions. Next slide, please. The proposed rezoning site is approximately 0.17 hectares and is located in the Westmount neighborhood. The site is half a block off of 124th Street to the east and 120 meters south of Stony Plain Road. East of the site, lands are developed with commercial uses and medium-density residential. To the south are single and semi-detached dwellings. To the west is open space and single dwellings, and to the north is open space and commercial and office buildings. A DC2 is required for the site due to its irregular shape, which makes it not possible to utilize any existing conventional zone without variances. As well, through public consultation, the DC2 provides the community with certainty on the proposed built form. Next slide, please. The proposed rezoning is in alignment with city plan as the site is located in close proximity to 2 primary corridors, 124th Street and Stony Plain Road. The site is also approximately 180 meters walking distance to the future 124th Street LRT stop, and the application meets city plan's goal of 50% of new units to be added through infill. The application also provides for family-oriented dwellings in the core. Next slide, please. Public engagement has been an important component to the process, with additional engagement completed over and above city requirements. A pre-notification letter was sent to landowners prior to submission. There was communication via email throughout the process, including application updates and responses to questions. A meeting was held on-site with members of the community, and a virtual open house was held. In addition, the city also completed engagement through their Engage Edmonton site. Next slide, please.
As a result of the public engagement, adjustments have been made to the application. These include the completion of a transportation impact study, which shows the existing transportation network can support the proposed development, the lowering of the height from 12.5 to 11.75 meters. Several sun shadow impact studies have been completed showing minimal impact. 2 parking stalls per dwelling are to be accommodated on site to reduce on-street parking. The number of units are set to a maximum of 11. The retention of a minimum of 4 trees, plus the addition of a minimum of 4 trees and new shrubs. All new units will include sprinklers to reduce fire response times. A sidewalk will be constructed along the western edge of the entire site to provide safe connectivity, and adjustments have been made to the design to provide more eyes on the street and to the open space. Next slide, please. The existing houses were constructed in the 1950s or earlier. The properties were rezoned under blanket rezoning when the current zoning bylaw came into effect in 2001, without a detailed look at each individual property in the city. As the irregular shape of the site makes it difficult to utilize the existing R3 zone or another conventional zone, a DC2 is proposed. The overall site coverage is maintained, however adjustments to the setbacks are needed, as well as a slight increase to the height to accommodate the on-site parking, which would be provided as attached drive-under garages from the rear lane. The DC2 also ensures that a maximum of 11 townhouses will be developed. Next slide, please. The potential impact of shadow from the proposed development has been a concern of the community. Several sun shadow studies were completed to determine the impact. The existing homes and trees on the redevelopment site create minimal impact in the early mornings of the spring and fall, and no impact later in the day, in the spring and fall, and throughout the day in the summer. In the winter, there is shadow impact across the properties to the west, only in the morning. Next slide, please. The sun shadow studies do not take into account any existing developments that are off-site, such as the commercial development to the north and east or existing homes to the west. As well, they do not take into consideration the existing mature spruce trees, which are 30+ feet in height in the open space island located in Wadhurst Road, in the open space directly north of the site, as well as surrounding the existing homes to the west. Next slide, please. A sun shadow study was also completed comparing the redevelopment of the site under RF3 versus the DC2. Similar to the existing development, shadow impact is minimal. In the early mornings of the spring and fall, the shadow stretches to the west across Wadhurst Road. By later morning in the spring, fall, and all day through the summer, there is no shadow impact to any properties west of Wadhurst Road. In the winter, due to the lower angle of the sun, the shadow stretches west across Wadhurst Road only in the morning. Next slide, please. The proposed rezoning is intended to create a sensitive transition from the commercial and medium density residential located on 124th Street to the lower density to the west, as well as meet city policies by increasing density in the core and near a future LRT station, while also providing more attainable housing choices in the area. The proposed townhouses provide an opportunity to meet the policies of city plan, as well as provide the missing middle, which is much needed in our city. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Liu. Really appreciate that presentation. Looking at the rest of our speakers, I believe that they are just answer questions only for those in favor. So now I will go to council if there are any questions of Ms. Liu. Seeing none, just give folks a second. Nope, seeing none, we will move to those speakers in opposition. And we're going to be doing this in panels. So we have 11 speakers. I know some are joining in person, some are remote. And I'm just going to check in, Madam Clerk. Are we good to go in council chambers for those in person?
Yes, I believe we're missing one person, but if they get here, we can seat them quickly.
Okay, sounds good. So I'm just going to do a quick run through of who we have in opposition, and we're going to hear from you in panel. So everyone's going to have 5 minutes. So Eugene Jones.
Yes.
Okay, Sheila Pratt. I don't hear Sheila. Sylvia Post.
Sorry, is it okay? Yes.
Okay, is Frank Calder with us?
Yes, I'm here online.
Okay, Netta Phillip. I don't hear Netta. Michelle Reeves.
Yep, they're here in
I'm
person.
here.
Perfect.
Okay, and Doug Canham.
I'm here online as well.
Okay, Heather Bessie.
Heather has not yet arrived.
Okay, Amal Al-Kader.
Yes.
Okay, Adam Percy. I don't hear Adam. And Vili Vilmanovich.
Yes.
Okay, fantastic. All right, so we're going to go over to Eugene Jones to start. You have 5 minutes. Please go ahead.
Mayor Soey, members of City Council, I am Eugene Jones. My wife, Norma, and I are 48-year residents of 10238 on 125th Street. Over those years, we have been relatively successful at preserving the historical character of one of the oldest neighborhoods in Edmonton, Grote Estate being the most southerly part of Westmount Community. Recently, our area redevelopment plan has been rescinded by the city without consultation or notification. The Grote Estate Residents Association Implementation Plan, passed in 1977, set out the guidelines for the planning of appropriate redevelopment and preservation in the area. This document was initiated, developed, and paid for by the citizens of Grote Estate. It initiated community involvement in the planning process and served as a template for numerous area redevelopment plans developed by city planning, which were also recently rescinded. Over the years, we have successfully negotiated with development interests, increasing density in our neighborhood while preserving the heritage characteristics and tree-lined streets. The latest development is the 20-plus story Riviera Retirement Residence on 102nd Avenue, less than a block from our home, as well as the fifth of 6 infill houses on our street. Surely this should qualify as doing our part to densify this small 2-block area that we live in. The development before you is not appropriate for this area, excuse me, in density as well as height. From the 3 current single-family bungalows, there are 11 units proposed, almost quadrupling the density and almost tripling the heights. These dimensions will seriously impact our most northerly neighbors with increased traffic, parking, loss of sunlight during the winter months. Consultation has been cursory and largely ineffective for any real meaningful change. The area residents first became aware of the development in late May of 2021, with signs being posted on the property. We assumed that the planning department was already engaged, fully involved, and perhaps this was looked at as a fait accompli. In our involvement with the Zoom consultations on October 28th with Elise Shingleton of Stantec, Cantero representatives, city representatives, including now Councillor Stevenson, our concerns were met with a dismissive attitude and a hesitancy to adjust the height on the north building to alleviate the shadowing concerns. After further consideration, a 0.75 meter reduction was negotiated, which still leaves an 11.75 meter high wall of building mass. An incursion of this magnitude into the center of a healthy community should be out of need, not greed, and when examined, there are much more suitable sites on 124th Street to accommodate the city's increased density goals. The construction disruption, which we have endured for the last 5 years, will disturb another entire summer, greatly diminishing the quality of life for the residents who have invested their time, money, trying to preserve our cohesive heritage environment for all of the Edmonton citizens. Our streets draw a large number of walkers coming into the community for a respite from the busy thoroughfares that border our small 2-block area. Workers from the commercial businesses come to enjoy their lunch with a friend in our small green space park, or to sit and rejuvenate from the hustle of their day, enjoying a sandwich from Faro, a curry lunch from Nosh, or a remedy treat. We have recently been inundated with citizens protesting governments restricting their freedoms. This begs the question, why can't our neighbors have the freedom to enjoy their homes without this constant disruption and upheaval brought on by our municipal government supporting inappropriate development?
Thank you, Mr. Jones. Your time is up. And we're now going to move on to our next speaker. I'm going to double check last call for Sheila Pratt. Is Sheila with us?
Here, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, I'm here.
You have 5 minutes. Go ahead.
So my name's Sheila Pratt, and I live on 125th Street, a block south of Waters Park and the proposed development. Our small neighborhood continues to absorb a lot of infill in recent years. 5 skinnies, new duplex, new single-family homes, and towering over my backyard is the 20-story Rivera home. So we already have a neighborhood open to new density and mixed housing. We've got new and historic housing, like my duplex, which is 100 years old, and that's in accordance with the city goal. But I'm opposed to this rezoning because of the increased height and reduced setbacks allowed under the DC2 designation. It would put the project out of scale with the neighborhood, and this is especially true on the north 5 units at the north end of the park. As I understand it, the new row houses will have a double garage on the ground floor and 2 stories of living space on top. So it's a 3-story height of 11.75 meters. That's significantly higher than the 1- and 2-story houses across Wadhurst, which are also at a lower elevation and built along the ravine. I note that row housing could also be built under the current zoning, but the height would have a limit of 8.9 meters to keep it in scale. I'm assuming the extra height must be needed to squeeze this many units onto these small lots of land. On the north end, the height is especially negative. This wall of 3-story houses comes up across a small lane that separates them from the existing housing. So the impact of the height will be very imposing and will reduce sunlight significantly to these homes. With the new buildings also running close to the property line, that's the increased setback they get, that will magnify the problem of loss of sunlight and scale. On the south end, the 6 units face the park. There's a wide spacing between it, across the park and 2 roads till you get to the other houses. But the north end is really different. There's just 1 lane that's less than half of a major street that separates these 3- to 4-story houses and the existing homes. 5 front doors will exit west onto the very busy narrow laneway, which includes a bike lane. I note the developer has agreed to extend the sidewalk in front of the north units, which is helpful. But how much better it would be if the north units were reduced to 3 or 4 rather than 5, and could be reoriented towards the south to face the park rather than west to this narrow lane. The residents could come out of the front door onto the park. And most importantly, fewer units would allow a lower height. Surely that's better planning principles. I understand and mostly support the city's policy of densification in older parts of the city, but the challenge for council is to make sure the densification is done respectfully and does not have a major negative impact on current residents, as this one surely does. As the mayor just said, if you want communities to buy into this and have trust in the process, you got to pay attention to some of these concerns. One resident has suggested allowing the DC2 on the south lots, but retaining RF3 on the north to get a development that is more in scale to reduce the congestion and traffic problems that are certainly going to result. I think if council looked at these suggestions that have a lot of merit, it could restore some of the planning, the trust in the planning process that's been a bit shaken in this area. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Pratt. We're now going to go to Sylvia Post. You have 5 minutes. Please go ahead.
Thank you for the opportunity to participate in City Council's public hearing and to speak to Agenda Item 3.9 for Charter Bylaw 19934. My husband and I have resided on Wathurst Road for over 25 years. We oppose certain DC2 provisions contained in the Charter Bylaw. Why are we here today? To summarize our concerns with the bylaw, to provide our understanding of the role of City Council, and to identify what we want the outcome to be from today's public hearing. First of all, our concerns with the bylaw. Design of the units. The proposed design is essentially a 3-story structure consisting of 2 stories of living area located above the garage. The excessive height of these 3-story structures will adversely impact the amount of sunlight on existing homes, the green spaces, and the ravine. The blocked face design and scale of the units will excessively dominate this specific site. The architectural style does not fit the streetscape. Our second concern is the number of units. 11 residential units of the proposed size are too many for this specific site. The number of units will negatively impact parking, traffic, and emergency services access. The area's infrastructure is inadequate to support the addition of this many units. We already have issues which will be exacerbated by the proposed development, which were not adequately addressed in the prepared traffic study. We also sadly have experienced unique challenges for emergency services, which also have not been addressed. Our third concern is the loss of mature trees and the arborist review. We have a fragile ecosystem in the ravine as trees are dying, erosion is an ongoing problem, and the ground cover is unstable. Further ecosystem issues will result from the proposed development due to excessive height, significant site coverage, lack of vegetation, and inappropriate drainage. The residents do not have an opportunity to review and critique the arborist report prior to it being submitted with the development permit application. That's our concerns. Now, our understanding of the role of City Council. We believe that it is your responsibility in this process to listen to area residents, address our concerns, and restore our trust in the public process. In the context of the current vaccine and mask mandate debate, Mayor Sohi was reported in the Edmonton Journal on February 5th, 2022 on page A3 as saying, municipal leaders are elected and held accountable by their constituents for making decisions that protect local communities and residents' well-being. We agree with this principle and can't imagine why it wouldn't apply to this process. We ask you to be accountable to your constituents and protect the area residents' well-being. Finally, what do we want today's outcome to be? City Council to reject the Charter Bylaw for the proposed development design and number of units. Second, further study to be done concerning traffic and emergency services management. And finally, an arborist review to be completed and reviewed by residents prior to passing the Charter Bylaw. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. We're now going to go over to Frank Calder, who I believe is joining us remotely. Mr. Calder, are you there?
Yes, I am here, yeah.
Great, you have 5 minutes. Please go ahead.
So I am Frank Calder, and I live on 126th Street, just a block, slightly more than a block west of Wathurst Road. So I want to talk about 3 or 4 themes that are maybe to do with process. And the number 1 word I want to talk about is democracy. And I don't think we want council to think that this has been a stellar example of civic democracy. It was mentioned already that a year ago now, when the past council voted to end our neighborhood plan, we were not there. We did not participate because we did not know that this was happening. So, and that plan has relevance because, in fact, it could have influenced this decision today, this zoning, because, in fact, the zoning would have been done in the context of a plan, and I'll come back to that. So it has a relevance, even though you may think it's now a year old and it's done with, and it's never been suggested that we actually could come back and actually talk about that plan to council. It's done from. The second word I want to use just very briefly, and it's maybe not as important, is can, because it's sometimes pretty fundamental to democratic discussion. And, the question of trees, I saw what you had to say today about preserving some trees, but we've always had a hard time actually getting a real clear answer, just saying a lot of these old trees are going. They're just going to go, We'd like to have heard that from the developer and city council. I can't figure out why we wouldn't have actually heard that. And the second thing is light and shade. And we have asked a whole bunch of times about whether the light and shade study actually applies to the three northernmost homes. We've asked, Amal's and Heather's houses, for example, who you're hearing later. And what the answer we keep getting back is that the studies are accurate, but we haven't had an explicit answer to that question. And maybe, in fact, they are absolutely reflected in that light and shade study, but maybe they're not. And we just would have liked to have actually heard a direct answer from the administration or from the developer. The next word I want to mention is humanity. And for months and months, and we have asked the administration to have someone walk through the neighborhood with us, to actually, and specifically to meet with someone like Amal in her front yard and hear what this does to her in her life. And we had an answer that they would think about it, but eventually it was decided no. And so Amal's life, as you'll hear from her and others, will be affected by this in a whole bunch of ways. And, I think what we feel we've got from the city is like a big shrug on that, Stuff happens is what Donald Rumsfeld used to say, although he's never been my go-to guy when it comes to humanity. The next thing I want to talk about is just planning, what city planning can be, because our experience has been that the planning process has been highly technocratic. It's about metrics, but it's really about neighborhoods. And you only have to look at one of the great cities of the world to see that with a very progressive mayor, yes, they deal with homes, they deal with transit, they deal with the environment. They have some real imagination when it comes to homelessness. But they also have something like 24 or 27 areas of the city that are about conservation. We've been told by people from the city that conservation is a word they're tired of. They don't like it, And in fact, Ms. Stevenson's predecessor said that to us as well. So, but it's possible to actually do conservation along with public transit, along with, you can actually try to preserve neighborhoods in the process. And then, so the last thing I want to talk about is outcome, because that plan that was referenced before, a lot of that came about because some of their neighbors were mortified about what was happening to downtown, the lack of preservation, lack of conservation, and what that has meant to our downtown. And in fact, it's been pretty devastating, in fact. But what that leads to in this case is precedent. And when the administration reported to you about concerns, they didn't mention that precedent was our biggest concern, because our concern is with this. If you approve this, what is next? Take a walk through our neighborhood and enjoy it while you can, because it'll be unrecognizable.
Thank you, Mr. Calder. Apologies that your time is up. Thank you. Fantastic. So we're going to be going to Netta Phillett next. Netta, are you with us?
I am with you. Thank you.
Great. You have 5 minutes. Please go ahead.
Thank you. My husband and Frank and I live in a house built in 1913 across the street and 150 feet south of the proposed row housing. We strongly object to rezoning any part of Waterhurst Road and to the development itself. The current R3 status is suitable for a one-block-long, dead-end, one-way street. In our 38 years in that house, we have, to use the mayor's word, embraced tremendous changes. We absolutely want to minimize expanding the city out on more number one farmland, and we support increased density, but it must be reasonable, workable, and good for the entire neighborhood and beyond. Our Growth Estates implementation plan, which has been referred to twice, always made this clear, which is why we welcome skinny houses, duplexes, and much more diversity. Importantly, it encouraged mixed housing to attract young families, and we fear that the projected price of these units will not achieve that goal. Waterhurst Road narrows to a lane at the north end in front of the 5 units. It's also a city-designated bike path, and the turn onto the back alley is a blind corner. We simply don't believe the traffic study. The impact of the cars from 11 units entering and exiting their garages in the tight back lane or alley will certainly interfere and impact all the roads. These studies are based on assumptions, of course, numbers plugged into a program, including assumptions about how many cars there will be per household. And there is no mention of safety, which seems more than an oversight. We already have traffic concerns with very often wrong-way speeders, frustrated that they're caught in a dead end. We've seen ambulances, fire trucks, and other large vehicles not be able to negotiate the hairpin turn at the north end of Waterhurst, right in front of the proposed development. We would like to see an independent traffic study specifically addressing safety, including fire, which is a major concern for all of us, especially living on a heavily treed ravine. The north units are too high and will cut off the sunlight from the houses across the street for many hours a day, and we think the measurements in the drawings we've been given are misleading. We're tired of being told the developer has no choice, perhaps build one less unit and make the others wider and shorter. Aesthetics are too personal to base arguments on, but row housing does not have to look like the initial drawings we've seen. We wonder why the north units couldn't be turned 90 degrees to face the park. This would make a much more attractive view for the residents, reduce their danger of walking out the front doors and almost right onto a busy lane, and most importantly, cast much less shade on the houses across the lane. We're also being tired of being told there is no other configuration possible because of the shape of the 3 lots. That could prompt something innovative and imaginative. Also, Cantero did not have to buy those 3 lots. So the bottom line is that rezoning is not needed and the development is too tall. And I want to take another word from the mayor an hour or so ago. He said that we in older neighborhoods have to sacrifice. And I honestly had never thought of that concept, that we have to sacrifice. So if we are being asked to sacrifice our neighborhood, we would like the developer to make some sacrifices too. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next up, we have Michelle Reeves.
I'm here. Can you hear me?
We can hear you. Please go ahead. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you. I've been across from this development for 24 years, or proposed development. I've been in the area for 32 years along with my husband. The reason I would think you want community consultation is to learn about the lived true experience of the people who are actually there. The lived shared experience of all of our neighbors, which is why they are here, is we already have a traffic problem. I've been asked to comment on the traffic review that was given to us, and let's be clear, this is not a traffic impact study. It is not an expert report. I believe Ms. Yu called it a transportation impact study. It is no such thing. An expert report requires 3 things. First of all, a declaration of impartiality. They're not bought and paid for by the developer. Secondly, it has to set out its assumptions. Thirdly, the credentials of the speaker must be given. Why? So that you know what weight to give the opinion. Ms. Oberg might be all of those things, but this report is not. Her assumptions, which say that there is going to be, with an 11-row house, 4 vehicles out in the morning at peak hours and 4 in, is not consistent with our shared lived experience. Doing some simple math, we say 11 units. Some will have 1 car, some will have 2, some will have 3. We asked repeatedly why it has to be this high. The developer says so it can give double car garages, and I quote, that can fit an F-150. Nothing against an F-150, I own one. It doesn't fit in my garage. These are large garages. The public policy behind densification on LRT and corridors is to increase ridership, is to increase the use of sustainable, climate-friendly transportation. You are pandering to buyers who are going to spend $750 to $850 per unit to have a double-car garage that houses an F-150 or two. If you do simple math and you take the median, which means middle, that will be 16 more vehicles in the neighborhood. If you take the average, which is weighted, it will be 22 more vehicles in the neighborhood. I don't think all of these people are working remotely. Ms. Oberg attended on July 6th, one day. It was the first and only rainy day in July in the hottest summer I can remember. It was immediately before the Calgary Stampede and immediately after a long weekend. I suspect that if a random sample over a long period of time, not in the summer, Ms. Oberg would have observed different things. I, for one, know that because we are on the west side, we have a ravine in the back, so we don't have typical backyards. We have a back deck. Much time is spent on the front of our property, where we observe cyclists. If you look at Ms. Yu's diagram, you'll see one picture on the roadway with at least 10 cyclists heading the wrong way on the one-way street, using the wrong side of the bike path. That's not unusual. We see people coming the wrong way, having left Remedy Cafe, going down the alley, looping around, missing the don't entry sign, and not going on the right way. These are all things we contend with. But what we can't contend with is now making a bad situation worse. The conclusion, which is inexplicable at its best for Ms. Oberg, is this will make a minor or not significant impact on the traffic that's in the neighborhood. That is subjective and inappropriate in terms of an expert opinion. It's not empirical. A 2-pound weight might not be much, but if you hand it to a drowning man, it's a lot. We are already drowning in traffic. This is a unique area, and as Councillor Stevenson said, well, once the LRT's in the Westmount area, we can fix stuff. We can address stuff in real time. You cannot, in this area, fix anything. The laneways are used as thoroughfares. There are 3 different substantive laneways. One bifurcates and goes through Original Joe's restaurant parking lot. People zoom through both of those lanes to get onto 102. 103rd is inundated not just by 2 laneways, but an underground parkade. Our shared lived experience saw a horrendous motorcycle accident and a fire very recently because people cannot get in and out of the roadway. The motorcyclist was hit by somebody coming out of an underground parkade. The underground parkades haven't even been factored into this. The fire, we had 4 fire trucks. There's 22 feet between the north laneway curbs. That's not even meeting minimum distance if there's 1 car parked or snow on the roadway for 1 fire truck. No 1 fire truck shows up to a fire. There's 4. There's gas, there's power, there's ambulance, there's all sorts of people. This is inappropriate, and this is not a traffic study. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Reeves. We're going to move on to Doug Canham. Doug, are you with us?
Doug? Was there. Joan's there. She's on mute.
Hang on. Good afternoon, Councillor. Sorry about that.
Good afternoon. Please go ahead, Doug.
Okay, my name's Doug Canham. I am a resident on Waterhurst Road. We have, my wife and I have lived on Waterhurst for coming on 12 years now. I have a few comments to make and a couple of exhibits that I'd like to have presented. Comments. First comment, I don't think the proponent has presented the residents a bona fide reason why the rezoning is required. The existing RF3 zoning allows for proposed density. Profit maximization is not a bona fide reason. Now, the first exhibit that you see is what the proponent provided with respect to the conditions at the north end of Waterhurst. And as you've heard and as you've read with the material, the biggest concern is with the north building. These 5 units at the north end of Waterhurst simply, to our minds, are not appropriate. The south building, back up please, go to the first exhibit. Thank you. The south building is not the issue that the north building is. So this is what Stantec provided, Exhibit 1 here. This is a cross section of the north end of Wadhurst, the road that Michelle just referred to that is 22 feet curb to curb. They have depicted what I will call Amal's house on the left, and it's fairly close to where it actually is. They've got it up against the setback. And then they've depicted the proposed development on the right. Fine, this looks fairly benign. I would ask you to go to Exhibit 2, please. And I apologize for this. I should probably have had my granddaughter help me with getting this slide prepared. And I do apologize to them all for the stick figure drawing I have there. This is an actual depiction of the conditions at the north end. You'll see Amal's house is pushed back a little bit. She does live in her front yard, as noted by Sylvia Post and by Michelle. We back onto a ravine. Our existence to a large part are in the front yards, and between Amal and Heather, her neighbor to the north, that is completely true. They both spend most of their summertime in good weather outside in the yards working on their gardens. What I have done is sketched in the existing house and its height, then sketched in the existing RF3 at 8.9 meters, and then the proposed DC2 at 11.75 meters. As noted earlier, we are in a ravine. The topography slopes from south to north from across the street where the proposed development is to our side of the street. So the 11.75 meters is going to get added on to an elevation difference that I've assumed to be a couple of, or 2/3 of a meter. So you can see the significance of the increase in the height. Can you go to slide 3, please? This is the view from Amal's front door. This is what she sees. Amal is 4'10". She's not very tall. And so to have some sky and some trees for her to look at is important to her. And again, she spends a lot of time in the front yard. So you see the baseline where we start with add on the existing height, which I think I worked out to about 6.2 meters. I'd have to go back and look. The RF3 height, and then the proposed at 8.9 meters, and then the proposed height at 11.75 meters. I was a little shocked when it actually wound up off the page. That's awfully high, and this is what Amal is going to be faced with. Can I have the next slide, please? This one's pretty embarrassing. Again, I should have had my granddaughter help. It is as close as I can get to a scale representation of what Amal will see when these units are constructed. Now, there's one material error in this, in that you can see a bit of sky and a few trees off to the right. Well, that sky and those trees will be gone because I did not fail to include the south units in this picture. When the south units are included, she will see no sky, no trees. That's all I have for exhibits. Now, I've got notes here with respect to the house.
Mr. Canham, you're actually out of time. You're at your 5 minutes.
Okay,
thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you.
And now we're going to go to Heather Bessie. Are you with us in chambers?
Yes, I am. Thank you very much.
All right, over to you. You have 5 minutes.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, councillors, city administrators, and planners. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you this afternoon regarding this rezoning application and the proposed redevelopment on Wadhurst Road. I have participated fully in the process provided to this community regarding this proposal, and am opposed to this proposed redevelopment. From as long as I can remember, even before I had the language skills to express it, I have been aware of seeking sanctuary, nurturing, and care in the natural spaces through which I traveled. Even back then, subconsciously, I was aware on a deep and profound level of the web of connection between ourselves and our natural space, and a recognition that, besides offering peace and comfort during turbulent and uncertain times, these natural spaces were fundamentally critical to our well-being. Indeed, our fate is inextricably linked. In light of climate change-related extreme weather conditions, including an extended, now labeled wildfire season with its substantial global impact on air quality, sustained extreme heat waves now identified as heat domes, and serious and irreversibly depleted groundwater resources, there is growing recognition of this local reality of climate change and the ability of these mature trees and natural spaces to mitigate these adverse climate circumstances, even on a more local micro ecosystem level. The City of Edmonton recently acknowledged and declared a climate emergency this last fall, and while I'm grateful for this acknowledgement and policy of our local crisis, this needs to be backed up with significant and sustained tangible action in practice, and this needs to start now. Additionally, while I am encouraged by the City's recent approval of the Public Tree Protection Preservation Bylaw, in part in responding to this globally acknowledged alarm, I am troubled by the continued erosion in practice of natural spaces and the protective diversity within these natural spaces by the city planners and developers. Every single tree in the city is precious in this era of climate and biodiversity crisis. So as I've noted, the key concern of mine is the environmental impact of this proposed development. Recent climate change-related significant adverse weather, such as wildfires and smoke-related air quality issues, extreme heat waves, severe water depletion already impacting local food security, have brought home how critical acknowledgement of our connection with the natural space is for our best interests and sustainability. Trees, shrubs, and other aspects of this natural space literally serve as our lungs, helping to mitigate air quality concerns against the increased prevalence and extent of wildfires. Particular trees reflected in a diverse natural space, in fact, are recognized as serving as deterrents in the spread of these wildfires. And as we ourselves observed during a recent significant and sustained heat spell, trees are significant in creating a resilient local ambient ecosystem that is protective. Mature trees are critical to our well-being in a way that no efforts to replant and grow to maturity on their removal can ever replace. Indeed, by the city's own assessment, the value of these various mature trees in a local ecosystem ranges in the thousands of dollars, and their benefit within the local ecosystem is irreversibly lost with their needless removal. And given the environmental change Edmonton is experiencing now, it needs to be acknowledged that we are not as effective as we would like to believe in the replacing, replanting, and growing to a maturity of new trees in replacing these mature trees that have been removed. Our city's own records over multiple years aptly substantiate this. With its large footprint, this redevelopment plan and the related rezoning application does and is intended to do little to effectively address protection and preservation of these mature trees, and in fact would require the removal of nearly all existing mature trees on these combined properties. There's a number of species that I've mentioned in previous communication. I won't go into that here, but as already noted, as a city, we are just beginning to recognize that when habitats are disrupted, the impact to the local ecosystem is unmeasurable and devastating, and consequently, increased measures are being introduced by the city to protect mature neighborhood trees from this unnecessary removal. Indeed, the impact of the loss of these mature trees on Edmonton's urban heat island have been mapped, and the implications on rebuilding and sustaining a biodiverse, food secure, and climate resilient city are huge. While property owners are currently permitted to remove mature trees and shrubbery, previous developers in the neighborhood have gone to considerable effort and managed to develop plans and practice under the existing RF3 zoning that have largely protected these mature trees that are a critical component in the preservation of this local ecosystem and contiguous with the River Valley Protection Area. As this is entirely doable, why is this developer not being held to the same standard? Thank you.
Ms. Tessie, thank you very much for your time. We are now going to go to Amal Al-Qader. Are you with us in chambers?
Yes.
Fantastic. Please go ahead. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Your Honor, Mayor Sohi and City Councilor for hearing me. My name is Amal Al-Qadr and I live in 10350 Wadhurst Road. That is directly across from the 5 North unit of the row housing proposed by Cantera, separated with one lane, which is 16.5 foot narrow lane and not 2 lanes as the normal case. That height building will have a very negative impact on our homes by blocking the sun for the whole day. It's very important to know that the new row houses in the north side are very close to ours. We don't have problem with the south side building because it's facing the 2 lanes and the park. I think the shadow study illustration represented by the developer are not accurate. There is illustration, please. I also point out that my house is above 1 meter in elevation lower than the north property, which means impact of a wall of taller row building on higher ground, and it will be worse. It's not. Can you reverse it, please? Backing the ravine, the trees and its roots helps the earth in the ravine to be stable. Without the sun, the trees and the roots will die, causing the earth stability and unsteady, and the ravine will be shaky. I'm wondering, I think hiring a geologist to research the area and especially the ravine behind our houses is very important. Before many years, the house number 10330, exactly around 14 years, 10330 Wadhurst Road, the previous owner cut some trees from their back house that is backing the ravine. And their back house, the deck collapsed. And the city was aware of that at that time. I'm totally confident that the city of Edmonton will not allow that to happen and the sun to be taken away from our homes and the trees and the ravine. Besides, we don't want to lose the sunlight from our homes, will be dark and unhealthy and moldy. For many years, my front yard garden had been called paradise by many people who walk by and cycle by. In summer, brides and bridesmaids, they come to my yard and they take pictures among the flowers. Senior citizens, they come and sit in the yard and draw flowers from my yard. Young mothers come by their tired children and they relax and they enjoy the garden and leave me notes in my mailbox thanking me for that. And I have won the City Yard in Bloom Award for more than 10 years. And people from outside Edmonton also come and know and come by to look my yard. Thank you for your consideration. Amal Al-Qadr. So the illustration, the sun comes, I wrote the sun. I have been living in this house for around 30 years. The sun every summer comes where I did the sun, and the building is above the sun. So I'm not going to have sun the whole day.
Thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak.
Thank you very much. And we're now going to go to Adam Percy. I believe Adam's with us. I'm just going to check in, Madam Clerk. Is Adam with us?
I don't see Adam on the meet, but maybe if we just take one moment to see. I do not see Adam on the meet.
Okay, we will go to Vili Vilmanovich, please.
Hello, my name is Vili Vilmanovich. I live on the Whitehurst Road, 10248 in half a duplex that I have developed over 12 years ago. I am opposing the rezoning of those particular lots simply because I think that the proposed development is completely out of the character of the neighborhood. There are so many technical problems which I would not decide. I would just concentrate on a physical structure that is proposed to be built on those lots, which would be a sore thumb for the whole neighborhood because it's completely out of the environment of what we have over there now. The structure that is proposed is going to be basically a monster wall long about 240 feet and 38.5 feet high. It would actually block right across the street from the 5 houses on the west side of Whitehurst Road. And not only that, it would be a sore thumb in the whole neighborhood because it would look like a completely out of the place. On the top of it, the Stantec has presented a zone comparison table, which is a fair bit misleading from the facts. They have said that height is 8.9 meter, which is correct, and they're proposing 11.75 meters high. They have presented a current zoning setbacks on a drawing underneath, and presented that as 45% of site coverage, which is misleading because when you see the drawings, the area which are actually reserved for the buildings, it's actually impossible to build anything. You see, according to the mature neighborhood overlay, you have to have a structure, main structure, in the first 60% of the site, and the accessory buildings in the other part, the 40%. With the required setbacks. When you do that, what they have showed on a diagram here, it is hardly possible to build even 25% of the area. So there is not comparison at all. Furthermore, the 46% of the site coverage is misleading, again, simply because we have to have an access to the garages, which is going to be paved area. If we take that into the consideration and in accounting, there's only about less than 20% area allowed for the landscaping. So that's impossible actually to make any kind of a decent landscaping on that area. And during the construction, they would have to take every single tree from the site. All those trees are 50, 60, 70, 80, who knows how many years old. And we who live on a Whitehurst Road in that area, we would never live to see the trees growing back to the size, to the present size. So thirdly, what they would create a huge watershed because more than 80% of the lots are going to be actually covered with a structure or a paving. I have never seen any study of theirs that they would actually see how they would take care of all the surface water. And we already have a problem with the surface water on the Whitehurst Road. especially the southern end where I live. So I would really urge a council to press the Planning and Development Department to reconsider supporting this project and to suggest a developer to get a little bit more inventive and create something which would be a more in line with what we have. There is a possibility to reduce number of units and create some duplexes instead of those huge, row housing buildings, which would actually stay in the character.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank
Mr.
you.
Vilmanich. I appreciate that. And
I'll
looks
take.
like that is it for speakers. Mr. Mayor, would you like the chair back?
I will take the chair back, and thank you,
Thank
Councillor
you.
Salvador, for filling in for me, and appreciate that. Have we heard from all the speakers, Madam Clerk?
Yes, we have completed the panel of those in opposition.
Okay, all right, and now we can go to questions to the panelists.
Correct.
And we'll go to council members, if you could please start clicking in to ask questions to the members of the public. All right, Councillor Stevenson.
Yes, thank you very much to everyone who took the time to come out today. I really appreciate it and appreciate some of the earlier conversations we had on this proposal back in the summer. I am planning to follow up with administration on a few of the technical pieces that you flagged. So either Mr. Calder or Ms. Alcadir, just wondering, I definitely heard some concerns about the shadow study. I know there had been conversation about, whether the elevation had been considered before. Are there any other specific points of concern that you wanted to flag for me?
Would you like me to start on that? So part of the issue that I was dealing with was not the actual substance of the study, but just the clarity about whether, in fact, it applied to, you heard from Amal, you heard from Heather, whether in fact actually applied to their homes. Because the answer we kept on getting back was that the study was accurate, but we actually were asking, does it apply to their homes or not? And other people, I think, can speak better to whether in fact the light and shade study was accurate. I wasn't challenging that. I was really just challenging or asking, I was just asking for some actual clarity and candor. Is this applicable for those homes? That's all I was asking for. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And that's something I can certainly follow up with. And Mr. Calder, just while I have you as well, I know you're speaking about preservation and conservation in the area. I just want to clarify, were your comments for the 3 houses that are currently on that site, are those buildings that you feel need to be preserved, or you meant sort of more the area in general?
Yeah, I was talking about neighborhood and about the fact, when I talked about that great city, they have continual things in their council about preserving neighborhoods. Okay, so when you talk about the transportation corridor and the fact that, like, we hear 1 to 2 blocks, we also heard today 3 to 5 blocks, transportation corridors, influencing housing, right? That will totally change a small area like Rota State. It will not exist the way it is now. Okay. And so the lack of a neighborhood plan plus this kind of precedence. And so, I think you've heard some comments that there are parts of this proposal we're not inalterably opposed to, but the precedence of any kind of zoning and the transportation corridor, just becoming a metrics issue as opposed to a neighborhood issue is really concerning to us. The precedence really works.
Okay, no, thank you for that clarification. I just want to be mindful of my time. Ms. Fillett, I just wanted to follow up with you as well. I also heard the concerns you raised around the transportation study, so certainly something I can follow up with administration. And I think I heard sort of just specifically around your concerns around the assumptions of the number of vehicle trips you felt was maybe not realistic.
Are you talking to Michelle or Netta?
Netta, I believe.
Yeah, well, Michelle and I both addressed that. I said that it's a model. It's a computer model that you plug the numbers into, and also the assumption of how many vehicles there would be per unit. I question both of those.
Okay. And I know that there was also some discussion around, you had mentioned sort of parking impacts as well. And I know through some of the iterations and conversations that you had had as a community, there was, some of that extra height that's provided on site does allow for the 2 parking stalls in the back. So just wondering, sort of weighing that trade-off between some additional height that enables that the on-site parking. Just your thoughts on that.
We're more concerned, well, traffic is a main concern. The height, I think, all I said about that was that if there were one less unit, they could make them wider and shorter.
Okay, yeah, and I can maybe get some follow-up clarification around that, just in terms of if the number of parking stalls could still be accommodated in that case. But thank you very much. Thanks to everyone for your presentations, and yeah, thank you for coming out.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Wright?
Thank you. Just a few quick questions. I'm just looking at the area on Google Maps, and it looks like the photos were done on a nice sunny summer day. So there is some sun shadowing that I can see right there. And I'm just wondering, the trees that are on the boulevard right now, how tall are those?
If you're speaking about the ones in the park area.
If I may add,
very
there are
much
no
vary.
trees on the boulevard in that area.
Oh, have they been removed then, or?
No, there's a park.
They have never existed because the boulevard is too small.
I think the question
Mr.
is,
Mayor, I'm going to interject that I'm just hoping you'll call order because we have speakers talking over one another.
Yeah, I'm just trying to figure it out, like, because people are inside and people are outside, and just trying to figure out who's answering the questions. I was looking for that too, Councillor Hamilton, just trying to understand who was the fellow, who was the person answering that question. So please only respond if you're asked to respond to a question, and council members will direct questions to you if you're the one being asked questions. Councillor Wright?
Thank you. Perhaps I'll maybe address my question directly, I think to Amal. I think she was speaking of the trees in the area, and that. Is Amal are there trees on the boulevard? Because that's what I'm seeing on the Google Maps.
Yeah, exactly. The builders is going to build their houses exactly the same height of those trees. So it's going around, I believe, I didn't measure them, but I believe they are 11 to 12 foot.
Or meters, maybe?
Meters, yeah, that's right.
Okay.
Yeah, and it was planted before 46 years exactly.
Okay, yeah, I do appreciate the nice mature trees in the older neighborhoods as well, and I do understand how that could impact gardening activities. I'm just wondering, the photo that you showed, Amal, is that taken from the front of your house looking across the street?
Yes.
Or that's not your house that I'm seeing with the white?
This is from my front house, and I took the picture out.
Oh.
I lived in this house 30 years. I know exactly where the sun comes every day, especially in summer. I planted every tree, every shrub, every flower, according to by foot, according how much sun by foot in my yard will have. So I know exactly this is the way where sun it goes. The buildings are as tall as the trees. So it's going to be taller than where the sun comes. So, and I'm not going to have the sun for the whole summer. And I'm sure of that, 100%.
Where's the clock, ma'am?
Okay, I thank you for that photo just to sort of get a different view of it from from what I'm looking at on Google Maps as well, because it seemed to be a
There is
whole
another
row of trees.
photo. There is another photo. It shows the building exactly the same height of the spruce trees that we are talking about. And they have it here, I think. Yeah, this is, see, the end, it's the height of the trees, the same height of the trees.
Okay, and those will be some of the trees I think that the developers were saying would stay in place?
I really don't know.
Okay.
So let's, yeah.
I'll wait and maybe ask a later question.
Yeah.
My time is up. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. And see no more questions to members of the public. We will go to administration for questions next. Councillor Stevenson?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I did just want to follow up on a few of the points that were raised by the community members. So following up with that, just the sun shadow study. I'm wondering if administration could just walk me through the review process that occurred, and if the city had any concerns with the methodology or the results that were provided through the sun shadow study.
Thanks, Councillor Stevenson. Yes, as part of the application, the applicant submitted a shadow study. We saw a capture of it in their presentation, and if we want to bring it up to view it now, it's slide 10 of our presentation. So we have confirmed with the applicant that it accounts for the topography of the area. And while there is on the ground impacts for the neighbors to the west in the spring and the fall, that's only in the mornings. So the shadow study is showing that there will be sun on those properties. And what ends up happening is it just falls right onto Wadhurst Road and actually stops shy of the sidewalk.
Okay, thanks for that clarification. And just in terms of the methodology as well, there were no concerns raised from the city in terms of how that was conducted. Okay.
No concerns at all.
Great. Well, and in a similar vein, I think just around the traffic study, again, I mean, my understanding is that it's not necessarily typical to do a full traffic impact assessment for a development of this scale, but just wondering again if the city was satisfied with the information submitted and if it conformed to sort of the typical practices that you're used to seeing.
That's correct. Traffic impact assessment wouldn't normally be required as part of an application for development of scale. The applicant did provide a traffic memo to identify the existing traffic volumes and to determine potential impacts. It was found that the magnitude of the traffic generated by the proposed development isn't anticipated to have a significant impact on the local roadways. I just want to add that roughly 20% of the Westmount, 27% of the Westmount neighborhood uses active modes of transportation to get to work. So that's transit, walking, cycling. That's federal census data from 2016. And our goals with the city plan are to grow that number. And we work to achieve this by introducing density close to transit.
Yeah, thank you for that context. Finally, just in terms of the fire, the emergency rescue, another concern I heard. So I did understand through the report that that sprinklers have been added to the development, and just wondering if that addressed any concerns that Edmonton Fire Rescue Services may have had in that regard.
Yeah, exactly. So Fire Rescue Services, in review of this application, presented two options. One option was to see the removal of all on-street parking along Wadhurst Road in order to accommodate the equipment necessary to respond to emergencies. Excuse me. And then the second option would be sprinklering the individual units. And the applicant decided to sprinkler the units, and that resolved any concerns by Fire Rescue Services.
Oh, okay. Okay, and then that reduces the impact in terms of not requiring that parking to be removed. Okay.
That's right. That allows them more time to respond.
Great. And then I just want to touch really briefly on tree retention as well. So I understand that 4 new trees will be required as part of the development contribution. I know at earlier iterations, there had been some of the mature trees on site were able to be preserved. I didn't seem to be, I was just wondering what the anticipated retention of at least some of the trees on the site may be.
We know at this point that the applicant would intend to preserve 1 tree. There is another opportunity at the development permit stage. They have further options to explore preserving trees in our zoning bylaw. There are incentives built in, so they can opt to preserve a tree in exchange for to meet some of their landscaping requirements.
Oh, that's right, because those. Well, will the landscaping requirements apply to the DC?
The landscaping requirements, yeah.
The planting. So in addition to the 4 new boulevard trees, there will be the standard requirements for the trees and shrubs throughout the site as well.
Yep, those would have been reviewed as when they were writing the DC2.
Okay, great. Thank you for that clarification. Those are all my questions. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Salvador?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just had some questions to follow up. Some of our speakers were mentioning the height, the scale, and the density of this project. And, looking at it, it does appear to be right at that intersection of 2 primary corridors. And I'm wondering if you could speak to what we would typically expect of a project this close to primary corridors. My understanding is this is kind of fairly, I'll call it gentle, compared to what's outlined in city plan.
Thanks, Councillor Salvador. Yep, in my presentation, I did mention that the city plan's expectation for development, especially at the intersection of 2 primary corridors, would be medium to high scale, high-rise buildings. So we could see applications on this site being acceptable under our current policy for quite a larger scale building, considerably more units.
Okay, and when we say medium scale, that's typically that 4 to 6?
6 and above.
6 and above, okay.
Yep.
Okay, well, I appreciate that clarity. And just a second question around parking. I know we heard some concerns just around traffic in general, but I guess my understanding is now that we have moved to that open option parking, it really is up to the property owner or developer to determine how much or how little parking is provided. So in this case, they have made that decision to provide that parking. It's not like they're required to, correct?
Right. In this case, each unit has an attached 2-car garage. So we know that at this point, that was part of the contributing factor to taller buildings and necessitating a DC2. So, while there is accommodation for on-site parking, this location does align with the city plan goals for a transportation mode shift, right? And 15-minute districts. The site is 3 minutes walking to existing and future transit, and it's well connected to other active modes of transportation. It's in the heart of a commercial node surrounded by amenities. This combination means a resident might not need a car to the extent that they used to meet all their daily needs.
Right, okay. Well, thank you very much for that clarity. That's all I have for questions.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador. Councillor Knack?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just, and again, I read through it, but I might have missed it. When you answered Councillor Stevenson's question about the landscaping requirements, you mentioned that on top of the 4 trees, they would be required to comply with Section 55 of the zoning bylaw, correct?
I think Section 55 has been reviewed, and as part of building the DC2 and making the contribution for landscaping requirements. I believe they would have another opportunity at the development permit stage if they wanted to use the incentives to preserve an additional tree. I think we could revisit their landscaping requirements.
Okay, so sorry, just to make sure I'm understanding. So what I'm wondering about is that as I read through the DC, I don't see a reference to something like Section 55, which would lead me to believe that the only requirement for landscaping would in fact be those 4 trees. Am I missing something in the DC?
So, Councillor Knack, maybe if I could just give you a bit of maybe if I could offer some assistance with this, but typically where our zoning bylaw states that where the direct controls are silent on any part of the bylaw actually picks up and operates. You don't actually have to call it out specifically in the bylaw, into the direct control bylaw.
That was my mistake. Thank you. That helps answer that question. Perfect. The other question I had, so, and if our map site is correct, this entire, not just this parcel of land, but all of the properties along Wathurst Road and 125th Street, immediately adjacent the commercial zoning, is already zoned RF3. So it's not just this site, this whole area, it could potentially be row houses tomorrow. Is that correct?
Well, the zoning is correct.
I get they'd have to do permit, but essentially the development rights in this entire area would allow for a row housing style development anywhere in this parcel, not just on this parcel of land, but throughout all of Wathurst Road and leading up to 102nd Ave on 125th Street.
RF3 is our row housing zone, yes.
Yeah, so that entire stretch is there, and that's a little different, and I don't know the history as to why that particular area had that zoning built in, but I just found that an interesting piece, because I think some of the challenges that I've heard raised today, I wonder, they would exist independent of this, and I'm wondering if there's a different set of solutions to try to tackle those. And because I got that sense from some of the speakers today that they're worried about, again, things like traffic and other pieces. But if tomorrow somebody applied for a development permit on an RF3, they would be approved independent of anything else. So maybe there needs to be a different conversation around some of those concerns that have been raised. Okay. I think that's it for my questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. Councillor Salvador, can you take the chair, please?
Yes, I've got the chair.
Thank you. I have few questions. I drove by this place last Thursday to just check it out after. I wanted to get a visual of the site. Two things that kind of struck me. One was the presence of mature trees in that area. So I want to know from the administration what are the plans are if those mature trees will be impacted by this development. That's one. Second is the kind of a pretty awkward place for traffic point of view. There's only one access to there, which connects to 124th Street. I think it's 103rd Avenue. I can't remember the name of the avenue. So two questions, one related to the management of traffic, and the second one is the preserving the mature trees.
Okay, did we want to start with the traffic one, Mr. Said?
Yes, Councillor Sohi, I would offer that given the low density and the number of units that are being served with these available accesses, there isn't much of a concern from that perspective. And there is access. You can either travel east to go to 124th Street, or you can use 125th Street and continue south. So there are multiple ways to access this area. I think in terms of the one-way loop, that is, again, it is demonstrating some considerable amount of benefit to active modes and the amount of pedestrian and bikes that we see through that area. So having a little bit of a constraint, I think, is better from a safety perspective. It naturally allows drivers to slow down and give way to pedestrians and cyclists.
And Mr. Mayor, on the protection of trees on private property, we don't in Edmonton right now have policy direction for that, but we do have some processes in place to help with that. So I'll let the team speak to that. But there is a report going forward to Urban Planning Committee in April, responding to a motion to look at preservation of mature trees on private property, if that was the will of council to look at that.
Okay, so because they happen to be on private property, so their tools are very, very limited, but I would be interested from knowing the applicant when they respond to new information. I'll ask this question to them about what the efforts they're going to make to preserve trees on the 3 lots that they're going to develop. Okay, good. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, may I add on the tree front?
No, sorry, go ahead. That's our legal counsel, right?
Nope, this is Travis Pollock here from planning.
Okay, go ahead.
Just in terms of the tree, there are a few public trees that are on the road right away. And part of the development permit process, the applicant has to submit an arborist report to ensure the health and safety of those trees as they go through the construction process.
Okay, all right. Thank you. And that's all. That's all for questions. And I will take the chair back.
Yep, chair is yours, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. And see no more questions to admin. And we will go to next step would be that now that we have done with all questions to administration have been concluded, I will ask council members if they wish to ask any further questions to those who presented in the response to new information that may have arisen during the public hearing. Any council members to ask any questions to public on new information? If not, I do have, Councillor Tang.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So this is for the applicant. I guess I'm just wondering if you have any response to some of the concerns raised by the residents, particularly this piece about, the build can be done within the existing zoning bylaw R3, or that one of the building at least can be done within that, and therefore the zoning bylaw change is unnecessary. So if you can just speak to that a little bit, would be great. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Tang. This is Yolanda Liu from Stantec. In terms of the existing R3 zone, anything that could be proposed on there would most likely require some variances. Just the required setbacks would be difficult to make something work there. As well, with the current RF3 zone, as indicated previously, there is no parking required. So it could be developed with no parking, and all provided parking would be on street as well.
So as part of your application too, it is also to accommodate for some of the other feedback you've heard from the residents throughout the engagement period. For
Correct,
example, the parking concerns.
Yeah, so right in the DC2, it includes a clause in there requiring the on-site parking.
Great, thank you very much, and that's all.
Thank you so much, Councillor Tang. I have a quick question, Councillor Salvador, if you could take the chair.
Yes, the chair.
And my question is to the applicant, so I'll go to Yolanda Liu. And my question you heard from administration, the efforts to preserve some of those mature trees.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. Yes, in terms of the tree retention, we are proposing to retain a minimum of 4 trees that are existing on the site. So it is a combination of on-site and the city trees that have to be maintained.
Okay, good. I need to know that. Thank you so much. And I will take the chair back.
Chair is yours.
All right, and I see no more questions to members of the public on both sides on new information, and we can move ahead to closing of this bylaw, right, Madam Clerk? Okay.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I'll move closure of the public hearing on Charter Bylaw 19934.
Okay.
Second.
Second by Councilor, so moved by Councilor Stevenson, second by Councilor Salvador, right? Please vote for the public hearing on Charter Bylaw 19934 to be closed.
I'm a yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette.
I'm also yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton. And just looking, we have 13 votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll move first reading of item 3.9.
Second.
Moved by Councilor Stevenson, second by Councillor Salvador. So first reading has been moved. Now if members wish to speak, they can so at this time. I'll give a few seconds if somebody is going to speak.
Mr. Mayor, I got kicked out of eScribe.
There you go. Good. All right. Councillor Prickett, you are the first one on the line. Please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And thank you to everyone who came out to speak. These aren't easy discussions, especially when they hit the home print. Now, many neighborhoods over the decades have seen decreases in population density, and this neighborhood is no different in Westmount. But we also know that demand for services is increasing, and the rate of sprawl in Edmonton is simply unsustainable. It is fiscally not sustainable. It wasn't many years ago, for example, that the city didn't even plow residential roads. And now not only is there a demand for that, but sidewalks, shared use paths, getting rid of windrows, we've got it all in our inbox. And this is all tied directly to the way that our city has grown over the years. The size and sprawl of our city has led to stretching our limited resources ever thinner. And we are no longer basking in the glow of unlimited resource money. This is a new era and a new age. So there is a little bit of fiscal tightness on all sides. You know, as we saw during the height of the pandemic, when we did something as simple as reducing the frequency of mowing, for example, and boulevard maintenance, many residents responded with anger because no one wants to see a reduction in services. But if we raise taxes to meet the demand without finding the other ways to actually make smart fiscal decisions, we get in trouble. We've cut to the bone. So what's our recourse? How do we maintain or even increase services, and as much as possible, decouple our economic fortune from the variable winds of a resource sector? We've got to start making smarter municipal decisions. And so we must follow the city plan. And that calls for a more intelligent and strategic and practical approach to city building and development within our existing footprint. If we say no to these moves, then we're saying that the many years, dollars, debates, and extensive public engagement, this is one of the most extensive public engagements we've ever undertaken in the city of Edmonton to develop the city plan. And the vast majority of residents who engaged agree with the approach. We can't just throw that out the window as soon as it gets us slightly uncomfortable. This proposal, to be frank, is a very gentle approach to much needed density. I mean, we could say no to this, and then a few years later, there's something much larger going into the area that doesn't require council approval. What we'll be dealing with for the next several years are decisions such as this. Some residents who agree with the spirit and intent of the city plan and holding the line will come before us and say, oh, but not here, or not now. And I understand that. But the greater chorus has said clearly, here in our city and now in our time, because we don't have time to waste. We are actually, as was referenced earlier, in a bit of a pinch as well when it comes to climate decisions, which this directly affects. And above all, evidence must be our guide. We're a growing city with a growing population. And we have to be able to take advantage of that, but also encourage more modes of transportation, which is what this does. And this is part of the city plan. My oath, as I've said before, is not to populism, but to the populace. Land use decisions are some of the best and most effective tools we have to build a better city for all. And frankly, no one ever said it would be easy, but it will most certainly be worth it. It's simple, it's complex, but in the end, analysis decisions like these are the best way to increase our ability to deliver benefits and services for everyone. From transit to 15-minute communities to climate goals, to safety, equity, so on. For all of those reasons and more, I'm supporting this motion today. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. Councillor Salvador, if you could take the chair, please.
Yes, I have the chair.
Thank you. I want to thank all the participants today for taking your time to be here and listen to the conversation. You heard the conversation on the previous item as well, which was somewhat similar as well on the concerns that you have raised and the concerns that residents in that situations were raising. I know that change is there's anxiety related to change, but change is something that we must embrace. When we think about, as Councillor Paquette was talking about, building a city for everyone, that means choices for people to live in neighbors such as yours as well, right? And they're close to LRT, they're close to walking trails, they're close to bike paths, they're close to downtown, to the amenities. And in mature neighborhoods like yours, who enjoy those beautiful mature trees that you enjoy, right? So I think, I wanna emphasize. I absolutely get it. I get the anxiety and all that, and I want to sound like repeating the same stuff that I said earlier in the other item. But this is the struggle that we have. That on one hand, we want to build that dynamic place for all of us, more compact, more denser, more environmentally sustainable place for all of us. And when there's also tension because there's impact on our quality of life, there's impact on the way we have been living. And I think that's a broader conversation that I hope our city gets better at communicating, because our values are aligned. I'm pretty sure you all feel that we need to build that kind of community that I'm talking about. It's not that you're against that. I think you all embrace those values. It's just a matter of, figuring out as much as possible to mitigate the impact and bring people along on that change for better. So I will be supporting this, and I hope that on this journey we will be learning a lot of lessons on our communications for the city plan and the ambitions about our city on land use planning. So I'll take the chair back.
Yep, return the chair.
Thank you, and I'll go to Councillor Stevenson to close.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for summing that up so well. So again, thank you to all the participants who came today and for sharing your perspectives today and earlier in different meetings that we've had as well. I do genuinely understand that concern with change and what that can mean for your community. And I think what we've seen even in our neighborhoods, in your neighborhood and other neighborhoods across Edmonton, that sometimes the change we introduce isn't welcomed at first. It's seen as a negative impact. And then over time, I'm thinking, for example, things like skinnies and duplexes do become part of our communities. We meet the neighbors who move into them. We see the vitality that they can bring to our community. And I see that same process moving forward with this. This will be a new housing form for this part of the community, but that it can come with new neighbors and other great opportunities for people to join this neighborhood and join this community. The comments that really resonated with me today, I mean, they all resonated. I really hear all the comments, but I wanted to touch on the environmental sustainability piece as well. And as Councillor Paquette spoke to so eloquently, that these types of developments really are part of that solution in building a more sustainable city moving forward. So for those reasons, for supporting city plan and the vision for our future, I will be supporting this bylaw. And thank you again to everyone who participated today.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Please vote on the first reading.
Just waiting for a couple more votes here. Just looking for Councilors Cartmell, Jans, and Rice.
I'm a yes.
Thank you, Councilor Cartmell.
I am also a yes, Jans.
Thank you, Councilor Jans. Just looking for Councilor Rice.
Yes, I'm taking off the e-screen.
Perfect. We have 13 votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll read second reading of item 3.9.
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Salvador. Please vote on the second reading.
Yes.
Thank you, Councilor Cartmell.
Yes.
Thank you, Councilor Rice. We have 13 votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll move consideration of third reading for item 3.9.
Second.
So consideration for third reading on this bylaw, seconded by Councillor Salvador. Please vote for consideration.
Yes.
Thank you, Councilor Cartmell.
Yes.
Thank you, Councilor Rice. We have 13 votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
And Mr. Mayor, I'll move third and final reading of Charter Bylaw 19934.
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Salvador. Please vote for the final and third reading.
Yes.
Thank you, Councilor Cartmell.
Yes.
Thank you, Councilor Rice. We have 13 votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. And we will be back. We will be in the recess for dinner till 7 p.m. Good evening, everyone. I would like to bring this meeting back to order, and I will do a roll call. Councillor Wright.
Good evening.
Councillor Knack.
Good evening.
Councillor Principe.
Good evening.
Councillor Stevenson.
Good evening.
Councillor Paquette.
Good evening.
Councillor Tang.
Good evening.
Councillor Hamilton.
Good evening.
Councillor Rutherford.
Good evening.
Councillor Salvador.
Good evening.
Councillor Cartmel.
Good evening.
Councillor Rice.
Good evening.
And Councillor Jans. Councillor Jans?
Good evening.
All right.
Hello?
Got it. Thank you, Councillor Jans. All of us are here. And
Yep, Miles?
Yeah, you got it, Michael. You're counted. And we are going into our next item, which is 3.10, Charter Bylaw 19930 to allow for low-rise multi-unit housing development, Jasper Park. And I'll just check on the members of the public, run their names by, right? So to see if they're here before I go to administration. Maybe I'll go to administration first to make a presentation, and then I'll check on the members of public if they're all here. Okay, over to admin.
Thank you. Good evening. This application is to rezone 3 parcels in the Jasper Park neighborhood from the RF4 semi-detached residential zone to the RA7 low-rise apartment zone. The proposed RA7 zone would allow for an approximately 4-story residential building with limited commercial opportunities at ground level. Next slide, please. The location is well suited for increased intensity. This large corner site is located at 150th Street and 90th Avenue. It is walking distance to frequent transit along 87th Avenue and a commercial and local employment node at 149th Street. It also benefits from being walking distance to 3 schools and open space. Next slide, please. The graphics on this slide represent the maximum potential built form allowed under the RF4 existing zone and the RA7, the proposed zone. When comparing the 2 zones, a key difference includes the height. RF4 allows a maximum height of 8.9 meters, that's roughly 2.5 stories, and the RA7 allows a maximum height of 14.5 meters, or roughly 4 stories, and that's for a flat roof. To help improve the transition between medium and small-scale buildings, the RA7 zone was recently amended to increase the interior side setback. You can see from the model, the potential size of the 4-story building impacts the neighboring property to the north, but is compatible with buildings to the east. Next slide, please. Administration mailed advance notices to surrounding residents, and the applicant posted the required site signage. We heard concerns from community members around the speed at which the application had advanced to public hearing, the scale of the development, the commercial uses of the RA7 zone, the potential for increased traffic and competition for parking and decreased safety. The community also indicated that they would prefer to see row housing in this location. In response to the community feedback, administration provided a letter with additional information on the city plan and the RA7 zone, and we held a virtual public meeting with the community. In addition, the applicant has met with community members and representatives from the Community League on 2 occasions. Administration hears the community's concerns, and we do recognize that there are impacts to neighboring properties and the neighborhood in general. Next slide, please. The city plan designates 149th Street as the secondary corridor. The width of a secondary corridor can be 1 to 3 blocks wide. They are intended as vibrant residential and commercial streets that serve as a local destination, and this is achieved through low and mid-rise buildings. Prior to the city plan, administration would not have contemplated RA7 in this location. City plan planning policy at that time limited low and medium rise apartments to the edge of neighborhoods, the edge being a major or arterial roadway. The city plan is making room for more people to live and work as our city grows, and it directs this growth primarily to nodes and corridors. On the ground, this means the transitional edges of neighborhoods grow in towards the traditional interior of neighborhoods. Next slide, please. An application like this represents and reflects this new policy direction. Administration recognizes that with this change, there will be impacts. However, those impacts are the trade-offs of a proposal that helps to achieve the goals and aligns with the policies of the city plan. It supports an increase in density within secondary corridors such as 149th Street, and this adds additional housing choice on the edge of the Jasper Park neighborhood. And it gives people access to commercial, community, and open space amenities. For these reasons, administration supports this application. Thank you. This concludes my presentation.
Thank you so much for that. And I will check with the members of see there. So Tony is in favor, right? So, and the rest of the people, so Tony would have to be by himself in the panel, right?
Correct. It would just be a panel of one.
One person.
May we just take one moment? We're having an issue with the live stream. We just want to make sure that we are indeed live online.
Okay, I'll wait then.
Apologies. We just need another moment or two to.
No, take your time.
Thank you.
We need a public feed, sure, absolutely.
Testing. Have audio. I believe we are okay.
Okay,
That's correct, yeah.
okay, good, all right. So we can proceed ahead?
Yes,
Okay.
cautiously.
All right, so I'll start where I left off, which is that Tony Mehay will be a panel on his own, and then we'll go to our first panel of community members who are in opposition to this bylaw, and I'll make sure that everyone is here. I'll read their names. If you're here, please let us know. Chris K. Pridemo. Chris? Okay. Leela Ma. Lila.
Yes, hello, I'm here.
Okay, thank you, Lila. And Don Cuchilema. Don, you're there? Robin Graham.
Yep, I'm here.
Thank you, Robin. Carol E. Jency Hare.
Here. Honorable Mayor, does that mean we don't get to show our presentations?
The presentations will be available on the Google Meet, so council will be able to see them, but we won't be able to stream them to the web at the moment.
Okay, but I'm online, so I'll see it okay then. Thank you very much.
I believe actually our situation has been rectified, so we should be good to go now. Apologies.
Thank you so very
Thank you,
much.
Carol. Brad Harris.
Here.
Brad? Oh, there you go. Thank you. In the Chamber Hall. Amy Egan Sihar Harris. Amy, that's good. Thank you. And Brian Kwasnitsa. Thank you, Brian. Cool. The only person that is not here yet, I'll check again, is Chris K. Pridmo. Okay, we'll keep our eyes open for him. All right. Mr. May, over to you.
Good evening, Councillor, Mayor, and everyone else. My name is Tony Mahay. I've been a developer in the city for over 12 years. Next page, please. So the proposed rezoning is 9001, 9007, and 9011, 150th Street. Our proposal is to convert the RF4 3 lots to RA7. Our intent is to build a 3-story complex to include on-site parking and dedicated garbage disposal area. Next page, please. We have a rezoning opportunity. We've looked at doing row housing and the numbers don't make sense. We'd have to sell the row housing for a lot more than what we would sell these units for. The proposed project will range from $200,000 to $350,000 as a sellable product. We've looked at the community growth and we feel that building higher density closer to the Edmonton Central Core is something that's the city is heading into. We have been following the future density plan that the Edmonton previous councillors have proposed. To this date, we've engaged in 2 community meetings. There's been some back and forth emails along with some of the residents as well. For the high density growth, we're encouraging the population to engage with amenities within the community. Our intent is to do a 3-story apartment building. Next page, please. So we'd like to provide some units on the main floor, which will be walkouts. The units on the 2nd and 3rd floor will have balconies. We are going to provide on-site parking. Street parking exists already. For the street parking, it's 300 linear feet. It's 150 by 150. We have discussed the potential for a community garden. We've discussed the potential for a recreational common area, such as a gym. With the community, we have discussed doing the possibility of green charging energy stations, which could be powered by solar panels and a potential Tesla battery. I feel having a charging station would add our project to the map. So if someone Googles charging stations, they could see one, a green one available. We have been looking at the city's plan and we have aligned with the city's future planning and development. Again, the lot size is 150 by 150. Next page, please. So I feel the city of Edmonton has grown from single families to having skinnies. I feel multi-family row housing has grown within communities. I feel the prospect of commercial developments has grown in the cities. I feel we're part of that growth as well, and we feel a multi-story apartment isn't anything that's out of line with what we're proposing. I feel this community, along with Edmonton, is ready to take that step, and I'm hoping that they'll allow me to take that step. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mahay. And I'll go to council members for questions. Just told that I lost connection.
Councillor Hamilton is on the board.
Yeah, just give me, yeah. Here we go, I'm back. Councillor Hamilton.
Thank you, and thank you for the presentation and for your patience, and that goes to the members of the community I know who've been waiting all day as well. So I have a feeling that this question will come up. One of the concerns with the standard zone, though I think that there's some merits in standard zone, but one of the concerns with the standard zone here is that the project that you're showing and the rendering that you're and many of the things that you're talking about as being part of this project are not inherent. They're allowed in the zone, but it doesn't guarantee that is what's going to get built. And I've had cases in other areas with other rezonings where the footprint changes and there's a lot more density on site. People were promised a certain amount of density, and then people, the next person, so to speak, goes to the max. So I understand you've been working in the community and working with the community. I guess, could you provide some insight into your intention to build to this, build to the project that you're talking about?
Ms. May?
Okay, sorry. So we've looked over the possibility of what we can and cannot do on this site. We've also run the numbers on different investment opportunities on this site. The reason why I have been focusing more on the 3-story is because it fits within the neighborhood. We don't plan on doing 4-story. It gets very expensive when you go to 4-story. I have been working with the community, and we have discussed that whichever way it swings, whether it's a yay or a nay, that I'd still like to work with them. I've done that in dozens of communities that I've done rezonings in, and to this day, I haven't let anyone down.
Okay, and I think you're touching on something that has become an issue, which is that I don't think we will hear opposition to transitional housing, but there is a concern, and maybe you can help illuminate why not build in the RF4 zone, why the need to go to the I'm getting in my own head here. Why the need to upzone this site? What are your challenges with building on RF4 as is?
There's already RA7 within the community. We've looked again at the city's future plans and what we feel would be best fit. We feel that if we were to do 25 to 30 units, multiple reasons, row housing wouldn't be in the price range of $200,000 to $350,000. We'd like to provide affordable housing, which is something that the city needs, and for us to achieve that, we feel RA7 is the best zoning for that.
Great, thank you. Those are all my questions.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton, and no more questions to Mr. Mahay, and we'll go to our first panel from the community who are in opposition to the application. I'll check once again if Chris K. Pridemore is online. If not, then I'll go to our first member of this panel, Leela.
Yes, hi there. Thank you all. I'm new to the neighborhood. I actually live 90261 50th Street, so it's literally like right there. So I have two small little kids. They're 4 and 1. We moved here because it's a nice community, it's close to schools, and it would be a great place to raise our children. And having such a big, large building with businesses, and the parking will be more busy here, traffic, and the kids are going to walk to school. Just don't think that would be the most appropriate kind of building to have on that corner there. So sorry, my little boy is here now too. So yeah, we just moved here in November, and had we known that this was going to be happening, we may not have purchased this infill. We bought an infill house in this neighborhood, and we really are enjoying this place. I really am looking forward to walk my son to school and not having to worry about traffic and lots of, I just want to make sure our kids are safe, and I just think there'll be a lot more busyness if we add a bigger complex like that. So, sorry, I wasn't prepared a big speech here, but thank you for letting me speak my concerns about this rezoning.
No,
Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for participating. Really appreciate it. And we'll go to Don Kucheliyama. Don, over there.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and Council. My name is Don Kucheliyama, and I'm the president of the Jasper Park Community League. We are here in opposition to Bylaw 19930 to rezone an interior property to RF7. The impact of rezoning interior lots in the community is significant. We presently have over 40% of our residents residing in rental apartments, and this will significantly increase if interior lots in the community are rezoned for apartments. We are 7 blocks wide and 5 blocks north to south for a total of 35 blocks. With 3 schools in the community that take up 4 blocks, leaving a total of 31 potential residential blocks, it is as if we've been told by planning the proposal is for 3 blocks from secondary roads, which we are surrounded on 3 sides with. If they're allowed to rezone to apartments, that leaves a total of 2 out of 31 blocks that are available for residential. That is 97% of the community that becomes apartments. We support change, but not in this way. These properties are located 1.2 kilometers from the LRT stop at Meadowlark, far outside of the 400-meter LRT transit-orientated development density increases. We have vacant property along 156th Street on the west side of the community that is directly adjacent to the LRT that would be more appropriate and less intrusive to everyone. These properties have been vacant for years and are more appropriate for this type of zoning. With 3 schools in the neighborhood, we don't want to be like our neighbor to the north, West JP, who had their school closed last September. Similar to one of the previous council discussions on notifications, that happened in this case. Now, planning mentioned that we had 2 meetings with the developer on this. Yes, we did. One was Friday night and one was 3 weeks ago. So it hasn't been that we've had these discussions over months, it's been over weeks. You can almost say over days. This application has had 0 pre-consultation regarding the rezoning prior to the planning notifications going out. The community found out about the rezoning when we received the notice in the mail. We contacted planning and asked to meet with the applicant, but this was well into the process in early December. When the community called an in-person meeting of the residents in early December, with 2 days' notice and one of the coldest nights, we had over 30 people attend. And as you can tell, there's additional people in the gallery here tonight that are interested in this particular application. That showed the interest of this development and how it is generated in the community. We definitely want families to move into the community and believe that row housing better fits that vision, and it is in line with the residents in the area are proposing. If density and population increase is something the city desires, why didn't the airport lands get densification and zoning to match this vision well before the development and any construction took place? If this application is approved, I believe it sends a message that any property in the city of Edmonton within 3 blocks of a secondary corridor will and should be approved for apartment housing. Is that the message that this council is sending to planning for their vision of this city? With all the area redevelopment plans on hold, we have been told district area plans are in the works. Why not wait for this district redevelopment plan to be presented and work towards it rather than spot zoning with no plan in place? Thank you very much for this opportunity.
Thank you so much for your presentation. And now I will go next to Robin Graham. Robin?
Good evening, Mayor, Council. My name is Robin Graham, and I am part of the Residents Executive Committee in Jasper Park opposed to Bylaw 19930. I am speaking on behalf of over 180 community residents who assigned us their proxy, knowing they cannot attend today due to health, employment, or personal reasons. We have collected more than 230 petition signatures and submitted over 350 letters to City Council in opposition to this rezoning application. Our community is strongly opposed to rezoning interior properties to RA7, low-rise apartments with commercial space. The reasons for our opposition are as follows. 1, it will not help draw families into Jasper Park to support the retention of our neighborhood schools. 2, it would hinder the neighborhood from achieving a balanced mix of housing types. 3, it would reduce the stability of our neighborhood for existing landowners. And 4, it would increase vehicle traffic and strain existing street parking. Jasper Park is an eclectic, family-oriented neighborhood with 3 excellent schools and playgrounds. I moved onto 150th Street in the same block as the proposed rezoning application in 2007. Since then, I have watched the small post-war construction houses on my street be renovated or replaced with newly constructed skinny houses and duplexes. Renters have been replaced with owners and older tenants and landowners by young families. On our block alone, there are 3 duplexes and 2 skinny homes, 50% of which are occupied by families with children school-age or younger. Jasper Park needs these positive changes to continue to attract new families, increase enrollment at our community schools, and support existing infrastructure. Currently, James Gibbons, our neighborhood's public elementary school, is operating at 83% capacity, with 80% of the students being from outside the community. The large number of buses parked out front of Notre Dame and Stratford at 3 p.m. suggests these schools have similar statistics. Our schools need higher local enrollment levels than new families would bring. And while families can choose to live in apartments, the fact is that in Jasper Place they are not. According to the 2016 census, 41% of the dwelling units in Jasper Park are apartments. This will soon increase to 47 with the construction of a 100-unit apartment recently approved for 150th Street near 87th Avenue. The city plan and residential infill guidelines acknowledge the importance for all communities to have a variety of housing options. If Jasper Park is to thrive, we need to continue to diversify our housing options. Infill projects such as skinny homes, duplexes, and row houses are recommended by the residential infill guidelines for interior residential streets such as 150th Street and are underrepresented in Jasper Park. These small, medium infills provide flexible and viable development options to developers and landowners, while limiting the negative impact on neighboring properties and affording existing landowners the security of knowing that Jasper Park will remain a residential neighborhood with sufficient utility infrastructure, street parking, and low traffic volumes. Introducing apartments and retail or business restaurants within the interior of our residential neighborhood will significantly impact the community. Right now, these uses are restricted to the properties lining the exterior of the neighborhood. They act as a traffic and noise barrier for Jasper Park while servicing our residents and neighboring communities. Slowly allowing these uses to encroach into the neighborhood shrinks the size of the fun, eclectic, medium-density residential neighborhood that Jasper Park is evolving into. It would increase traffic volume and strain existing street parking. Additionally, allowing these non-residential uses to occur within the neighborhood changes the essence of the community that we have and continue to develop. A community where neighbors help shovel each other's walks, lend tools, and borrow a cup of sugar. Jasper Park is improving, drawing new families and shedding its reputation of being the wrong side of 149th Street. It is a slow process, but it is sustainable. By denying this and future rezoning applications for apartments and commercial spaces within the interior of Jasper Park, Council will help our community to support the retention of our neighborhood schools, achieve a balanced mix of housing options, protect the stability of our neighborhood for existing landowners, and minimize vehicle traffic and parking impacts that result from intensification. I ask that you vote against Bylaw 19930 and suggest that the applicant pursue a more suitable option such as R5, which is row housing. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much for your presentation, and thank you for being here. And I'll go next to Carol Egan Sihar.
Carol Eigen's there.
Eigen.
So thank you for that was a good try, Honorable Mayor. So I have a presentation. Can it be loaded without clocking?
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
We
Can we set the clock back to 5?
Yeah,
Okay, can I start now? Should I start now?
Yeah, go ahead, yeah. Oh, you're muted now, Carol. Can you unmute yourself?
Oh, can we go back to 5 minutes?
Yeah, we will. We'll give you. Don't worry. I'll keep.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Sorry, guys. I don't like technology. Okay, Honorable Mayor and City Councilors, my name is Carol Eigenzer. Like Robin, I am also a member of the Executive Committee. Residents opposed to this rezoning application. Next slide. Wow, what a strong opposition we have achieved. Why so strong? Because we know at this time, in this location, in our community, an RA7 zone is not the right fit. We are concerned with the planning process administration used and the one-sided report which tries to make this rezoning application fit on these lots. Amy, Brad, and I, your next 3 presenters, are going to discuss the planning process and the admin report. Next slide. The application process was flawed. People within a 60-meter radius did not receive notice. Administration made the decision to recommend this application based solely on the city plan and erred in its judgment to not look at the entire plan and other relevant city planning tools. As a result, a promise was broken. Next slide. City administration fettered its discretion by only looking at parts of the city plan that supported this application. This rezoning application does not align with Section 1.3.1.3, Section 2.2, or the neighborhood life cycle in the city plan. It does not diversify housing options in Jasper Park. It is not likely to create affordable housing for families. It is not likely to increase household size. Next slide. As per the city planner, the only planning tool considered in this application was the city plan. The residential infill guidelines have been well socialized to Edmontonians. The purpose of the guidelines is to provide direction to all parties on how infill development in mature neighborhoods should occur. According to the city planning framework, the guidelines are in place until they have been officially rescinded and appropriate notice has been given to Edmontonians. The residential infill guidelines have not been officially rescinded and are still in effect. It is reasonable for Jasper Park residents to expect the residential infill guidelines would have been considered in this rezoning application. That did not happen. An RA7 zone is not aligned with the residential infill guidelines. See Table 1 in your package. Next slide. Jasper Park does not have an area redevelopment plan, but Jasper Place does have one that encompasses our neighbors to the north. The purpose of the plan is to help guide densification for the next 15 to 20 years. Since the planning tools for the city plan have not yet been developed, it is reasonable for Jasper Park residents to expect city planning would have considered this rezoning application in the context of the Jasper Place area redevelopment plan. They didn't have to, but if they wanted to know how this rezoning compared to others in Jasper Place, it would have been a good place to start. That did not happen. This zoning application is not aligned with the land use or guiding principles of the Jasper Place area redevelopment plan. See Table 2 in your package for details. Next slide. As per the city planner, city administration made the decision to recommend this planning application before any engagement with the residents of Jasper Park and knowing the developer did not have any engagement with Jasper Park residents. Administration has been working with this developer since September 2021. Administration did not reach out to residents until December 20th with an invitation to attend a virtual open house on January 6th, 19 days before the original hearing date. An open house is the lowest level of engagement in the IAP2 spectrum of engagement. The goal is to provide information, and the promise back is to keep you informed. Real engagement includes working together to ensure concerns are addressed and included in the outcome. The city plan commits to working with communities and developers. This did not happen. Next slide. A lack of engagement and administration's fettered discretion flawed this planning process. Perhaps we would not be here today if there had been meaningful engagement and a collaborative process. Thank you for your time. This ends my part of the presentation.
Thank you so much, and you actually did pretty well within 5 minutes. So thank you so much for that. Absolutely, and you used technology really well. Cool.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank
absolutely,
you.
Absolutely. And I'll go to next. I'll go to Brad Harris.
Hello. You can just keep the slide going, and I'll say next slide to you, like it all continues. Okay. My name is Brad Harris. I will take over from Carol. Amy and I own the property to the north of this proposed redevelopment. Before I begin, I want to note that we did not receive the initial notice. Now to continue. We are concerned with the one-sided perspective in the administration report, which has resulted in omissions, disingenuous, and factually incorrect information being shared with you. The top of each slide contains the comment and page number in the report. As you have already heard from Don and Robin, this rezoning application is not a new type of housing. Next slide. Oh, next slide again. The strip mall is not a significant employer. Only about 1.4% of working age residents are employed at the strip mall. Next slide. If 95% of Jasper Park is a secondary corridor, this would put Jasper Park on a similar level as the Oliver community, which due to its proximity to downtown has a very, very different dynamic from a live, work, recreation perspective. Next slide. The term generally compatible is so ambiguous it is meaningless. It is equally accurate to say it is generally not compatible. Next slide. The RA7 zone is specifically not compatible. 1, the proposed mass is 30 times bigger than my house. 2, proposed height is more than 3 times higher than my house. 3, there could be 6 times as many cars. See Table 3 for more details. Next slide. To say that this location is similar to the existing apartment is misleading. The existing apartment is across the alley from the Bonton Strip Mall and less than 50 meters from a bus stop. The existing apartment cannot be a precedent for this RA7 zoning because it was built before the City of Edmonton annexed the town of Jasper Place. Next slide. The apartment to the east is not 3 stories high. It is 2.5 stories or 29 feet tall. RA7 is nearly twice as high. There is no commercial activity on 149th Street adjacent to this property. This site is on an interior road. Next slide. According to acceptable walking distance standards, the acceptable walking distance to a bus stop is 400 meters and a little further from mass transit. This site is 450 meters from the nearest bus stop and 1.1 kilometers from the new LRT. According to the standards, this site is not well connected to the bus or LRT. The use of 400 meters is consistent with the residential infill guidelines. Next slide. As previously mentioned, as an employment opportunity, the strip mall is insignificant. Next slide. Allowing commercial on the interior of the community will set a precedent. This will result in more and more commercial properties on the interior of the community, which over time will lead to more non-residential traffic and potential parking concerns because of the city's deregulated parking policy. The city calls for a phased approach. 149th Street is lined with old, underdeveloped apartments that are ready to be revitalized with this type of apartment itself. Next slide. As you can see from the picture, contrary to the report, this site is not a vibrant residential and commercial site. Unlike White Ave and Stony Plain Road, 149th Street is not lined with continuous commercial. The proposed apartment is not located adjacent to or behind the Bonton Strip Mall. It is also worth noting the strip mall is not fully occupied. It is currently advertising more than 4,000 square feet of available space, including a former Second Cup. There is no access to Meadowlark, Linwood, Parkview, or West Jasper Place from this location. 150th Street and 90th Ave is a dead end in all directions. Jasper Park is already a walkable community. Residents can walk to a major grocery store or department store in 20 minutes or less. Next slide. Parkview and Jasper Park have neighbored each other, separated by 149th Street since these communities were developed. To my knowledge, neither community has ever expressed the need or asked for a crosswalk to join these two communities. Don't waste your money on a crosswalk that is not needed and will never be used just to justify this rezoning application. Spend your money on a crosswalk that is needed. Next slide. I hope the information I have provided helps you to see how one-sided this report is and why at this time on these lots in our community an RA7 zone is not the right fit. Thank you. That concludes my piece.
Thank you, Mr. Harris, and I'll go next to Amy Higgin Sihar Harris. And you're going to carry on from this presentation, Amy? Okay, go ahead.
Can we go to next slide, please? My name is Amy Harris. As Brad said, we did not receive the
Amy,
initial notice.
can you move close to the mic so we can hear you?
Is that okay?
Yeah, thank
Can
you.
you hear me better?
Yeah.
Do you want me to start over?
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
Okay. Are you ready?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. My name is Amy Harris. As Brad said, we did not receive the initial notice. We are not the only ones that did not receive this notice. The initial notice was sent out on October 29th. We did not find out about the proposed redevelopment until December 6th. This was a notice to inform us about a rezoning that could realistically include a 52-foot high apartment, 3 city lots wide with commercial space right next door to my house. The notice for a development of this impact should have been sent by registered mail. I spoke with the city planner on December 8th. He told Carol and I that administration had already made a decision to recommend this rezoning. I was shocked and disgusted. Next slide. When the sign went up, I did not immediately notice it. Even if I did, I would not have been alarmed. The neighbor tenant informed me in August that the properties had been sold and that he was told the developer was going to put a 4-plex on the 2 end lots and 2 skinny homes beside me, and this tenant could stay for another 5 years. I knew the property would be redeveloped, but I expected it would look like the rest of the interior infill redevelopment. It was already December. I work for the post office, and this is our busiest season. I have 5 children, and I needed to get my family ready for Christmas. COVID was spiking, and it was freezing cold outside. With Christmas, COVID, and the weather, I was so stressed I didn't know what to do. We asked for an extension, and finally, because of city planning, the developer extended the hearing date 2 weeks. Only 2 weeks. Next slide. The house belonged to my grandparents. They built the house in 1957 without power tools. This is a picture of my son, Josh, and I in my grandma's house in 1999. Sadly, my dad passed away in 2019. On my way back from visiting him at the grave, I drove by the house, and it was for sale. Next slide. We were all so excited. It's more than just a house for me. It is a piece of my grandparents and my dad that I could share with my son Josh and his future family when they are ready. When I told them about the apartment, Josh said, "We're out. We don't want to raise a family here. It will be on top of us. We won't get any sun in the backyard. We'll have no privacy." It honestly crushed me. Next slide. But I can't say I blame them. We asked for a shadow study, but it has not been done. The new 3.0 meter setback is an improvement, but not enough. As you can see from this scale drawing, the difference in size and mass makes it impossible for the transition to be eased. The RA7 allows for the proposed structure to potentially be 36 feet higher, protrude 5 feet forward, and extend the entire length of my backyard, with the exception of 24 feet at the back. My property will be dwarfed. Next slide. The developer has flip-flopped on the land use for these lots. In August, it was a 4-plex with 2 skinny homes. On December 26th, it was a 4-story apartment with commercial. On December 17th, Tony told the Community League 3 stories, no commercial. On December 30th, it was back to 4 stories with some commercial. On January 6th, it was back to 3 stories with the caution. It's an investment property, and they will always consider all possible options. Today, it's a 3-story with no commercial. The truth is, once an RA7 zone is approved, the developer can build a 52-foot high apartment with commercial space on the ground floor or sell it to someone else who will build it. The thought terrifies me. Next slide. Bigger isn't always better. Row housing is aligned with and exceeds land use in the city plan, Jasper Park Area Redevelopment Plan, and residential infill guidelines. Jasper Park needs a variety of family-friendly housing options. Next slide. The city plan is a high-level planning document. It does not specify the housing type for individual lots. As per the city plan, the community should have been engaged with this rezoning application on all the planning tools should have been considered. Next slide. At this time, on these lots in our community, an RA7 doesn't fit. On behalf of over 180 Jasper Park residents, the executive group residents opposed to this application respectfully ask you to deny this rezoning application. Thank you for your time. This concludes my presentation.
No, thank you for your presentation. Also, thank you for sharing your personal story, and sorry about your loss.
Thank you.
Yeah. And we'll go next to Brian Kwasnitsa. Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor and Councillors. This process is broken. In both structure and application, it actively works to subvert cooperation and collaboration. Rather than foster an environment where two parties can engage in discussion and debate to attempt to reach a consensus that is agreeable to all, it does just the opposite. Let me explain. The applicant has been working on this application since September. No attempt to contact the community was made until the community asked the planner assigned to this project to have the applicant reach out to the community. This was on December 6th. A meeting was held with the applicant and planner on December 17th. By this time, a public hearing date was already assigned and planning had already made their decision to support the project without any input from the community or the residents. The community explained why row housing was a better option, but also laid out a set of conditions under which the community, not the residents, might consider supporting the applicant. The community asked for a rendering of the project which it could share with the residents. None was provided. We asked a second time on January 23rd. None was provided. We asked a third time at a meeting on February 4th and as of yet have not received anything. Is it reasonable for us to consider supporting something we've never seen? The answer is no. Further, even if some kind of consensus was able to be reached, there's no mechanism in place to compel the applicant to build what was agreed upon. In Ontario, each municipality can have a site plan control board which is staffed by the municipality and has the ability to impose conditions on any rezoning approval. This provides a guarantee and certainty for the community that if they agree to something, those commitments will be honored. If inclusion and opportunity are key themes for the city going forward, more effort needs to be made to allow citizens to participate in this process. Holding public hearings during a weekday means a loss of holidays, pay, or potentially even employment for many wanting to appear. We could have had significantly more people here today if not for this exclusionary practice. The single greatest challenge facing our community today is attracting and retaining families to our neighborhood. We have 3 schools in our boundaries. 2 of them have little or no local enrollment, which means they have nothing anchoring them to our community. If another facility is found that better suits the needs of the school board, these schools could move. The third has little local enrollment and has been on the list of potential closures for many years. As explained earlier, West Jasper Sherwood to the north had their school closed recently. We don't want to suffer a similar fate. We've been told that families can live in apartments. In reality, they are choosing not to do so in Jasper Park. There are soon to be 24 apartments in our community, and we are one of the geographically smallest in the city. While many of the units are older and in need of some TLC, the newer ones are proving no better. Our newest apartment, where Councillor Knack lives, has less than 10% of its 63 units with children, according to conversations with the councillor. Our recently approved 6-story 100-unit building will only have 5 units with 3 bedrooms. It's reasonable to project that it will also have less than 10% of its units with children. I personally have lived next to an apartment for over 22 years. It's well cared for and has ample fenced green space. In that time, I can only remember twice where children have resided there. While empty nesters, young couples, and singles are great people, they don't provide the one resource that will keep our schools open. In its report, administration failed to acknowledge the current housing demographic data for Jasper Park and the adjacent communities. Including the recently approved 100-unit apartment, approximately 47% of housing units in Jasper Park will be apartment housing based on the 2016 census. How does this compare to our neighbors? In Parkview to the east, apartment housing is less than 0.2%. In Meadowlark to the west, it's less than 24%. In Linwood to the south, it's 44%, but almost all of that is confined to one large development on the northwest corner of the community. The rest of Linwood is exclusively single family. All of these communities are more affluent and more owner-occupied and have more owner-occupied housing than Jasper Park. Since 2017, there have been 5 rezoning applications for missing middle housing in Jasper Park, including this one. In Parkview, Meadowlark, and Linwood combined, there have been a total of 0 applications. The current city policy towards infill and density is having the unintended consequence of concentrating density in less affluent, poorer communities. There's a lot of attention given to diversity, inclusion, and opportunity in the city plan. Thrusting the burden for increasing density disproportionately on the poorer communities of the city doesn't align with the spirit of this plan to me. I've previously asked both administration and council for research or data which supports limiting infill density to only some communities, specifically poorer ones, and if this is sound and acceptable planning policy. No one's been able to provide an answer. The truth of the matter, which administration is unwilling to acknowledge, is that if every community in this city had the same level of density and diverse housing options as Jasper Park currently does, we would be significantly closer to achieving the goal of accommodating 1 million new residents as stated in the city plan. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your presentation as well, and thank you everyone else for participating. And we will go to members of council now for questions to the panel. And I'll wait for council members to click in. All right,
Apologies, Councillor Hamilton, Salvatore, and Rutherford are on the board. We're just refreshing the screen here.
Okay, all right, here we go. Councillor Hamilton.
Thank you, and thank you all for not only coming today but waiting in person. I have some clarifying questions. I'm going to ask a lot of administration on your behalf, but I kind of want to echo, just make sure that I'm going down the right path. Amy, my apologies for being so familiar with you. You talked about your concerns about the shadowing and privacy. Did you address those concerns with either city planning or the developer?
We have asked for a shadow study, but I have not received anything.
Okay, and when it comes to privacy, what did you did you get an answer on sort of how privacy concerns would be mitigated?
No.
Okay, all right. I will seek to find some clarity for you. I heard from a lot of speakers your concern. I have Brad here. Brad, you mentioned that you're concerned that this site is too far from the nearest bus stop. But as I understand it, On Demand is serving the community and the interior of the community. Were you aware of that?
No.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So I can get some clarity on that, but I'm not disagreeing that you're 450 meters from the nearest bus stop, but that there might actually be nearer transit service in the neighborhood. And you weren't familiar with that. So I'll clarify that with city administration. Carol, something that I noted from your speaking notes, you said that if the engagement had come earlier, you would have had a chance to sort of contribute more constructively to this. If it had come earlier, and Amy, who I'm assuming is your daughter, perhaps, or is a relative, she mentioned that she knew as early as August. So if you could reset the clock on this, what kind of feedback would you have provided?
Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I would say a few things. One, knowing about that the lots had been sold doesn't mean you know it's going to be redeveloped. Lots of developers sit on lots for a long time. And then when she did find out that it was going to be the skinny houses and the duplexes, we thought we were familiar with the residential infill guidelines. We thought that would be totally appropriate, and we would be pleased with that redevelopment and that revitalization. The picture that administration used in their presentation, I am wondering where that came from, because we did not have any engagement with the developer at any point until I am the only, to my knowledge, I'm the only resident that met with the developer, and I met with him on February the 4th. He was not at the open house, and so we did not engage with him. I thought he would be at the open house, but he was not. So I'm not sure where that picture came from, but it's not a picture of engagement that occurred in our community with these particular lots. I have to say that, that's disappointing.
I understand, and I can get clarity on that process for you. What I think I'd like to know, or perhaps hear from you. You'd mentioned that you were looking for earlier engagement. So what sort of feedback would you have been able to provide if you were engaged earlier that is different than the outcome that we're seeing today?
Thank you very much, because I really do appreciate the term feedback, because I wouldn't just give you feedback. Engagement doesn't mean you give feedback. Engagement means you're part of the process. There's negotiation. And the residential infill guidelines talk about the importance of being able to use the guidelines for negotiation and collaboration. I know in other redevelopment applications in Jasper Park, I've heard Dawn speak about how early the engagement was and how they worked with the developer and how they were able to reach a consensus. And what comes to mind is the Californian. So, I mean, I have to say, Tony has showed us nothing. And what is that picture? That's supposed to be a rendering? Like, when I look at the detailed drawings that were provided in the other applications, that's whatever Tony showed us is not, in my mind, anything that we can be sure. I don't even know what it is. There's no detail. It could be a picture of anything. I'm not sure what it is. It's the first time we've seen it. I'm thinking that if we had been maybe involved in the process, perhaps we would have been able to be further along than where we are right now. Because right now, with this planning process, we have not been involved at all.
Great, thank you. I'm out of time. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton. Councillor Salvador.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. So my question is for Mr. Harris. I believe you were referencing some of the other apartments in the neighborhood, and I specifically had a question about I believe it's called Birch Haven Manor. It's one block south of the site that we're talking about, and is also in that sort of interior position in relation to the secondary corridor. And my understanding is that currently is an RA7, and it's a 3-story apartment, I think built in maybe the 70s. I'm just wondering if you could provide a bit of commentary on why you feel this is a different context, just given how close that existing building is.
Can I forward it to Byron, just because he's kind of the area expert and he can answer it much clearer than I can? He's sitting right beside me. Is
sure.
That okay?
I'd be glad to answer that, Councillor. The apartment you're referring to was built before any of the current zoning regulations were in place. As a matter of fact, I believe it was built before Jasper Place became a part of the city of Edmonton. So that's a building that's been there for a very, very long period of time. And another way in which it's really not comparable to this particular example is that it backs onto commercial right across the rear lane. So those are two very significant differences between those two different sites. I understand maybe pointing it out, as an example of the potential height and massing of the building, but as far as being comparable, they're actually very different.
Okay, I appreciate that. And yeah, from purely a zoning perspective though, and what could be developed on that site, we're both talking about sort of RA7s in terms of, purely zoning. Okay, well, I appreciate that answer. And I think I'm gonna go to, I believe it was Robin Graham. Ms. Graham, are you with us?
Yes.
Okay, great. So I noticed you were talking a bit about just the importance of, supporting enrollment, ensuring that our schools have enough kids to support them and to sustain them long term. And, I was hearing a bit of commentary about, families not necessarily being drawn to apartments. And I guess I wanted to get your perspective when I think about having housing choice in our neighborhoods. I also think about, aging seniors who have lived there for a long time and might want to downsize but not leave. So move from a single family home maybe into an apartment style of building, and that actually frees up, a single family home where a family might want to move into. So it's kind of about that housing cycle within the neighborhood. I'm wondering how you feel about that.
So like I said, we're not opposed to apartments, and we're already, once the apartment is built on 100th, close to 87th, we'll be close to 50% for dwelling units for apartments in Jasper Park. So there's lots of opportunity for our residents to downsize and move into apartments. And my concern is if we continue to take single-family dwellings, row houses, duplexes, basically properties with green space that traditionally attract families, and we turn it into more apartment spaces, we're not making room for families. I moved into the community 15 years ago. I'm the only resident attending any of these meetings with children, other than Amy. My kids go to the school. My husband is a volunteer there. We walk to school every day. There are no children coming out of the apartments. They're all coming out of the houses. That's why families are moving to Terwillegar and farther out. There's no place for them in the downtown core. There's no place to sit outside in your backyard with your kids. And I don't think we should be villainized for wanting that near the core. We're welcoming infills. We would love to see skinnies and duplexes and some of these older homes revitalized. We don't want to see any more apartments on the interior.
Okay, well, I appreciate your comments on that and your thoughts. I did have one more, but I'm out of time. So thank you for all of your input, folks. And thank you for being with us this late into the evening.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador. Councillor Knack.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thanks to everyone in attendance today. Wish I could be there in person, but we were only allowing the chair in the council chambers along with all the guests. So, although I see many of you walking down the street. So, Byron, I wanted to ask you a few quick questions. One, and I think it was touched on a little bit, but I just want to make sure I've understood it. And that one of the biggest concerns I think that I'm hearing is with the city plan, which does talk about these primary and secondary corridors, there's the suggestion in the plan that it could include up to 3 blocks away from that for the main road. And therefore the concern would be in our neighborhood, that would include every single block except for the east side of 153rd Street and the west side of 152nd Street from 91st Ave to 92nd Ave. Everything else would technically be included in that. So that's I think one of the concerns that I think I've heard today from a number of residents. Is that fair?
That's correct, and I've been involved in enough of these public hearings before council, and I've seen enough administration reports where the term generally conforms with is used to justify just such a move, and moving higher and higher intensity infills like apartments into the center of the community.
A few, and appreciate that, yeah, and I think that's an important question for us to talk about, just in terms of how far those corridors extend in every area. I do want to ask, and I mean, I'm just curious because I think, I've now lived in the neighborhood since 2006, and I was on the other side of the street for 6 years before, and so sort of been in the area now 20 years, a little over half my life at this stage. Do you have any thoughts around what you would deem as sort of the pros and the cons of a building like the one I live in? how it has added to the neighborhood or how it has taken away, or maybe has had neither a positive nor negative contribution. I'm just, I want to get a sense of that, because I do hear that concern around apartment structures, and as somebody who's chosen to live in one for probably his entire life, that's always a tad sad when people don't love every aspect of it. But I want to get a sense, because I'm the one living in it, so I don't necessarily have a good idea of how it's impacting the community for the positive or for the negative.
I tried to touch on that in my presentation, and inherently, no, there's nothing wrong with apartments. If there was, we'd be appearing before City Council and talking to planning in the city, trying to get rid of the apartments we have. No such thing is happening. I think another thing that is kind of getting lost in the conversation here is what the community is advocating for is row housing. Row housing is also part of the missing middle, just like in RA7.
Absolutely.
Row housing significantly exceeds the minimum density guidelines laid out in the city plan. We're not asking for anything outside of what is recommended in the city plan. And one of the most frustrating things is the fact that city administration completely and utterly ignored that side of the city's position, of the community's position in all this. We're not asking for something. We're not saying we want skinnies or we want semi-detached. We want an equivalent form of infill that the city has acknowledged and identified is something that they want to see. So, as far as living in an apartment, and, we've had discussions about this previously, and like I mentioned, apartments, for whatever reason, people with children are not moving to apartments in Jasper Park. Yours is the newest one that we've seen, and for the one that was just approved in June, the Belgen application, which is going to be 100 units, 5% of those are 3-bedroom. 5%. That's pathetic to me. How are we going to fill our schools? So if we keep getting more and more buildings like this in our neighborhood, it's not going to do anything to keep our schools open. That is the be-all and end-all of where this conversation, should be taking place. It's not that, like I said, there are many locations, and Don referred to this, along the western perimeter of the community. We would be glad to engage in conversations about putting up more apartments, but not in this particular location and not for the reasons that we've specified.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, in hindsight, as much as I love my building, I wish the 3 bedrooms had all been on the main floor instead of put on the corner units, because I think that's part of what contributed to the lack of families. And we have some, but not as many as I'd love to see in this building. I'm out of time, but thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. And I see no more questions to the panel, and I think that was a very good point on the lack of more than 3-bedroom units. We'll follow. I have that question. We'll follow up with it. But we are done with the questions to the members of public on this, and now we'll go to questions to admin, right? Okay. And I'll wait for council members to click on, and I see Councillor Hamilton. Go ahead.
Thank you. And I'll forewarn my colleagues, I might come back for a second round. But first off, one of the issues that I'm hearing a lot about is the process of engagement. And I know the last 2 applications council heard at public hearing were direct, I would say either direct control zone or something more significant in the than this particular zone. So I'm wondering if city administration and the planning department can illuminate for me and my colleagues the public engagement process on this type of zoning.
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton. Yes, for a standard zone, our zoning bylaw requirements seek that we do advance notification within a 60-meter radius of the property, and our Municipal Government Act obligations are for public advertisement within 2 weeks of the public hearing. So we met both of those obligations for the engagement with this application. It was initiated in September. Our advance notice postcard was mailed October 29th. We did start to receive feedback as soon as November 3rd. We confirmed the rezoning sign was on site as of November 17th. We we did hear from the community that they hadn't received the advance notice postcards. As a result, when we were inviting the community to our virtual meeting hosted January 6th, we delivered those notifications to the closest surrounding residents on December 17th by hand. And then we met with the Community League and the applicant on December 17th. We hosted the virtual meeting on January 6th, which 5 residents were able to attend. And our ad dates for this public hearing were January 21st and January 29th.
Thank you. So what I'm hearing is that this zone follows a the RA7 zone has a very, I'm going to say, prescriptive zoning or public engagement process that may or may not align with what communities' expectations are. And I like I'm glad to hear that when you heard that someone had, or that residents had not received the postcard, you made the effort to hand deliver them. But I'm wary that mishaps like that kind of set these conversations off on the wrong foot. So there's probably another sort of question broader than this public hearing. I'm going to move on because I have limited time. Something I heard in your presentation and what I heard from the speakers was that they're interested in infill, they're interested in the city plan. We haven't gotten to the district planning level yet. And my question was, would that have changed your recommendation or at least given the community more clarity in what to expect? And I think I heard you kind of answer that in your presentation, and I'm hoping maybe you could take another crack at it.
So are you referring to the comments that I made around prior to city plan?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. So, I mean, prior to city plan, we didn't have district plans. We don't have them as of yet, but we would have been following older planning policy, and that planning policy would have restricted.
Sorry, Councillor. I'll just jump in here. I think Claire just froze. So the planning document policy before city plan, as she had mentioned, would not have supported a RA7 at this site. However, with the passage of city plan and the engagement done with that and the direction to densify nodes and corridors, and this 149th is designated as a secondary corridor, it provides that policy and direction to support an RA7 here. The notion of transitioning down into neighborhoods will probably further be explored in district planning, but in here, with the secondary corridor being suitable for mid-rises, which is 4 to 6 stories, we can generally see, say, 6 stories on 149th, and it transitions into the neighborhood at 4 stories on the block over, and then probably furthermore with the street further west.
But you're correct, Councillor Hamilton. District planning, upon completion, will give communities more certainty, or it'll be clear in the communications.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton. Councillor Salvador.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. Yeah, I'm just going to build on those questions from Councillor Hamilton. I guess, as we seek out that greater granularity and I guess level of detail that eventually will come with district planning, my understanding about sort of the width of our secondary corridors, that will extend it at least 1 block, though. Is that right? We don't know if that's going to be, a block, 2 blocks, 3 blocks, but it will be at least 1 block, is my understanding.
Yeah, so the minimum in that range is 1 to 3. So that 1 would definitely be the minimum, and that would be 150th Street on this corridor.
Okay, so that would include the site. And then I guess just a broader question, because I think some of our speakers brought up a good point about just the family-friendly nature, or maybe what's missing when it comes to some of our multifamily and apartment buildings. What are our requirements for family-friendly, sort of 3-bedroom plus? Just high level, if you could give me a bit of an overview there.
So there are no requirements in the RA7 or the R8 zone that looks for additional bedrooms above 1 or 2. In fact, we don't specify what kind of bedrooms are in these apartments. However, what we do specify is that the ground-oriented units have access and direct access to grade, which allows that activity to spill out onto the neighboring street. Just mention, obviously, families come in all shapes and sizes, whether they're 1 parent and 1 kid, 2 kids and 2 parents, or any other combination thereof. So they're not restricted to the affinity for single-family houses. And I think if we were to look at Councillor Knack version, where he has 5 families or somewhere around that on his 3-lot configuration of apartment, that would be more families than your standard, say, 3 single-family houses on that lot. So I think we have to look a little bit broader in respects of what and how families can be accommodated.
Absolutely. And
Councillor Salvador, if I could just add that RA7 zone does provide options for the developer to gain additional floor area ratio if they build 10% of the units that are geared more towards families. So that includes being a larger unit size and an average number of 3 bedrooms.
okay, thank you so much for adding that. And yeah, fantastic points, Mr. Pollock. And I'm really happy you brought that up because, yeah, critical to remember that families do come in all shapes and sizes, and allowing that diversity of typologies in our neighborhoods will help that thrive. So yes, that's all I have in terms of questions. Really appreciate your answers. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador. Councillor Tang.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and it's been a really interesting conversation, and I think my colleagues have asked a lot of my questions. Just to administration for the I appreciate you going into so much detail in terms of all the dates and interactions you've had with the community and the applicant. But just in terms of after mailing out that advance notice, you did receive a significant number of feedback. I am curious about how you worked with the applicant to address those feedback.
We work with the applicant, we communicate on a regular basis, and in meeting with the applicant and the community, looked for ways that the application could be improved to meet or address some of their concerns.
Councillor, just to add, with the standard zone, it's very difficult to say look at those specifics of the building arrangement. As the applicant said, he hopes for a 3-story building. That's not what we analyzed here. We analyzed the RA7 zone, which is a 4-story building. So that engagement in terms of that standard zoning is a difficult concept, but it's still important in terms of education and getting that feedback out so that council is fully aware of what the issues are. And as we go through these applications, we are guided by our public engagement charter, which allows us to maneuver the application if we do find that there is extra feedback, that we can change our tactics. In this case, we held a virtual meeting to further that knowledge and gain that feedback from the community.
Yeah, but I can certainly see what Councillor Hamilton meant in terms of kind of not aligning really with the public expectation, who are providing this feedback and not necessarily seeing any kind of response to that or change in response to that. One thing I'm just curious about, one speaker mentioned that the unintended consequence of our infill policy is concentrating density in lower income communities, and when he posed that question, there wasn't a real answer to that. I'm wondering if you can speak to that a little bit. Do we have data to back this up? And I had thought, the point of the zoning bylaw renewal is to really making sure that we're not, segregating populations and communities. So wondering if you can speak to that a bit.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. So the city plan directs density throughout the city, and it does it through a nodes and corridors approach. It doesn't benefit, or it doesn't direct it towards less affluent neighborhoods. It directs it towards the types of infrastructure that's in place, whether they're arterial roads, high priority bus networks, or LRT, et cetera. So it's not geared towards placing the majority of density in either less or more affluent neighborhoods. We've seen today that we've had multiple applications spanning the different social demographics of all of our neighborhoods, from inner city to more affluent, and to this one as well. So it hits a broad spectrum, and that is the point of the city plan, is to equitably distribute that density across the city.
Great, thank you so much. I'm glad you were able to clarify that.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. Councillor Stevenson? Councillor
Sorry,
Stevenson.
Mr. Mayor. Hi. Yeah, I just wanted to follow up on the questions from Councillor Salvador. Because I definitely heard the request from the community around having the row housing. So I did just want to reiterate that the provisions of the RE7 zone do require that main floor to be ground oriented, sort of in a townhouse style.
Councillor Stephen Finn, where dwellings are located on the ground floor in the RA7 zone, they are required to have individual entrances. Now, there's flexibility in the RA7 zone if they wanted to introduce commercial uses, then the two of them could work together in that way.
Yes, yeah, great. And then, yeah, just wanted to reaffirm that part around, again, having also heard the desire for family-friendly housing, that there's the incentive for providing those larger 3-bedroom units in the RA7 zone.
That's correct.
Great. And I just want to clarify as well, just around potential traffic impacts and pedestrian safety. Will the access for the building have to be taken off the lane, so there won't be any new sidewalk crossings?
That's correct. It will be from the alley.
Okay, perfect. Those are all my questions. Really appreciate the answers. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Knack?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think the only question I have left just goes a little more into detail again into that notion of district planning, and appreciating that your answer earlier, you were suggesting that no matter what, you would probably be still suggesting one block in, but I do want to get a better sense of how do we think about that, recognizing we haven't done district planning yet, but there may be applications, not unlike what we're talking about right now, that come in advance of a district planning scenario, and that concern that was raised around how essentially all but truly one block of this neighborhood would be encompassed in that 3-block range, and how we try to balance that through the applications that come forward and what you recommend and don't recommend, because I don't imagine we would want to see, essentially one community engulfed with one type of built form. I think that's the whole point of the city plan, trying to encourage housing choice, but how do we balance that out? And do we worry that if that a community like this could in fact be taken over by one built form?
That's a good question, Councillor Knack, and a difficult one, I might say. But at the end of the day, with the direction of the city plan and it outlining that these corridors are 1 to 3 blocks, we still have to take in that existing context. So this is a secondary corridor. However, we realize that it's a dislocation of 149th. It's not on a priority bus route or on any of the other mass transit routes. So having that corridor expand all the way into that 3rd block is probably unlikely here. And that's how we would review that. And that's how we did review it, or if an application were to come in further. Not to say that additional density couldn't be allocated further in. It's probably a smaller scale, though.
Certainly I don't think there's any suggestion that you wouldn't have any type of density. I guess there's that concern from the neighborhood about it just being essentially then all but that one little space there, and but I'm hearing that you would very much take into account that local context to be trying to approach that, because it's not just in this neighborhood. Frankly, a lot of West End communities were separated by 7 blocks from arterial road to arterial road, so you have to take a bit of a different approach. And ideally, when you do the district planning, you're going to reflect some of that as we get into more detail.
Correct, yeah, and in between that time, we live in a space that we have to use our best judgment and our professional judgment on that. And that's where we've landed today.
Another question I have just is around, and I don't know if we know this information, but sort of the pace of change. That is something that comes up a lot. You know, I've lived in this community for 14 years, and then literally across the street for 6 years. So I've been in this area essentially for 20 years. And there's been some new development. There hasn't been a ton, but I'm curious as to what we're seeing as the rules have started to open up. If we have a sense of what that looks like across our communities, particularly our mature communities that haven't really seen much change, you know, since in many cases sort of the 60s, 70s, when a lot of those older style apartments went out. Do we have a sense of what that's looking like right now at a high level?
We haven't modeled that out, Councillor Knack. That highly depends on market absorption, and that changes neighborhood by neighborhood. And it will look different for each neighborhood, because each neighborhood starts out at a different point in time with a different housing mix, with a different demographic. So that work hasn't been done, and there isn't also, say, density maximums or density targets for these mature neighborhoods. That is not what we sought through the city plan, or will we be seeking through the district planning process either.
Do we have any sense, because I think, you know, it is a comment that comes up. I mean, I think about surrounding this neighborhood, and we heard it today in some of the presentation, how truly, I mean, to the west of this neighborhood, to the east of this neighborhood, there hasn't really been much change at all. And the question that I'm wondering about is, do we have any examples of where, you know, maybe we've not allowed development in one area that has maybe seen a lot of development pressures suddenly sparking development in other neighborhoods, or is it not that simple, because there's other factors, land values, different things like that come into play?
I think you somewhat answered it. It's not that simple. I think if we look at the progression of the narrow lot homes, say from 2015 and onwards, it starts in one community and then it jumps to the next and to the next one and the next one. And it's hard to predict where that next one is going to be. But definitely taking that example, the different types of housing choices that became available became popular, and that's why we saw the uptick of it and the use of that type of housing through different neighborhoods, even through this neighborhood itself.
I'm out of time.
A lot of time, Councillor Knack.
I know.
All right.
I'm done.
You don't often do that, so. Okay, Councillor Salvador, can you take a chair? Can you take a chair, please?
Yes, I have the chair.
Yes, couple of questions. One curious, is 149th Street high frequency transit route? I know 87th Avenue is. If somebody could get me that, you may not have that answer right away, but if somebody could ask folks at ETS, it doesn't seem like it does, because 87th is identified an ETS route, but 149 is not, right? So that's one question. Second is the reference that RA7 incentivizes 3-bedroom units, right? So family-oriented units. What are those incentives? And are those incentives working to encourage family-friendly units in apartment buildings? Because I heard contrary to the evidence I heard from presenters is contrary to what I'm hearing from administration.
Mr. Said, did you want to start on the transit question?
149th Street does have on-demand transit. It is not a frequent transit corridor. That is 87 Avenue and 95 Avenue.
Okay, got it. Thank you. And on incentives for RA7, please?
On the incentives, the way they work, Mayor, so he is the minimum or the maximum floor area ratio in the RA7 zone is 2.3. They can gain floor area ratio up to 2.5 if they build 10% of their units geared towards families. And geared towards families is defined as larger unit sizes and an average number of 3 bedrooms.
And is it working? Is evidence suggesting that we are trending in the right direction?
So Councillor, these changes were made part of the missing middle changes back in 2018, I believe. So there hasn't been a very large sample size of infill in terms of these types of units in these buildings. So it's a little bit too early to say.
Okay. Okay. You know, and this is the third application that we have dealt with today, and we have heard over and over again about the lack of notification, people not getting it on time. I think we need to figure out what are the root reasons are for that, because this is something that we should be concerned about. Why are people not feeling that they're getting notification, and if they're not, then why are they not getting it? So I think we need to figure that out. Otherwise, it becomes that there's obviously a serious concern on that. We heard even today a number of concerns. So okay, and I will move the second round.
Second.
Okay, let's vote on second round.
Councillor Jans in favor.
Thank you, Councillor Jans.
Councillor Wright is a yes.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. We have 13 votes.
Please display the vote. That is carried. Mayor Sohi, would you like the chair back?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Councillor Salvador. And I'll go to Councillor, I think Councillor Hamilton was first to go. Go ahead, Councillor Hamilton. Oh, sorry, Councillor Hamilton. Councillor Paquette didn't have it a first round yet. Councillor Paquette.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I must be very unassuming. So just a quick question. Councillor Knack asked some good questions, so I want to follow up a little bit. One thing that he was asking about was build forms and looking into the future and how it's sort of scattershot. And it made me think of two things that I hope you can answer for me. One is given the fact that Edmonton has very low density, can we look to another jurisdiction that has higher density where the neighborhoods actually still function and function healthily?
Councillor, I think we can look to our own neighborhoods, actually.
Perfect, even better.
Look at a neighborhood like Oliver. There's a common stat that's put out there that it's one of the densest neighborhoods in the city, and it doesn't have a lot of children or whatnot living in it. However, there's more children that are living in Oliver than in Westmount. So if that's a function or a data point that says our neighborhoods are functioning, that they do have diversity, then that is a good one to look at in terms of that type of demographic as well.
And just to be clear, Councillor Paquette, we don't want every neighborhood to look like Oliver. That's the type of city that we're trying to create either, but it's just a data point.
Right, like that would be the extreme anchoring point, whereas
Yes.
folks living on acreages right now would be the other end of the spectrum. And
That's
we want
correct.
a variety of neighborhoods with all points between.
That's correct.
Yeah, okay. And that's part of meeting market demand. So speaking on the market, we know that there is a challenge where housing prices and salaries have not kept in stride with inflation. And so it's harder and harder for young people to get into ownership of condos, apartments, or homes. And renting is one way to do it. And if there's more supply, will that help ease the pressure? Potentially, just based on market realities.
Yes, it will help ease the pressure, and Edmonton's affordability is one of the things that makes us very attractive.
Yeah, and I've seen reports that folks in different cities may be targeting Edmonton for our real estate. So a little more supply might not be such a bad thing. So the next question then from that is, knowing what we know and seeing things evolve and seeing how things have evolved in other cities when they've sort of moved to a little bit more gentle density, residents rightly have some concerns because there's the fear of the unknown. Things could happen. There could be increased traffic. There could be increased, danger. And that's sort of the thought. Like maybe we can't specify what that is, but it's a fear. And so we kind of have to take that seriously, but we also have to answer it. So we've heard this many, many times, and for me over many years, about these concerns about traffic increases and all sorts of different things. And I've checked up on things that we've approved that have been built, and I haven't seen those fears come to reality. And I'm just wondering if you might be able to speak to that.
Councillor Paquette, that's a very astute observation. I think something administration needs to think about as we work through the city plan implementation about how we talk about change in our city and how we talk about when the change does happen, what it looks like afterwards and what it feels like. It's actually new neighbors living next to you who hopefully you can get along with and you can get that cup of sugar from, and that will help continue to build Edmonton. I think that's one of the best things about Edmonton is that we are that community of communities.
Yeah, because it is a fact that in some of these older neighborhoods, population has decreased. I happen to live in a neighborhood that was pre-planned and built with 7-story apartments next to duplexes and fourplexes, next to single-family homes, next to cul-de-sacs, and somehow we make it work. It seems to work just fine, and as neighbors, we kind of know each other. So I think we should probably be able to dispel some of these fears if we're more intentional about it. Okay, thank you very much. Now I'm just speaking to it. Okay, bye-bye.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. Councillor Hamilton?
Thank you. I just had some residual questions left over from what the speakers had said, particularly around concerns relating to shadowing and privacy. And I'm wondering, maybe you could address those separately, sort of what the impact of shadow may be on a neighboring property, and then what, if any, mitigating features are in place to help the residents adjacent retain some privacy.
Certainly. Thank you, Councillor Hamilton. As I mentioned in the presentation, the property to the north will experience more shade, particularly in the fall. Will be the strongest impacts will be in the shade most of the day. We do have a shadow model, which we did complete in-house and share with the community at our virtual public meeting. It's slide 7 if we want to bring it up on the screen. And with regards to privacy, at the development permit stage, the development officer may require information to look at the locations of the windows and the amenity areas for the abutting properties. And then they can try to place those windows to minimize overlook.
And just thank you for that answer, and thanks for your being succinct. When you did the shading, the shadow studies in-house, did you compare it to the current zoning, the RF4 and MNO? And was there substantial difference in the shadowing between those two zones on the site?
No, we just modeled the RA7.
Okay, all right, because that would be a question I would have. If it would change the shadowing there, especially with the changes in setbacks. Last question, which is another one of the speakers noted that the residential infill guidelines were not consulted and on this, and perhaps you can give me some insight as to why.
Just city plan is our new policy, and it is our overarching policy that we reference.
So, just as last year, council repealed some of the sort of the guiding documents for neighborhood specific plans, something like the residential infill guidelines will no longer be a sort of touchstone for planning going forward. Am I understanding that correctly?
The work on reviewing plans to be repealed continues.
Okay.
But the
All right.
city plan will be the document, the highest document that we take the direction from, Councillor Hamilton.
Okay, so if there's conflict between the city plan and the any other plan, the city plan takes precedent.
That's correct, and that's how we take that. We take all of that into our analysis when we bring forward a recommendation around support or non-support, and then council can make the considerations about these other plans right now that are in conflict or perhaps have different information in them than the city plan.
All right, thank you. All right, that answers the balance of my questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton. So that concludes the questions to administration. Now that I ask council members if they have any questions to members of the public in favor or in opposition or of arising any new information and related to any new information if they have questions to members of the public. And I'll wait a bit to see if somebody is getting on in the queue list.
We're just going to refresh eScribe here.
Please do. Okay, seeing none. Will someone move on the closing of the public hearing?
So moved.
Moved by Councillor
Right.
Second
Second by Councillor Stevenson.
Second by Councillor Stevenson. Please vote that the public hearing be closed on Bylaw 19930.
Just looking for Councillor Jans's vote.
It's not coming up, but in favor.
Thank you. We have 13 votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Will someone move the first reading of this bylaw, please?
I'm just sorry. We don't get a chance to speak to new information. I'm sorry, every other public hearing had that opportunity and we don't.
I did ask that question, and that is to, I'm sorry, I asked that to council members if they had any questions to members of the public on new information. And I did not see any council members having questions to public on new information.
Just for perfect
I'm sorry,
clarity,
I apologize, Your Honor.
No.
the process changed as of January 1st, 2022.
Yes.
The bylaw was amended to change the process for new information to clarifying questions from council.
Okay. No, thank you for that. Yeah, okay. All right. So first, who's moving the first reading of this bylaw?
I can move first reading of Charter Bylaw 19930.
Moved by Councillor Stevenson, seconded by
Second.
Councillor Salvador. So first reading has been moved. Anyone to speak? Councillor Hamilton is on the list. Anyone else to speak on this? I'll start with Councillor Hamilton then.
Thank you. I'll be honest, I'm really torn on this, and I'm torn on this because I think in any other neighborhood that this project would be, it wouldn't have even needed to be selected, to be blunt. I think that it would have passed without much debate. But I have some concerns, and it really, I think, extends to some of the challenges that that we're going to see as we unfold the city plan throughout our neighborhoods. Um, uh, from so and yeah, so I'm in a position where I absolutely do support the city plan. And I hear what administration is saying with respect to um, even with district plans in place, the city plan would say that this secondary corridor would see this kind of density and that step down into neighborhoods. I also think it's reassuring, or at least I hope it's reassuring for the neighborhood, that the question of proximity to transit gets answered in the course of this conversation. However, I do understand a lot of the reservations that residents have around the implementation of a standard zone. And from a planning perspective, I agree with the standard zone being used for a lot of really practical purposes. But something I have encountered in other neighborhoods is that a standard zone doesn't guarantee the built form that we saw. So I'm conscious that even though we saw a really fantastic rendering, that's not necessarily what will get built. And in fact, even though and I do have faith that the builder does wish to build the structure and the project that he's speaking about, the plans change, and in different contexts, I've seen standard zones get built out to their maximum density, which could certainly happen in this neighborhood. And I'm not particularly confident that the maximum sort of built form here would be appropriate. And so when I'm thinking of the zone, the RA7 zone, and what the maximum might look like, that gives me concern. I would feel more comfortable if, and I know it's going to make the hairs on some people's necks stand up, I would have been more comfortable, especially given the reservations in the neighborhood, if this had gone to some type of direct control, because you can guarantee the built form here. And so I think when we're talking about trying to get community buy-in, while I don't love the use of direct control zones, it might help build confidence in the kind of city that we're trying to build, and the really fantastic density that can come with it, the beautiful built form, those wonderful sort of amenities that I'm hearing promised, but are not guaranteed within the standard zone, and that's really my my struggle with it. A question remains for me. It was helpful to get some clarity around sort of where we are in some of those other planning documents as well. So I want to thank administration for that, especially because questions around residential infill guidelines will continue to come up in this context. I would have liked to have a little bit more information about the comparable shadowing from the RA7 to what's allowed on the site now. Perhaps the shadowing would be really minimal difference, but I do empathize with the single family residential to the north that will be impacted by this. And yes, there is a greater setback, but you know, I have seen again this similar projects roll out in neighborhoods, and it can be quite imposing. So I'm conscientious of when a project like this comes forward and they're kind of abutting single family residential, it can really affect the quality of life of people in the neighborhood. So I guess I'm not inclined to support it at this time, but I'm keeping my ears open to what others have to say on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Thank you, Councillor. Oops. Thank you, Councillor Hamilton. Councillor Knack.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I first want to just thank everyone who came out today, and it's been a long day, and appreciate the discussion. And in case members of council haven't quite figured out through the questions yet, I happen to live in this neighborhood, and I'm very, very lucky to be living here. This is a community where I have some of the most incredible neighbors, and I'm not just talking about the building that I live in. It's everyone who's come in attendance today at the public hearing, and we haven't agreed on everything at all times, but I know Jasper Park residents to be incredibly engaged and passionate about the neighborhood and truly wanting what is best. And on top of that, Jasper Park is actually one of the few truly 15-minute communities that actually exist. So there's been some analysis, and this is one of the few areas that actually has everything that you would want in that 15-minute community. And unless something really odd happens in my life, I plan to be here for the rest of my life. I couldn't imagine leaving it. So as I think about this rezoning application, I think about a few things. The first is the pace of change in my neighborhood. So you've heard reference to the building that I live in. I've been living here. It's a building that was completed in 2008. And when I think about how my community has changed, frankly, I think it's been a fairly slow change overall. This is the only apartment building that's been built really in the last probably 30 or 40 years. And since the last sort of 10, 15 years, and since I've been here, we've seen row housing, we've seen a little bit of row housing, we've seen some duplexes, we've seen some skinny homes, a new commercial center was rebuilt. But overall, I don't think it's been the most drastic change. With that in mind, I do really appreciate the concerns many of my neighbors have around how the corridor approach could essentially encompass all but one spot within this neighborhood. And that is, I think, a very valid concern. And what I've heard today is that ideally that is something that should be addressed as we go through the next process here of district planning. And I think that's really critical no matter what council ends up deciding here, because I'm sure this isn't the only neighborhood like that where it's relatively small. This happens to be one of the smallest community leagues in terms of physical size in the city. But there's other examples like this where if we don't have a thoughtful district plan, we could potentially see only one type of built form exist. And that is not, in fact, the objective of the city plan. But I also appreciate the fact that from a planning perspective, the city plan does say that even if we were, and hopefully through the district planning, we are very thoughtful about this, the city plan does really set out at least a 1 block radius from our arterial roads to have higher forms of density. And when I think about my neighborhood, there's a few things that I do worry about in that. As mentioned, this building is really the only one. There's 63 units in one building, and it's sort of the most modern apartment building. There is potentially one building that would be built on 150th Street just a few blocks away, but there isn't actually a lot of modern apartment style housing here. And that has been a concern of mine since I moved in around the ability to age within community. And whether this building resolves that or other buildings that are going to get built could resolve that, that is something that I do think about. And making sure that as a city, we want to ensure a wide variety of housing options so that no matter where people are at in their life, they have an opportunity to live within the community. And I think the other piece that I think about a lot is, I know over the years, we've always concentrated the highest forms of density on the edge of community. And I think the city plan, while it still follows that principle, it does raise another point about recognizing that maybe we shouldn't always exclusively have the highest forms of density on the edge. And, you know, you're sort of, it feels like we're just sort of like, even for myself in this building, it feels like, you know, we're pushed off to the edge. And do we need to make sure as a city we're providing all people the wide variety of housing choices in different parts of every community and not always relegated to one specific place? So that, I just wanted to share my thoughts. I'm interested in hearing some more, but at the moment I would tend to agree to supporting this application based off what I've thought about today. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. Councillor Salvador?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Oh, was Councillor Stevenson?
Yeah, she's the mover of the motion, so she get to speak at last. She has the
Thank you,
last
thank
say.
you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And yeah, I just want to echo my colleagues. Thanks for everyone who joined us today and extended into this evening. So I'm going to talk about why I am going to be supporting this. So I definitely hear Councillor Hamilton's concern around sort of that lack of certainty and clarity. But for me, I actually do feel like the city plan does provide that certainty and clarity really around that larger vision for our city and some of the steps that we need to take to get there. And one of the steps that is really clear to me and that's necessary in order to follow through on the city plan is around our nodes and corridors. And nodes and corridors are a really fundamental part that underlies the entirety of the city plan. So when I look at this site in particular, you know, it is directly on a secondary corridor. And I understand that we don't have the granularity of district planning yet, but even if we were, you know, only to go one block in of a potential 3, this site would still be located within that block. I also just want to touch on sort of the desire that we heard from community members to see kind of that ground-oriented, almost row house style development. And I'm really comfortable with the RA7 zone in that it does have that ground orientation. It creates an active frontage that really, you know, creates a welcoming public realm that has a nice interface with the neighborhood. And yeah, I think I also just want to build on what Councillor Knack was saying around the location of our medium and high density development. And I think more generally, we need to think really critically about being too stringent in pushing all of the medium and high density options to the absolute exterior of our neighborhoods. I actually think we risk running into an equity issue there if we're pushing folks who live in medium or high density housing to the outskirts where they may be subjected to more noise, vehicle traffic, street safety issues, even pollution. So I think that needs to be considered as well. And then finally, just coming back to that concept of family-friendly housing, when I think about, you know, the diversity of homes we want to see in our 15-minute communities where we can have young families mixing with, you know, single Edmontonians, but also seniors who've maybe lived there for years and decades. Families come in all shapes and sizes, and I think that our housing forms should too. So for all of those reasons, I will be supporting this. Thank you very much, and really appreciate everyone's thoughts tonight.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador. Can you also take the chair, please?
Yes, I have the chair.
Thank you. And I also want to thank everyone for participating in today's conversation about this application. You know, what I appreciate, what I heard from the community is that the community is not against infill, that they rather see row housing or skinny homes, and which I appreciate. I think that's part of embracing the change that we all need to have in all of our communities as we build more compact, more environmentally sustainable communities where families want to live and grow and be part of those mature neighborhoods. I also heard some frustration from the community, which is not just what we heard from this group, but we heard from other groups. And these are the simple things that we should be able to provide to people, which is lack of notice, lack of involvement, or concerns about privacy, concerns about shadowing. And people shouldn't be able to people shouldn't be required to come to City Hall and spend whole day seeking answers to those simple questions. I think they should be able to get those questions as we bring forward these applications, as we engage with neighbors, whether it's applicant engaging or administration engaging. I think that has to be part of that education that we need to have about the value of building a compact and more diverse housing choices in our neighborhoods. And that concerns me, and And I share that concern. I hope that we find a better way of giving answers to neighbors on those simple questions. And I'm pretty sure that our administration is also figuring those questions too, because we should not be asking folks to spend a day seeking those simple answers to simple questions. And I come back to what I said earlier on those two applications. Change is hard sometimes, but change is something that we must embrace in order to build the kind of communities that our city plan talks about, the vision that Edmontonians have for a sustainable community, both financially, as diversity of housing as well as environment and all the things that we talked about. So, we need to support these kind of applications, and we need to bring communities along embracing these applications, and we need to, and I hope as we figure out our communications on this in a broader level, that we talk about these values. And I'm pretty sure, as I heard today, regardless of their concerns on RA7 being built, that communities are ready to embrace change. We just need to make sure that their concerns are dealt with in a way that they feel that they're being heard. And I do get a sense that a lot of people are feeling that they're not being heard. And I think that's something that we need to figure out. So I'll be supporting this application. And I'll take the chair back.
Chair is yours.
And I'll go to Councillor Stevenson to close.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Sohi. Councillors Knack and Salvador have really spoken to the reasons why I plan to be supporting this application. And Mayor Sohi's definitely spoken to some of the opportunities we have to improve not only processes with notification, but just the need to provide clarity and a clear sense to communities about what change will look like in their neighborhoods. So I thought instead I'd spend my time just really reflecting on our role on City Council here. We've in the past few days been talking with administration about how we implement city plan, and we've been asking administration to review their policies, their processes, our budgeting process, really asking of them to do that really transformational change that we're looking for city plan to happen. But what I hope is not lost in those conversations is that we as City Council hold one of the most powerful tools when it comes to implementing city plan. And they are decisions just like this one before us, which, as has been noted, is absolutely in line with city plan and what the expected intensity of development is along a secondary corridor. So I'd just like to call on my colleagues to reflect on that, that we are a major partner in the implementation of city plan, and it cannot be successfully implemented without us making these choices, which can be very difficult. We've faced a number of difficult decisions today and this evening, but that as we ask communities to come with us on this journey of change, we also need to be leading that way and taking those brave steps. So I look forward to supporting this proposal, appreciate all the speakers and everyone that's been involved in this file. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. So please vote on the first reading.
We have 13 votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. And Councillor Stevenson?
I'll move second reading of item 310.
Second.
Councillor, second by Councillor Salvador. Please vote.
We have 13 votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
I'll move consideration of third reading of item 310.
Second.
Second by Councillor Salvador. This is the consideration to give to allow third reading to be taking place on the same day. So for consideration, please vote.
We have 13 votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
And I'll move third and final reading of Charter Bylaw 19930.
Second.
Moved by Councillor Stevenson, seconded by Councillor Salvador. Please vote for the third reading.
Just looking for Councillor Jans's vote.
Councillor Jans?
Councillor Jans, we're just missing your vote.
Sorry, I had to re-log in. Yes, I am in favor.
Thank you. We have 13 votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. And that concludes our agenda today. And any notice of motions or motions without customary notice, council members? I haven't got any notices given early on this, so probably no. And we are adjourned.